Chapter 1. Origins. 8 years after the attack of the Kyubi. It was a bright and sunny Sunday afternoon in Kanahegakure. It was quite hot this time of day as well, but that wasn't such a surprise considering that Konoha is in Hai no Kuni. The birds were chirping and a warm breeze could be felt. The villagers were busy going about their business. Standing atop Hokage Tower was Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was the current Hokage. He was looking at his village when a sad smile crept on his face. "Minato, thank you for saving our village. If only I could have helped to prevent such a sacrifice. If only people would have honored your last wish," he thought. He didn't have much time to think about the past when he heard someone's steps behind him. When he turned around, he saw his secretary, Yumi. She was an attractive woman in her mid-20s. She had shoulder-length brown hair which she kept in a ponytail, and she also had narrow dark purple eyes. She wore a white, sleeveless blouse, navy skirt which went to her knees, and pair of simple civilian boots. "Hokage-sama, Irika-san requests an audience with you," she said. Hiruzen looked at the village for one last time and sighed. "Send him to my office and tell him I will be there in 5 minutes. "Very well, Hokage-sama," she replied respectfully, bowed, and left. "I wonder what he wants. It's very rare that he comes to see me," the old Hokage thought, and after a minute left. Hokage's office. "Hello, Irika," welcomed the old Hokage. "So, tell me, why did you want to see me?" "Well, I wanted you to sign this." Irika stuttered, then gave the Hokage a sheet of paper. When the Hokage read through everything, he raised an eyebrow. "Field trip, huh? Why so sudden?" the old Hokage asked. To be honest, he was quite surprised because he didn't expect the first-year academy students to go outside of the village. Usually this kind of field trip only happened in the 3rd or 4th year. "I decided to do it this year because my class is quite promising. We will be all right. Mizuki will help me watch the kids. And it's not like it will happen tomorrow. I plan to do it after 3 weeks so I can prepare them," Irika replied calmly. He really believed that his students were the most promising and gifted students in all academy history after the Yondaime. The old Hokage thought about it for a while. "Very well then, I'll sign this form and allow you to take kids on a field trip. In 3 days' time, I'll inform the guards about this." Irika smiled and thanked the old man. "Thank you. I shall go now and inform the kids." Irika bowed and walked slowly towards the doors. Before Irika could exit the office, the Hokage asked, "Tell me, Irika, how is Naruto?" "Naruto? Well, Naruto is being Naruto, doing pranks, being a loudmouth, and missing classes. His grades are not high as well." Irika stopped for a second and thought about something. "But I feel that he is hiding something, like he is acting or it's some kind of facade." "What do you mean?" the Hokage asked curiously. "Well, sometimes during lessons when I ask him a question, I can see in his eyes that he knows the correct answer, but for some reason he gives me an incorrect one instead. Also, in sparring matches I can see that he has good taijutsu stances, but he never shows how good he is for some unknown reason. If he keeps this up, he will be the dead last. It's still the 1st year, though," Irika replied with a sad expression. He knew that Naruto didn't have any family and that he lived alone. That's why Irika befriended Naruto and acted like an older brother figure to him, but he never helped him in any academy subjects because it would look like favoritism. But it was not like Naruto ever asked anyone to help him. The academy teacher knew what his students were capable of, and Naruto was capable enough to get good grades. "Have you talked to him about that? Maybe if you talk to him, he won't act like that and will actually try. Anyway, thanks for telling me this. You may go now," the old Hokage replied with a kind smile. "Hi, Hokage-sama," the teacher answered and left the room. Hiruzen looked out the window for a minute and then returned to the nightmare of all Kage's paperwork. One thought slipped through his mind: be safe. Next day in the academy, Irika stood in front of the class, ready to announce the news about the field trip to everyone. He didn't have many students. There were some kids from shinobi clans and some civilian kids. Everyone was talented though, and everyone was ready to go on the field trip. At least he thought so. Okay class, calm down and listen, Irika called out, hoping everyone would listen. But that wasn't the case. It looked like no one even heard him. Shut up, Irika shouted while he thought, this happens every single day. The class went dead silent and turned their attention to the teacher. Ahem, I talked to the Hokage yesterday and dash. He couldn't finish, because Naruto, who sat next to Sasuke, interrupted him. Did he allow you to teach us some kind of cool jutsu? No dash. Once again he couldn't finish the sentence. Ah, maybe he will take us on some cool mission, Naruto asked curiously. Shikamaru had enough of Naruto's shouting. Oi Naruto, we're not even genin, so no one will take us on any kind of mission. And we will not learn any jutsu until next year because we haven't started to learn how to mold and use chakra. So calm down and listen what Irika-sensei wants to say and let me sleep. Geez. Fine. But just because you don't know how to mold and use chakra doesn't mean everyone else here doesn't know how to, Naruto replied angrily. Shikamaru glanced at Naruto in curiosity. I'm sure that no one here knows how to use chakra even for a simple bunshin. Maybe he meant that he can do that. I doubt it, though. After that, he decided not to bother himself with this topic. But he wasn't the only one who shared his thoughts. Ino, who had overheard Naruto's conversation with Shikamaru, said, Naruto, I'm sure that no one here knows how to properly use chakra, even for simple bunshin. The academy starts teaching it in the second year, and those who are from a shinobi clan start learning it from their parents when they turn 9 years old. So don't say such stupid things, Baka. TCH, whatever, the blonde muttered. But Irika knew better. If Naruto said something like that, then Naruto really meant it. And true to Irika's thoughts, Naruto started to do tree climbing exercises in his free time. He could stand on a tree for an hour, but he kept improving. Weeks ago, Naruto snuck into the shinobi section of the library and read a scroll about chakra control. Well, that had been the first scroll he could get to before the librarian noticed him. The librarian, whose name was Akihiro, wasn't a bad person and didn't treat Naruto like other civilians. He had read books about Fuinjutsu and knew some basics of the art of sealing. But still, he followed the rules and didn't allow civilians to go into the shinobi section, which was why he just asked Naruto to not ever go there until he become a ninja, or he, Akihiro, would have to watch Naruto's every step in library. Naruto didn't want to lose Akihiro's trust and apologized. Akihiro allowed Naruto to keep the chakra control exercise scroll with one condition: to return it when Naruto mastered all the exercises. Seeing Naruto's joyful smile, the librarian smiled as well. Back to the classroom. Irika decided not to think about Naruto at that particular moment. Instead he said, as I tried to say before. He then sternly looked at Naruto and continued, I talked to the Hokage yesterday and he has given me permission to take you on a 2-day field trip. Immediately he mentioned the word, field trip. Everyone started shouting and discussing it with others. Well, not everyone was happy. Some random civilian girl, whose name was Aiko, started to protest. But there are those disgusting bugs. When Shino heard this, his eyebrows twitched. The girl didn't notice it and continued. And where will we sleep? And what about food? And where will we wash ourselves and dash? Naruto interrupted her. Oi! Aiko! Shut up! Bugs are very useful allies in battle. He then looked at Shino, who was a bit surprised that Naruto defended him, and nodded to him in silent thanks. Then Naruto turned back to Aiko, and you are soon to become ninja. When ninjas go out on missions, they will have to sleep outside in almost every mission and find food in the forest if they want to survive. Irika nodded in agreement. Yes, Naruto has a point there, and it's not like you have to go. If you don't want to, no one will insist. Maybe he's not such an idiot like he acts troublesome, Shikamaru thought. Maybe he will talk to Naruto later to find out for sure whether he is an idiot or not. He wasn't the only one with similar thoughts. So he isn't such an idiot like he wants everyone to believe. I knew something was not right about him, Sasuke thought, then looked at the shouting Naruto and smirked. Shut up! Irika yelled and received attention from students. There are still some things about this field trip you need to know. First, you have to ask your parents to sign this form if you want to go. He then gave everyone their forms and continued. You have until the end of this week to hand it in. Secondly, the field trip will be 3 weeks from today on Wednesday, and we will be back on Thursday afternoon. So don't forget to take supplies for a 2-day trip. Now, you are all dismissed for today. With this, everyone nodded and ran out from the classroom. It was not every day the instructor allowed them to go home early, so they didn't need to be told twice. But there was one person who didn't go with everyone else. One Naruto Uzumaki. He sat in his seat with a sad expression on his face. What's the matter, Naruto? Irika asked with a small, warm smile. He already had an idea what was bothering the blonde student. Naruto looked at the teacher and said, well, no one's waiting for me anyway, so I don't have to hurry. Besides, he then looked back at the desk. I don't have parents who can sign this form. Irika saw how sad Naruto was, and he didn't like to see him like that. And he knew what could brighten Naruto's mood, although he was sure his purse wouldn't like what he was going to do. Come, Naruto. I will treat you to Ichiraka ramen, and once your mood lifts, we can discuss what we can do about this form. Why, ramen? Naruto shouted and ran out of class. Come on, Irika-sensei. Irika chuckled and watched with amusement and wondered how just a single bowl of ramen can change Naruto's mood. Or 2 bowls, or 3, or… Okami. Later at Ichiraku Ramen's stand, as Naruto ate, he and Irika had a light talk about various things. When Naruto finished his last bowl for today, which was the 6th, he turned to Irika with some kind of sad expression. So what about this form? I can't go with everyone, right? Well, that's not a problem. I can ask Hokage-sama to sign the form for you. I don't think he will mind. He will understand your situation. Irika answered with a smile. Really? Oh man, Hokage-jiji is awesome. Naruto was very happy. The Hokage always took care of him when he could, and the Hokage was one of the first persons who acknowledged him. I will become as cool a Hokage as the Sandaime is, and I will surpass the Yondaime. Believe it. Irika sighed, and just a while ago you were all sad and depressed. This ramen is like a cure to you. That's quite a dream you have there, Naruto, said Tuchi, the stand owner, as he came out from the kitchen. Yeah, when I become stronger and become Hokage, everyone will acknowledge me. Naruto, being Hokage is not just about being acknowledged, but about protecting the village and your loved ones with your life and making it better for everyone. And you can become even more powerful if you have precious people to protect. Irika said. Really, he was amused by his dream. Naruto still had a lot of growing up to do if he wanted to accomplish this dream. Ha! Was all the answer Naruto could give to what Irika said. Irika sighed, never mind, you will understand it later. But if you want to be a Hokage, you must train really hard. If you continue to do pranks, skipping lessons and not paying attention in class, you won't get far in your ninja career. I know, Irika-sensei. Naruto had a thoughtful expression. He then decided to ask, is it true that no one in my class can use chakra properly? Yeah, we start to teach kids how to use chakra in the 2nd academy year. Why are you asking? Irika asked curiously. Well, to tell you the truth, I'm doing chakra control exercises now. I can climb the tree now, but I still need to master it. I can stay on the tree without using arms for 3 minutes. It is not enough in case if I need to fight while using tree climbing. And before I start doing water walking, I need to master tree climbing. But for some reason my chakra control is so poor. Also, the librarian told me to meditate to find out what my chakra flow is, and I found out that my chakra reserves are too big for an academy student. In the beginning, I thought it was normal, but when I read some books, I was quite surprised. For now, I have reserves for an average chunin. I don't know how that's possible, but I'm more than happy for it. Irika was very surprised. He didn't expect to hear those words from Naruto. To hear that he had been doing tree climbing exercises and was doing very well. He had always thought Naruto was only doing pranks in his free time. Naruto saw the look on Irika's and grinned. I'm not stupid, Irika-sensei. Yes, in my free time I do pranks so people would notice me, but I also use my free time to go to library and read some books there. It is very boring, but I have to do it if I want to become a good ninja, right? Naruto, I didn't expect this from you. Heh, you surprised me a little bit, Irika said. Are you sure I surprised only for a little bit? He replied with a wide smile. Okay, you got me. You surprised me a lot. But why do you act like an idiot in class? Irika knew he asked it in the rough way, but he wanted to just know why Naruto acted that way. Well, most of the things you teach in Cals I already know from the books, and it's just so fun to prank you and make you angry in the front of whole class. And besides, I don't want to look better than anyone else. I could even become arrogant at the end of the academy if I felt I was better than the rest of the class. He honestly answered. In public he always seems to be dumb and a loudmouth, while in reality he was quite focused and determined. Thank you for your treat, Irika-sensei. But it's already late. See you tomorrow in academy. Oh, and please don't tell anyone about what we talked about today. Before Irika could say or ask anything else, Naruto was already gone. Oh well, at least I know he is all right on his own. At least now I know some of the reasons for his acting, if those can be called reasonable, Irika thought. He then finished his bowl and headed home in order to prepare for tomorrow's lessons. -3 days later, in the forest near Konoha. In the forest near Konoha, a small camp was set up which was well hidden between brushes and trees, so it wouldn't be too easy to find it. It was night now. There was a small campfire, big enough to cook and small enough to stay hidden. From the faint light of the campfire, you could see 2 small tents which were big enough for 1 person in each. Also, there were 3 figures standing near the campfire. It was too dark and the campfire didn't give much light to see their faces or what they were dressed in. One of the figures asked, "Are you sure about this?" The figure was apparently male. He had a rough voice and he looked muscular. It was too dark to see more details. The second figure then spoke, "Of course I'm sure. The Hokage himself allowed it. Old fool. He should know better than do something so foolish." It didn't have as rough voice as the first figure, but it also belonged to a male. In a dark night you could see that he wasn't as muscular as the first one and he had shoulder-length hair. It was indeed foolish to allow this trip when the class has so many promising students, especially those heirs from the clans. If your information is correct, we will get a nice amount of money once we capture some of them, although our priority is the Hyuga heir. What was her name? Onata. No. Hinata. No, that's not it. Hinata. Yeah, Hinata, that was her name, right? The third and a final member of the band was a female. She had a beautiful voice, that kind of voice which singers usually would have. She had long hair which reached her shoulder blades and which she kept in a ponytail. Although it was dark, you could see a large bust she had. It wasn't as big as one of the Sannin member had, but still in some years. The first one nodded and turned to the second figure. What if there will be more ninja guarding them? What, you scared, Shigeru? I thought you're tougher than that. The female of the band laughed at her teammate. Shut up, Ryoko. Think with your head, not with those watermelons of yours. He then pointed at Ryoko's large bust and continued. What if more ninjas appear? While we are strong, we can't take on a lot of ninjas at once. We need to find out how many ninjas will be there with the kids. The female frowned when Shigeru pointed at her bust. She really didn't like when someone noticed these globes and made comment about them. She wouldn't admit it, but her teammate had a point. They couldn't face many ninjas at once, because while they were fighting, the kids could escape or someone might call for reinforcements. Whatever, was the only thing she could say in reply. Then the second figure spoke. Don't worry, there will be only 2 ninjas with them. One is Irika Umino, and the second is... He then grinned evilly. Well, tell you the truth, the second ninja who will lead them is me. He then took out a map of a nearby area around Konoha and pointed at one place in the forest, near the river. This is where me and Irika will lead them, you just have to set up the traps here. Once the fighting starts, don't worry. Irika isn't much of a fighter, being an academy instructor for so long. He lost some skills over the years. The three then discussed the plan and agreed to it. It looks perfect, and those kids won't fight back. They don't teach them a lot in the first year after all. Shigeru answered, while he held his chin in his palm. Yeah, well then, you should return to Konoha so no one notices your absence. In the meantime we will rest and prepare for this operation, Ryoko said, and with that she stood up and gracefully walked to her tent. Very well then, said the second figure, and he too left the scene. While he was heading back to the village, only one thought slipped through his mind. Well, soon enough I will get the Byakugan and hand it over to Orochimaru, who will reward me with that power he promised. And I should also kidnap that demon brat and sell it to another major village. Hehe. I will be rich and powerful in no time. With that, he had very malicious smile as he walked towards the village. For now, everything was perfect. -2 days before the trip. Today wasn't as sunny and hot day as it usually was in Konoha. Dark clouds covered the usually bright sky. It didn't start raining yet, but it looked like it will start any minute now. Also, it seemed the weather affected the villagers. There weren't as many smiles as usual, and everyone tried to finish their business as quickly as possible in order to get back home earlier. No one wanted to stay out for too long. Things weren't better in the academy. The class was unusually silent and the students listened to Irika's lessons. Although one couldn't say unusually silent about one Nara kid, he always sleeps. Even the usual loudmouth Naruto didn't do any pranks or disrupt the lesson. Irika wasn't complaining. Although he liked that his students paid more attention to him and he didn't need to shout to silence them. Still, the eerie mood unnerved him a bit. He was used to the loud class, and seeing them like this was a bit scary. Well, as scary as it could get with class full of 8-year-olds. Now when the lesson came to an end, he decided to brighten up the mood a bit. What he was going to say would definitely bring joy to his students' faces. It is almost the end of the lesson. He then stopped, looked at his students and saw some smiles. He then continued, but before you go I wanted to announce 2 things. It's about the trip, so listen carefully. The first thing is, there is too many of us and I don't want to scatter you all around the forest in your own tents, so you will need to share with others. Let's see. Those who have bigger tents will need share with those who have smaller ones. It will also help you to look out for each other, almost like an experienced genin team. I would say one team should consist of 2 to 4 members. Also, there will be some team games while on the trip with a prize to winners. The moment he finished speaking, the class's mood was far better than it was. Everyone started chatting and making teams. Irika didn't mind it and allowed them to sort out the teams, after which he said, "Listen up, I will give you 20 minutes to sort out the teams. After you're done, you need to choose a leader of the team and come to me so I can write down the names. It will be so much fun. They could sleep in one tent and do so many things together. They won't have to be by themselves. They could share the food." That was the summary of everyone's thoughts. But Naruto wasn't one of them. He had a somewhat sad and disappointed expression on his face. Oh man, this is just great. I don't have a tent at all and nobody will want to share with me. Hell, I don't even have normal friends here. At least no one here is glaring at me like the others in the village do. And he wasn't the only one with those thoughts. Sasuke, who sat next to Naruto, was thinking almost the same. Great. Although I have a tent, I don't want to stay by myself. And I don't have any friends here either, so no one will invite me. Well, except for his fangirls, if they could ever be considered friends. And he would never go to them. Never. Ever. Even if it was the end of the world. The Uchiha clan were a very arrogant clan. As far as Sasuke could remember, he was always taught that the Uchiha was the most powerful clan in Konoha, as well as their Sharingan, their Kekkei Genkai, is the most powerful dojutsu too, and most powerful bloodline. His father, Fugaku, always said, don't pay attention to the lower class people. They are not worth our time. We are elite, so we will associate ourselves only with elites. Although he didn't like what he heard, he knew better than to argue with his father, so he just agreed with him. He thought people should treat each other equally, and that kind of attitude will only make enemies. At least he had his brother with him, Itachi, who had the same thoughts as Sasuke. Itachi was a very loving brother and always helped Sasuke with his training whenever he could. He didn't like his clan either, he actually despised them, although he didn't show it. The only thing the Uchiha, except him, were interested in was power. Any and everything for more power. Itachi tried to ensure that Sasuke knew that it was alright to be friends with classmates. But Sasuke was still afraid of his father. What if he found out somehow and then punished him for associating with lower-class people? Itachi could understand the feeling. After all, Fugaku was the head of the Uchiha clan. That's why Sasuke acted unfriendly towards everyone. If someone asked him something, he would answer, but he would never start a conversation on his own. Itachi vowed to Sasuke that someday he could enjoy his life and make friends just like everyone else. Sasuke then put those thoughts aside and tried to find a solution to his problem. He turned his head to the right and saw Naruto's gloomy facial expression. Oh, that's right, Naruto doesn't have much friends either. Maybe dash. Before he could finish his thoughts, he heard someone call out to the blonde. "Aye, Naruto!" someone shouted. Naruto turned to find who had called him. After some seconds, he saw Shikamaru's intent gaze. He Naruto, then figured out it was him, Shika, who called. "What is it, Shikamaru?" he asked. "Well, me and Choji decided to ask if you would like to be on our team. He simply answered, still looking at Naruto. The blonde was surprised. He didn't expect to actually be invited to a team. He thought he would be left out like he usually was. But Naruto knew better than to blindly trust anyone, even his classmates. His life at the orphanage taught him that. "Why me? I'm sure there are many others who would like to be on your team. Besides, I will just slow you down when we will set up a camp, and I probably will embarrass you with my behavior," he replied carefully. Choji, who stayed silent the whole time, finally spoke. "You're not so bad, Naruto. It's actually funny to see all those pranks and your jokes. But dash." "Oh, shut up, Naruto. Stop acting. I know you're not as stupid like you want everyone to think. And words you just spoke prove it." Now this caught Sasuke's attention. "Huh," Naruto muttered. "Did I say something wrong which was out of my academy character?" he wondered. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Did he really need to explain it him? Troublesome. The loudmouth Naruto, which you usually pretend to be, would have accepted this offer immediately, and he would be confident about his abilities. He also wouldn't say that behavior crap as well. And it's not like you have any choice anyway. I don't think anyone else will invite you. Arg. I knew it. If someone could figure out I was acting, it would be the Nara and their brains. Thank Kami, no one's paying attention to our conversation. Naruto thought with some worry in his eyes, oblivious to the fact that Sasuke was also listening. Fine. I really don't have much choice, right? Right. Also, we want you to be our team leader, Choji said. When his ears caught the words "you" and "team leader" in one sentence, he was shocked. He was surprised at first when he was invited to a team, and now said team wants him to be their leader. It was too much for his poor brain. "What? Why me? I'm not sure if I'll be good enough for you guys," he asked with surprise. So he puts others in first and doesn't care about himself. Interesting, Shikamaru thought and then answered. "Yes, we want you to be our team leader. Firstly, I'm too lazy to be one. Choji doesn't fit for this role either. Secondly, it's not some kind of dangerous mission or anything, just a field trip with some team games. And I'm sure it will be fun with your attitude." With that, he smiled, bringing out his ace. "And finally, you need to practice some leadership skills if you want to be Hokage, right?" Now Shikamaru was grinning like madman. Checkmate. "Ah, fine. As you said, it's not some kind of mission, so I can do it. Nothing will happen to us anyway. But using my dream against me was unfair." He then looked at the smiling Shikamaru and asked, "But don't say anything to anyone about my acting, please." He really didn't want to show his true personality to others. He wanted it to be a surprise when they actually became ninja. And although shouting about how he was going to become the strongest Hokage ever was part of his acting, part of his mask, it was also his sincere dream. Sure. Besides, I would like to know you better. For now, you're one big, blonde mystery and I hate mysteries. Want to be our friend? Shikamaru asked and Choji just nodded, showing that he didn't mind having another friend. Naruto was very happy. Finally, I can have some friends, he thought. For as long as he could remember, for some reason, other kids always stayed away from him and didn't let him play with them. But before he could answer, they heard someone screaming. When they turned their heads to see who screamed, they saw a group of Sasuke's fangirls arguing about something. Then all the girls looked at Sasuke, and to his utter horror, they started to run towards him and shouting, "Sasuke-kun, join my team," and "Sasuke-kun, don't listen to her, join me." The leader of fangirls was none other than Ino, and right beside her was Sakura, her rival. If there was something Sasuke really didn't like, it was fangirls. Why? First, they only cared about their looks and couldn't make interesting conversation. Secondly, for some unknown reason, they were always shouting. It brought headaches. And Sasuke somehow always knew what they were planning to do. Before the girls could reach Sasuke and claim him, he set his escape plan in motion. "Shikamaru, can I join your team?" he urgently asked while shedding anime tears. Shikamaru was a bit surprised, because Sasuke had never showed so many emotions, fear, hope and desperation all at the same time. But he understood his situation, he would have done the same thing in his place. "Troublesome?" asked Naruto, he's team leader. "I don't mind though, I know how dangerous fangirls sometimes are. But my tent is only for 3 people so somebody will have to bring a bigger one," he answered with small smile. "Don't worry about the tent. I have one big enough for 4 people." Sasuke urgently answered and looked at Naruto with pleading eyes. Naruto wanted to agree, the more the merrier. But at the same, he didn't want to, because as far as he knew, Sasuke wasn't very friendly. But as we all know, he was not the kind of a person who said no if someone needed his help. "Fine, I don't mind. But be friendly at least and don't ignore us when we speak to you," Naruto answered. Sasuke just nodded. Maybe now I could make some friends on this trip and my father wouldn't know about it, he thought with a smile. "Thanks, guys. You really saved me from those banshees." Right after he finished that sentence, the just-mentioned banshees finally reached their Sasuke-kun. Before they could start to shout and scream, Naruto said, "Sorry, girls, but Sasuke is already on my team." The girls looked at Naruto with confusion and one civilian family girl frowned and said, "Oh, please, who would like to be on your team?" "Ha! Even if you could be in a team, no one would allow you to be a team leader." And then she laughed and continued with a sweet voice. "So, Sasuke-kun, would you dash?" But before she could finish, Sasuke angrily interrupted. "Shut up. It's true. I'm on his team already and he is the team leader." He really hated when someone sounded superior to someone else. "BBBU, but why? Why would you like to be on a team with that D-demon? My mom always says he is a D-demon." She stuttered. She was shocked to see such a reaction from her Sasuke-kun. "And here it starts again," Naruto muttered. But Shikamaru heard him. "Demon? Is that the reason why he doesn't have any friends? Why would parents say such things?" Shikamaru thought curiously. But today wasn't the day he could ask them any question in the matter. "Demon? Is that why you show your superiority over him?" Sasuke asked angrily. He wasn't in the mood to argue with fangirls. Besides, it was pointless anyway, because they would agree with anything Sasuke said, and that was one more reason why he didn't like them. "Listen, I really don't like girls like you, so I wouldn't have joined you anyway. I mean, all you care about is how you look and your obsession over me. If you're going to continue like this, then I suggest you quit the ninja academy because if you become a ninja, you will be deadweight on a team and you will die quickly on a mission. Be gone. You annoy me." He turned away from them and didn't say anything else. Wow, that was rough. but I can't disagree with him. And it's also is the first time I've seen him saying so many sentences in one day. Naruto thought and chuckled. Others were a bit surprised as well. It's the first time they saw this side of Sasuke. The girls went to their seats with aura of depression over them. They had never expected this reaction from their Sasuke-kun. Just after this little scene was finished, Irika called the team leaders to write down the names. He was very surprised about Naruto, but at the same time he was happy for him. He deserved to have some friends. Okay, listen up now. Before you go, there is something else I wanted to announce. Those who are going on the trip don't have to come to the academy tomorrow in order to prepare. But those who are not going to the trip will have to attend academy tomorrow, Wednesday and on Thursday. Half of the class was happy and the other half was not happy for obvious reasons. Why do we have to attend the academy while everyone else is relaxing? Someone asked. This field trip is not about relaxation. It will be a real field experience for them. Also, they will have lectures too. Me and Mizuki will not be in the academy for the next 3 days, so those of you who are not going on the field trip, listen carefully. Your lessons will be held in room 213. The teacher there already knows about this. Oh, and for those who are going on the trip, don't forget to be here on Wednesday at 9 o'clock a.m., or we will leave without you and you will have to attend the academy. That's all. See you on Wednesday. Class dismissed. As everyone started to head out of the class, Naruto nervously asked his companions, Hey guys, do you want to meet tomorrow so we could buy supplies for a trip and hang out a bit? It was the first time in some years he had asked someone to hang out with him. He thought they wouldn't come, but this time it wasn't the case. Sure, why not? Tomorrow we don't have academy, so I don't have anything else to do. Anyway, I could stay home, but my mum would force me to do more troublesome things. Shikamaru answered. Yeah, why not? I don't have anything to do tomorrow either, Chuji said. Naruto was very happy. For the first time in his life, someone accepted his invitation. He then turned to look at Sasuke and asked him, What about you? Sasuke? Wanna come? Sasuke looked at Naruto, but then turned away so no one could see his sad expression. Sorry, but I can't. My father will need my help tomorrow in some matters. He lied sadly. His father didn't need any help. Ever. He just wouldn't be allowed to hang out with low-class people. And the only clan they didn't consider low-class was the Hyuga clan. But the Uchiha hated the Hyuga clan more than anything, because the Hyuga were their so-called eternal rivals or something. Naruto and Shikamaru noticed the scowl on Sasuke's face when he mentioned his father and decided not to push the matter. Okay then, let's meet tomorrow in the nearby park at 11 o'clock a.m. See ya, guys. Naruto said happily and went home. Yeah, bye. Choji and Shikamaru answered and went in the other direction. Same day, Uchiha compound. What do you mean you're on a team in this field trip? Fugaku, Sasuke's father, asked his son after hearing about everything Irika had said. Fugaku had long, dark brown hair that reached down to his shoulders and onyx-colored eyes, with visible creases below them, like Itachi has. He wore a black shirt with the Uchiha symbol on the shoulders, gray pants and a black, open-front apron with white diamonds on the bottom. Sasuke sighed and answered calmly. Father, please answer me who is better? A group of civilian fangirls or a group of kids from ninja families? Why are you asking? Of course those from ninja families. Fangirls are a pitiful excuse for female ninja. I bet they don't even know what a kunai is. There you go, father. When I saw a group of fangirls heading in my direction, I demanded to be part of the most promising team. Sasuke calmly answered. You demanded to be part of the most promising? Hey, I like that, son. Remember to show your team how grateful they should be that you're with them. Dismissed. Very well, father, Sasuke said and left the room. That went better than I imagined. Thank Kami he didn't ask who is on this team. I can't believe he is my father. If only mother was here, Sasuke sadly thought. He then remembered the day he saw his mother for the last time. Flashback 3 years ago. Be a good boy and listen to your brother. Here, take this lunchbox and share it with Itachi, Makoto said while giving young Sasuke his lunchbox. Makoto was a fair-skinned woman with long, black hair with bangs hanging on either side of her face to roughly frame her cheeks and black eyes. She wore a simple dark purple blouse with a red plum skirt and a light yellow apron over it. Sasuke took the lunchbox and said, "Thanks, Kasan. When will you return from your mission?" "I don't know. Maybe after 2 days, maybe after 4 days. It depends on many circumstances," she answered. "Okay then. Love you, Kasan." "Ah, love you too, sweetheart," she said with sweet voice and kissed her son on forehead, after which Sasuke and Itachi went outside. After 3 days, it was late evening. After some light training, Sasuke and Itachi returned home. There, they saw a crowd of people talking to their father. It didn't look like anything important to them, so they just ignored the crowd and walked to their rooms. After a quick shower, Sasuke heard his father calling for him and his brother. He quickly dried himself, changed clothes, and headed to the kitchen. When he arrived in the kitchen, he sat next to Itachi. In front of him sat Fugaku. Sasuke wondered where his mother was. "Sasuke, Itachi." Fugaku started the conversation with an emotionless face. "Where is mother? Did something happen to her?" Itachi asked, worry in his eyes. "Your mother is dead," Fugaku answered without any sadness in his eyes, but he sounded sad. "What? No, can't be true. You're lying," Sasuke shouted, tears forming in his eyes. "I'm sorry, but it is true. We found her dead this morning with a kunai stabbed into her heart. After we found her, we returned to the village. We presume she was killed during her night watch by enemy ninja." "No, it can't be true," Sasuke quietly said, his eyes full of tears. Itachi wasn't faring any better. He had tears in his eyes, though not as much as Sasuke had. He could control his emotions better. "Mother," Itachi thought, remembering all their happy times together. But then he realized something is not right here. Even if one squad member was killed while on a mission, they wouldn't abandon the whole mission. They would have sealed the body in a scroll or waited for reinforcements to take body and then continue with their mission. He thought, but he decided not to speak his concerns. He will do his own investigation later. In 2 days' time, there will be funeral for her. Please, be ready. With that, Fugaku stood up and left the kitchen, leaving his 2 sons to mourn their mother's death. Flashback end. A single tear fell from Sasuke's eyes when he remembered the painful memory. "No, my mother wouldn't want me to cry. She wouldn't like me to mourn forever," Sasuke thought and wiped away the tear and headed to his room to get some sleep. Next day. The next day was much warmer and brighter than the previous one. Shikamaru, Choji, and Naruto were walking around the village and were having a light chat on various topics. The group was receiving hateful glares from the villagers. It wasn't the whole group who received them, though. It was the one blonde kid in the group who received all the glares. And Shikamaru noticed it. "Hey Naruto, why everyone is glaring at you? What did you do to them?" Shikamaru asked curiously. Naruto put his hands behind his head, showing that he was quite relaxed, and answered the question of his new friend. "I don't really know. As far as I can remember, I've always received them. I'm used to them now." "Strange. If you didn't do anything, why would they look at you like that?" Chuji asked while munching his crisps. "Is it about the demon thing that other girl talked about yesterday? I will need to ask Dad later," Shikamaru thought. As they continued to wander around the village and continued their chit-chat, they decided to buy some supplies for tomorrow's trip. Now they stood in front of a grocery store and were ready to head in when Naruto stopped them. "You guys go ahead and buy the stuff we about discussed before. They'll wait for you here." Naruto, don't you want to come in with us?" Choji asked and gave Naruto a confused look. "Well, I want to go, but they will just throw me out. And if we will go to shops where I'm allowed in, They will just overprice everything for me. They say it's some kind of tax, but I don't quite believe them. But there's nothing I can do about it. Naruto answered without a care in the world. What? Both Choji and Shikamaru asked. They were completely shocked after hearing that. But how do you live? I mean, do you have enough money to feed yourself? Choji asked. He couldn't help but to be a bit worried for his new friend. Hokage always gives me a monthly allowance. When I receive the money, I carefully plan on what I'm buying so I could survive the month. You don't have any parents, right? Shikamaru asked. After he received a nod from Naruto, he continued, Why aren't you in the orphanage? Then? Naruto didn't want to tell them, but they were his new friends after all, and it looked they were worried about him. Well, when I was 5 they kicked me out. Shikamaru widened his eyes and Choji stopped eating his crisps. But before they could ask anything else, Naruto continued, and I'm happy they did. I wasn't treated very well there anyway. Look, I don't want to talk about this, so please don't ask anymore. And please don't say anything to others. Both Choji and Shikamaru nodded in agreement and decided to ask him later, when he will open up more to them.
Smon, Shoji.
Let's go and buy the supplies while Naruto is waiting here. Naruto, meet us here after 20 minutes. Okay? Sure. See you later. Guys, Naruto waved to friends and decided to walk around the village for a bit, ignoring all the glares. Minus 20 minutes later, as Naruto came closer to the meeting spot, he saw Shikamaru and Choji already waiting. He greeted them and decided to browse through all the goods they bought. Okay, you bought everything we will need for tomorrow, Naruto said. After that, his stomach growled, indicating it was time for lunch. Naruto smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Right, want to come and grab a bite to eat before we go home? Choji smiled. Sure. Why not? He answered. Where to? Let's go to Ichiraku Ramen. It's the only place I'm treated with kindness. Naruto answered with a sad smile. Both friends didn't want to argue, seeing Naruto's sad expression, so they just agreed, and they didn't mind ramen either. At ramen stand, Hi Tsuchijiji, I am San. Naruto greeted Ichiraku Ramen stand owner and his daughter who also worked there. Both of them were very kind to Naruto and didn't see him as the demon brat, as others did. Hey Naruto. Both of them greeted. How are you? I am asked. I'm fine, thanks. I've got a field trip tomorrow, so me and my new friends bought some supplies. We're in one team for this trip. Naruto answered with happy face. New friends? Care to introduce them? I am curiously asked the blonde. Yeah, the lazy-looking one is Shikamaru Nara and the one who is eating crisps is Choji Akimichi. Nice to meet you. I'm very happy for you, Naruto. You finally made some friends, she said with a warm smile. Then they took their seats with Choji sitting next to Naruto and Shikamaru next to Choji. So what are your orders? Tsuchi asked. 1 miso ramen please, Shikamaru said. The usual 5 bowls of miso ramen, Naruto said with big smile. Ramen was his favorite food and today he could spend extra for it. Choji was surprised at Naruto's large order and took it as an unspoken challenge and ordered 6 bowls of beef ramen. It was his pride as an Akimichi to out-eat anyone no matter the circumstances. After 20 minutes of eating and chatting, Choji couldn't take another bite. I can't believe it. Someone ate more than I did, Choji said to Naruto with respect. Almost no one could out-eat an Akimichi and just now Naruto did it like it was a piece of cake. Shikamaru was surprised as well. So Choji is not the only one with black hole for a stomach? Troublesome. Well, ramen is my favorite food after all. Tsuchijiji, 1 more bowl of miso ramen please. It will be the last for today, Naruto said. Choji couldn't believe Naruto had ordered another bowl. He had eaten 10 bowls and Naruto is ordering 12th. Naruto, it doesn't mean I will lose next time, he said in a challenging tone. Shikamaru cried anime tears and said, Why do all my friends have to eat so much? Why does no one else enjoy sleeping or watching the clouds as much as I do? Choji and Naruto laughed at their friend's antics. Someday, you will meet that kind of person, Shikamaru. They then paid for their food, said goodbye to each other and went home. Next day. It was a sunny Wednesday morning. Although it was a bit cool, it was still pleasant. In front of the academy stood many students separated into groups of 2s, 3s, and 4s. Everyone had bags and backpacks and everyone was yawning. Good morning, class, Irika greeted them. Morning, Irika-sensei. Now I will call your names and check who's here and who's not. I will start with team leaders. After I call your name, you have to step forward. After that was done, he continued, now I will call others. When I call your names, you have to join your team leader. After 5 minutes of checking, okay, everyone's here. Let's move out. We're heading to the village gates. After that was said, Irika moved forward with students behind him, and behind the crowd of kids were Mizuki. No one noticed the malicious smirk on his face. Near the village gates. So, when do you think we will reach our destination? Naruto asked his companions, trying to make light conversation while they were walking. How should we know if we don't even know where our destination is? But I think in 1 or 2 hours we should be there. Shikamaru answered. Shikamaru has a point, Naruto. Irika-sensei wouldn't select a place too far away from the village, because we are not ninja yet and most people here can't keep walking for more than 2 or 3 hours without rest. Sasuke answered with a smile. He was happy he could finally talk with someone and not have to be afraid of his father. Hey Sasuke Munch, how come you're actually Munch talking with us? Choji asked curiously while eating his never-ending bag of crisps. Yeah, and you're smiling too. Something's wrong here. Now who are you and what did you do to the brooding Uchiha? Naruto added with a small chuckle. Sasuke's eye twitched in annoyance. Just because I don't talk in class and act like brooding Uchiha doesn't mean I'm one. Shikamaru rolled his eyes and sighed, geez, my class is full of clowns and actors. I sometimes wonder if this really is a ninja academy and not some theater school. Oh really? Then why do you act like brooding Uchiha when you can easily make friends like everyone else? There you go, Naruto laughed. What about you? I'm sure if you didn't act like an idiot, you could make friends as well, Sasuke answered with a victorious grin as he saw how it silenced Naruto. But he failed to notice the sad expression on his face. It didn't go unnoticed by Shikamaru and Choji. Shut up, idiot, Shikamaru whispered so Naruto couldn't hear him. When he saw Sasuke's confusion, he decided to elaborate. Do you remember what that girl said to him yesterday in class? After getting a nod from Sasuke, he continued, then it shouldn't be that hard to realize why exactly he didn't have friends. For some reason, parents tell their children to stay away him. After hearing that, Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He then whispered back to him, I thought it was the way she showed her superiority over Naruto. Choji shook his head. No Munch, he told us yesterday, Munch, he was treated that way, Munch, ever since he can remember, Munch. But he, Munch, doesn't know why. Yeah, and we saw how villagers were glaring at him yesterday when we met up. Why would anyone do that to him? Sasuke asked. Shikamaru shrugged. No one knows, but this topic is a bit painful for that troublesome blonde. When Sasuke looked at said blonde's face, he saw an expression of pain and sadness, almost the same expression Sasuke sometimes sees in a mirror. He then realized Naruto had it worse than he did. Naruto, oblivious, as always, to the whispering, decided not to think about his past and changed the topic. Hey, guys, want to pull some pranks on Sensei or the other kids? He asked while grinning like mad. Sasuke smirked and was relieved at Naruto's sudden change of mood. Shikamaru and Choji just smirked, showing they agreed with him. Unknown to them all, even for the two Chunin, they were followed and watched. They were followed by a man wearing a weasel mask, indicating he was an ANBU member. He was none other than Itachi Uchiha. He wore black pants, short-sleeved shirt and gray chest armor, metal arm guards and gloves. He also had a simple sword on his back. He was happy seeing his brother laughing with his classmates. Sasuke would have been able to do that long ago if it weren't for their father. Just thinking about their father made Itachi frown. He then remembered why he was there. Flashback. One day before the trip. "You summoned me, Hokage-sama?" Itachi asked the leader of their village. Hiruzen looked at Itachi with tiredness present in his eyes. He then poofed out a cloud of smoke from his pipe and answered, "Yes, Itachi. I have a special mission for you." "Well, it's more of a request than a mission." Itachi raised an eyebrow, curious at what the Hokage would ask of him. "And what would it be?" "As you may know, the kids in the academy have a field trip." When he received a nod from Itachi, he continued, "I want to ask you if you could keep an eye on them until the trip ends." Now Itachi was curious why the Hokage would request such a task. After all, there would be 2 chunin with the kids. But why Hokage-sama? From what I've heard, this trip is not far from the village and there would be 2 chunin with the kids. Why should an ANBU watch them? You have a point there, Itachi, but my intuition tells me something is going to happen. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. 8-year-old kids outside the village and most of them are clan heirs. A lot can happen. He poofed another cloud of smoke. Still, I can't get rid from this feeling. That's why I want to give them some extra protection. Just in case if something happens. Hokage answered. "I see. Very well, I accept your request. It will also be interesting to see how my brother interacts with others," Itachi said with a small smile. He really wanted to see if Sasuke could still make friends after so much time without normal socializing. "Thank you. Make sure to stay hidden. Also, do not interfere unless it's a life and death situation. I feel something's going to change in this trip. Something very important is going to happen." "What do you mean, Hokage-sama?" "I do not know, Itachi. Interfere only if it is life and death situation. Understood?" The old Hokage ordered with power behind his words, showing why he was still the village leader. Despite Hokage's tone though, it didn't affect the young Uchiha genius. He was a professional and only few things could scare him.
Hi, Hokage-sama.
"I will leave now and prepare for the 2-day trip." When Itachi received a nod from his leader, he left, still wondering what old Sarutobi meant. "I still can't shake this feeling," the Hokage thought, and when he saw a pile of papers in front of him, he frowned. "Ugh! This paperwork will kill me one day." Flashback end. "I still can't see what can go wrong here, but if Hokage-sama is right, then I better keep my eye on them." Itachi then focused on his mission, if this could be called a mission for an ANBU captain, and continued to watch the kids while he was trying to keep hidden. Well, he didn't need to try after all. They were only a bunch of kids and 2 chunin. Back with the kids. An hour and a half had passed since they left the village. Now the kids and the 2 teachers were standing in a nice forest clearing surrounded by trees which was lit by sunlight. The shadows from the trees gave a mysterious and beautiful sight. One could hear various birds chirping and singing from the trees as well. You could even hear the bubbling of a stream or a small river nearby. The water gave off a nice and fresh smell in the clearing, while the sound of the rushing water also gave off a relaxing sensation. If one looked closely, one could also spot some forest animals between the bushes. Rabbits, small foxes, squirrels, and many more wildlife. The kids widened their eyes when they saw the beautiful clearing, smelled the fresh air, and saw the wild animals. Never in their lives had they seen something so beautiful, not even in Konoha. They were happy they went on this trip. The kids hoped this will be the place they will stay. Perfect spot, Irika thought, with a large smile while breathing the fresh forest air, free from village's various scents. "Okay, listen up. We'll make our camp here. I want each team to set up their tents in 30 minutes. Make sure you're not very far away from other teams. Then we will have a 1-hour break, where we will eat and relax. Then for 3 hours you will have a lecture with me and Mizuki-sensei here and some light activities. After that, we will have our first team game. Is that clear?" "Hi, sensei," everyone said in unison. Irika smiled and continued, "Do not wander too far away from the camp, or you will have to spend the rest of the trip near me. Now go prepare your tents." With another hi in unison from everyone, the kids started to unpack their bags and start building their tents. The first team to complete this task was none other than Naruto's team. They did everything in 10 minutes, in which Naruto showed great organization and leading skills, as great as an 8-year-old could have, where he assigned his teammates various tasks. Sasuke and himself were setting up the tent. Choji went to gather some dry logs or sticks or whatever could burn, while Shikamaru set up the fireplace and put food on table. If a wooden plate on 2 wooden logs, which Choji brought, could be considered a table. Their small camp was not too far from forest, next to a large tree, the largest in the clearing. Naruto chose this place because he knew his friend Shikamaru liked to watch clouds. It was more comfortable to lay on a tree branch and stare at the sky than lay on the ground. Anyway, they were quite happy they finished first. That meant they had more free time, which they used to chat and get to know each other better. The second team, which finished in 14 minutes, was Shino's team, consisting of Shino, Kiba, and Hinata. Isn't it ironic? They were not far from Naruto's team. Kiba took care of finding something to burn. Seeing he had the most energy, Shino was setting up the tent, while Hinata was busy doing her magic near the fireplace and preparing the food. After everything was done, they decided to explore the beautiful clearing. Shino was interested in bugs, obviously. Hinata was wondering if there would be any medical herbs in the forest. She had a book in her hand with various pictures with plants. Kiba was being Kiba, running around and trying to come up with something fun to do. The third team, which finished in 19 minutes from the start, was Sakura's team, consisting of Sakura, Ino, and 2 random girls whose names were Sayu and Hinajuku. Naruto's team were impressed, especially Sasuke. They expected this team to finish the last and complain about whatever fangirls could complain about in the forest. Well, Sayu and Hinajuku were complaining and didn't do much. Both of them got the food, set up the fireplace, and just sat there, waiting for something, while Sakura was setting up a tent with a victorious smile and Ino was searching for wood with a frown. The reason for that was because Sakura and Ino were arguing about who will set up the tent. Why they were arguing, no one will ever know. But it seemed Sakura won. Now both girls were searching for Sasuke-kun to spend more time with him, to Sasuke's horror, while the other 2 were just sitting near fireplace and waiting for something to happen. At least now Ino and Sakura didn't call Sasuke theirs. They agreed to spend more time becoming a ninja, hoping it will get Sasuke's attention, but they were still the fangirls. It's a good thing that Naruto's team were hiding in their tent so the girls wouldn't find them. To be more precise, wouldn't find Sasuke. The other kids managed to complete their task before 30 minutes had passed. Okay, time's up. Those who didn't manage to set up everything, you will do it later. Now everyone come here so we can begin our lesson. Irika shouted so everyone could hear him. Almost everyone frowned and then sighed. Even outside of the academy they would get their lessons. Someone even muttered, "Troublesome." You can try and guess who it was. As the kids gathered in front of their teachers, Mizuki decided it was the time to set his plan in motion. He secretly made some hand signs behind his back so no one would notice them. After that was done, 3 figures behind the trees saw the signs and started their plan. They quickly did half-dozen hand seals in complete sync, ended on the ram seal and muttered release. After that was done, the area in clearing where everyone was slowly filled with invisible chakra. This chakra came from 4 seal tags that were placed around the clearing. Also, there was a well-hidden 5th seal not far from kids. The 5th seal attracted chakra from the other seals, thus leading chakra to clearing. But that wasn't the only purpose of the 5th seal. One of the figures did another set of hand seals and calmly said, "Silent dream." After that, the 5th seal glowed a bit and all the chakra in the area was filled with various drugs. Everyone in the area suddenly felt tired and their eyelids became heavier. Most of the kids were already on the ground, sleeping. The only ones left standing were Naruto, Irika, Mizuki, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Shino. Although the latter 3 were barely fighting back the sleep, after a moment they all collapsed, unable to continue. On the other hand, Irika wasn't affected because he had some experience by being a chunin and felt the genjutsu. He dispelled it and Mizuki did the same. Naruto was feeling a bit tired, but he also could fight back, thanks to demonic chakra mixed with his normal one. Thus this kind of genjutsu didn't work on him *1 star. So Hokage-sama was right after all. But I can't intervene now. I need to find out who attacked them and why, Itachi thought. He reduced the distance between those who were still standing and suppressed his chakra as much as possible in order to stay hidden. "What the hell?" shouted Irika. "Mizuki, check the perimeter and send word to Hokage-sama. Meanwhile, I will check on kids." "That won't be necessary," Mizuki replied, grinning. 3 figures then jumped from the forest side and stood next to Mizuki. After that, they took off their cloaks and showed themselves. To the right of Mizuki stood a female, Ryoko. She had a round face, narrow, green eyes, and brown hair which reached her shoulder blades, which she kept in ponytail. She wore a long, green Chinese-style dress with slits on the either side for easy movement, which reached a bit past her knees. Under the dress, she had a mesh armor and tight shorts. Also, she wore a simple pair of shinobi sandals. She had a shuriken holster attached to her right thigh for easy reach. To the left of Mizuki stood a muscular man, Shigeru. He wore a pair of shinobi sandals, ANBU pants which reached his ankles, gray shin pads, a muscle shirt and arm guards. He had a kunai holster attached to his left thigh. He had short, brown hair. Both of them wore Hitai 8 with a music note on their forehead. "What's the meaning of it? Mizuki, who are they?" Irika worriedly asked. "Yeah, Mizuki. Tell him who we are and why we're here," Ryoko said with a smirk. "Don't be stupid, Ryoko. Why would we want to tell our plans to an enemy?" Shigeru said with annoyance. He wanted to finish as quickly as possible. "He has a point, Ryoko. Now, Irika, hand over Hinata and Naruto and we will leave you alive," Mizuki said with a grin. "What? Irika-sensei, what is Mizuki-sensei talking about?" Naruto asked. To say he was a bit confused would be a misunderstanding of the century. "I don't know, Naruto, but listen. Run to the village and inform Hokage about what happened here and request help," Irika answered. "Ah, he is not going anywhere. You see, we need the demon brat for our plans," Mizuki answered, chuckling. Although Mizuki wasn't as close to Naruto like Irika was, it was still painful to hear your sensei call you what the rest of the village does. Now, Naruto was feeling sad and his anger was rising. He had had enough first, the villagers called him demon brat. Then he goes on 8th trip, trying to have fun with his new friends. Then some random people appear, put a genjutsu on everyone and talk about taking Hinata and him for some plans. And then his own sensei calls him demon. "Why, Mizuki? Why does everyone calls me demon? Why do you?" Naruto demanded, while having tears in his eyes. "You really want to know?" Mizuki smirked. Fine. "No, Mizuki, you can't. It's an S-class secret." Irika tried to reason with the traitor. "Who cares about that? I'm no longer a ninja of this pathetic village. Ryoko, Shigeru, handle Irika and then take the Hyuga. I'll take care of this demon," Mizuki said. Both Ryoko and Shigeru nodded and were ready to engage Irika. "No. I will not let you harm Naruto," Irika shouted and ran toward Naruto in order to protect him. But he couldn't reach him because he was kicked hard in the stomach and sent flying backwards. Irika managed to land on his feet, then looked at his attacker. "Sorry, but we are your opponents now," Shigeru said with a smirk. "I need to finish it quickly if I want to help Naruto. Please stay safe. I'll be by your side shortly," Irika thought. "I see. They want kidnap Hinata and Naruto to sell them to other hidden villages. Hinata because of her Byakugan, and Naruto because he is a Jinchuriki," Itachi thought. "I think it's time to intervene." He was about to jump from his hiding spot when he suddenly felt large chakra spike. What? Could it be Naruto? Maybe I should hide for a little while longer and see what happens. With Naruto. "Irika!" Naruto shouted after Irika was kicked. He was about to run to his brother figure when he was kicked by Mizuki. "You're not going anywhere." Why, Mizuki? Why? Naruto cried. Well, I suppose I could tell you. Do you know why villagers hate you? Mizuki asked. When Naruto shook his head, he continued. 8 years ago, Kyuubi attacked our village. Many ninjas and civilians died that night. No one could stop the mad beast. But then the Yondaime Hokage appeared and gave everyone hope. I already know that. Yondaime killed the Kyuubi, so get to the point already. Naruto shouted, his anger building. Impatient, huh? Well, you see, Kyuubi can't be killed because it's a creature of pure chakra. Can only be sealed. And Yondaime did it. He chose an orphan and sealed the beast inside it. It was you, Naruto. By becoming the host of Kyuubi, you became its reincarnation. Mizuki finished with victorious smirk when he saw Naruto's shocked face. Naruto's eyes widened. That makes sense. Demon brat, and just demon. Kicked out of the orphanage and stores and the hateful glares. Parents telling their children to stay away from me. All because of Kyuubi? He then looked at Irika, who was barely standing. He gritted his teeth. Well, I don't care what villagers think. It's not mine or Kyuubi's fault if they can't see the difference between a kunai and the scroll it's sealed in. I'll show them I'm no demon. There are people who care about me. I can't allow Mizuki to manipulate me. I will continue to protect them as I did so far by keeping Kyuubi in prison. And I am not its reincarnation. Then he remembered something what Irika once told him. Flashback. Naruto, being Hokage is not just about being acknowledged, but about protecting the village and your loved ones with your life and making life better for everyone. And you can become even more powerful if you have precious people to protect. Irika said with a warm smile. Flashback end. Do you want to protect them? Someone asked. Naruto wasn't dumb, so he figured out that someone was speaking in his mind. Huh? He mentally asked. Do you want to protect Irika and those kids here? The voice asked again. From the corner of his eyes, he saw how Irika was being beaten. He didn't have a choice. I don't know who you are, but yes, protect my precious people. I don't know why I still love this village, but I will protect it with my last breath. I will become a Hokage and protect the village and my precious people, Naruto said with flames in his eyes, full of determination. Very well, I will give you the power to do so, the voice said and chuckled evilly. When Mizuki saw the determination in Naruto's eyes, he became confused. It should have broken him. So will you dash? He couldn't finish when he was thrown back by a chakra wave from Naruto. He felt a malevolent chakra and energy coming from Naruto, a chakra well known to him. No. Did I free the Kyuubi? With Irika, Shigeru, and Ryoko. Right after he landed, Irika took 6 shuriken in each hand and threw them at Ryoko and Shigeru. He then did some hand seals and shouted Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, and then 6 shuriken became 50. Both Ryoko and Shigeru easily dodged them or deflected them with kunai, but they still received some scratches. But it was only for distraction. While both of them were evading shuriken, Irika had already finished another set of hand seals and shouted, Doton, rock spike. 2. One large rock spike shot up from the earth, ready to impale Ryoko, but she managed to dodge at the last second, but still received a deep gash on her shoulder. Shigeru saw that and quickly made hand seals, put his fingers near his mouth and shouted Keton, Fireball Jutsu. He then exhaled a medium-sized fireball at Irika. Irika quickly dodged it only to receive a sharp punch in his gut and kick in a face from Ryoko. He stumbled back, and when he stopped, he was ready to defend himself. He then heard a nice voice singing, after which large plants with mouths started to grow from the ground. After that, said plants rushed at Irika trying to swallow him. What the fuck? Genjutsu? He then dispelled the genjutsu, but it was too late because he received a strong punch from Shigeru which sent him flying. I think he broke my nose. Ryoko took out a kunai and went for the kill. Suddenly, the whole clearing was filled with malicious chakra and a shockwave threw them back a little. Naruto didn't know what was happening. First, he felt anger, a lot of anger. Secondly, he felt bloodlust. He wanted to kill somebody and quickly. He looked up and around and saw Mizuki, the reason for his anger. Mizuki, meanwhile, watched Naruto with horror. Red chakra started oozing out from Naruto and bubbling. A second red chakra cloak started covering his body. Fox-like ears grew, replacing his ears, and a tail formed around Naruto. His nails grew out a bit and became sharper. His hair became spikier and wilder than before. His whisker marks became more pronounced. His eyes turned red and his pupils turned into slits. Then something happened. In a blur, he disappeared and reappeared in front of Mizuki, his hand ready to strike. Mizuki was too shocked to even move. Naruto pierced Mizuki's chest and heart, making a hole, and killed him instantly. Mizuki didn't have time to even scream in pain. Naruto then took out his hand from the hole and blood started to spray out, covering him in it. Naruto then turned around and glared with his slitted eyes at Ryoko and Shigeru, who were shaking with fear. "You will not harm my precious people," he roared, and faster than a mere genin could see, he launched himself at Shigeru. Shigeru's shinobi senses kicked in and he managed to dodge a punch by jumping to the left and falling to the ground. Naruto was already on him, ready to pierce his heart like he did with Mizuki. Shigeru covered his head, ready to die. Before Naruto could finish, he felt pain in his back. He turned around and saw Ryoko throwing shuriken at him from a safe distance. Naruto then let out a roar with another shockwave, knocking back all the shurikens which were already impaled in him and others that were already sent flying towards him. Naruto then redirected his attention to Ryoko and started to run towards her. Meantime, Shigeru was trying to run away. When Naruto reached Ryoko, he launched a punch at her face, which she quickly blocked with her arms. Thanks to Kyuubi's chakra cloak, Naruto burned Ryoko's arms, despite her blocking the punch. Naruto then quickly kicked her and she couldn't block it. She stumbled back, and before she managed to push back the pain from the recent kick and burn, Naruto was already on her, impaling her chest. More blood spilled out from the hole and Ryoko fell down, lifeless. Naruto then turned around for his last target, but couldn't find him. "No, I must find him. I must find him and kill him, or he will hurt more people. He will hurt more of my precious people if I do not kill him," Naruto nervously thought. Then another large chakra wave erupted from Naruto. His eyes began to hurt. He started to scream. He didn't see his blue and silver chakra scum out of him and begin to swirl around, merging with the red one. He let out another painful scream. "WWH, what's happening?" Iruka asked himself with fear in his eyes. Fear for Naruto. "I have to intervene or this will turn ugly," Itachi thought worriedly and jumped out from his hiding spot. "Are you all right, Iruka-san?" Itachi asked. "And you? What are you doing here?" "No time to explain. Can you wake up the kids and lead them to a safe location?"
Yes.
"Good. I'll take care of Naruto-kun," Itachi said, and when he saw the worry in Iruka's eyes, he smiled under his mask and said, "Even in this state you're protective of him, right? Don't worry, I will not hurt him. I will just try to suppress the demon's chakra." Little did he know what was happening in Naruto's mind. Mindscape. It looked like some kind of sewer or underground bunker with various tunnels and pipes along the wall and ceiling. There was also water which could reach a human's ankle. In front were large cage-like doors with a simple paper with the word seal in kanji instead of a keyhole. Behind the cage sat the nine-tailed fox, who was grinning like mad, enjoying the feeling of killing. It *3* couldn't see, smell, or feel anything outside of the cage because of the seal, but its chakra cloak on Naruto was allowing him to feel the outside world, even if it was for a little while. So Kyuubi was laying there, enjoying the sensations, when suddenly blue and silver energy erupted at the end of the tunnel and rapidly went for a cage. Kyuubi saw that and started to feel a bit worried. The silver chakra felt familiar though, but it couldn't remember why. What the hell is happening? What is this chakra? He thought angrily. While the blue and silver chakra was heading towards the cage, both energies started to merge together. After a second, the two chakras became one. It became silver with a blue tint to it. When the chakra reached the cage, it suddenly stopped and started to form a figure. After some seconds, a tall, human figure stood in front of the cage. It looked like he was made of silver and blue flames, and it seemed like the figure was looking directly at the QB. Before QB could say anything, the chakra figure opened its eyes. Well, to be more precise, those eyes just appeared on the figure. But what shocked QB the most was what those eyes looked like. A ripple-like pattern around the pupil, with a light purple iris and sclera. Something felt very familiar about it. What the fuck? Who the hell are you and what are you doing here? QB roared, demanding answers. You will get your answers, but it is time to cure your unstable mind and bring you back. Also, it's time for him to awaken. The figure answered with a powerful yet calm voice. With that, he exploded and once again turned into a sea of silver chakra and tried to enclose QB. QB fought back by producing as much chakra as possible, but because of the seal, it was limited in how much chakra it could create. Within a minute of chakra fighting, the silver won and enclosed the QB. QB was completely inside a large, filled-in silver chakra dome. After a minute, the silver chakra started to sink into the QB. QB let out a sharp roar of pain and tried to push back the silver chakra as much as possible, but to no avail. For a quick second, its eyes turned completely purple and then changed back. Now QB was radiating a orangish chakra. As quickly as everything started, it ended. QB panted heavily, exhausted. I now remember everything. Okami, what have I done? I need to speak to the kit as soon as possible. Thank Kami I was sealed inside him, or I would have never returned. So he is the one. So you were right after all, Dad. QB thought while smiling. It wasn't one of those maniac grins. It was a sincere, warm smile. Something one would never expect from the King of Demons. I still have some chakra left, so use it well and kill that bastard who dared to take away your precious people. Kit. As the battle in the mindscape finished up, Naruto's chakra cloak became bright orange. Instead of crimson red, it also looked much calmer. Naruto didn't feel any negative emotions anymore. Instead, he felt peaceful, like he finally found something he had been searching for ages. He felt like he was in a sanctuary now. Also, he was radiating the same calm aura, chakra, sensation, call it whatever you like, all across the clearing. This chakra was also affecting everyone unconscious. Slowly, very slowly, the genjutsu, which was cast on the kids, began dispelling. Then he opened his eyes. He was surprised. He could see so much further now and so much clearer. He could see various chakra signatures which nearby people radiated. He didn't know it, but his eyes had changed. His bright blue eyes had been replaced by a ripple-like pattern around the blue pupil, with a yellow iris and purple sclera. Around his pupils were two thin slits, like the Sharingan Tomo *4*. He looked around and saw Shigeru running away. Unconsciously, he focused on the retreating figure and channeled chakra to his right eye. Unknown to him, the two slits in his right eye started to spin. After a second, he saw a kanji for mark appear on man's back. The kanji glowed a bit. Now, somehow, Naruto knew just how far Shigeru was. Naruto then ran towards Shigeru at incredible speeds, reaching him in 5 seconds. Before Shigeru could react, he was impaled through his chest from behind. The last thing he saw was a bloody hand sticking out from his chest, blood dripping on ground. He then fell to the ground, lifeless. After that was done, Naruto returned to Irika. He stiffened when he saw a man near him, but relaxed when he realized it was Konoha Anbu. Irika-sensei, are you all right? Naruto asked. Both Itachi and Irika stared at Naruto in awe and shock. Awe because of his chakra cloak, which radiated calmness instead of malicious bloodlust and was bright orange instead of crimson red. Shock because of his eyes.
Rinnegan.
Itachi stuttered in his mind.
Impossible.
He has the legendary dojutsu, but it doesn't look like legends described. It should have been with a light purple iris and sclera and black pupil. Maybe it's evolved? Maybe that's what Hokage-sama meant. He thought with awe. Irika had the same thoughts, but then he remembered his student asked him a question.
YA, Naruto.
I'm fine, thanks. You saved me here. Irika-sensei, do you hate me? I mean, because of Kyuubi? Naruto asked with worry.
No.
Of course I don't hate you. You're like a little brother to me, and I can tell the difference between a beast and a human. You're completely human, Naruto, and I never hated you. Irika said with a warm smile, forgetting about the changes in Naruto's eyes. Thank you, Irika-sensei. Thank you very much, answered Naruto with a bright smile and a single tear falling from his eyes. His eyes then turned back to his normal ocean blue and his orange chakra cloak disappeared. He then fell unconscious to the ground as the kids finally woke up. When the kids woke up, the first thing they felt was calmness in the air and saw Naruto standing in an orange chakra cloak with fox-like ears and tail sticking out from it. Then they saw Naruto fall unconscious. Naruto! Sasuke, Shikamaru and Choji shouted, worried for their friend. Little did they know said friend saved all of them from Kami knows what. -2 minutes before battle in Mindscape. Somewhere in Amigakure, Shinra Tensei shouted Nagato, throwing Hanzo back with an invisible force. Hanzo stopped when he hit the wall of a nearby building. This fight was lasting for too long. Hanzo was already exhausted and can barely stand. Who the hell is this guy? And what's with those eyes? Any jutsu I throw at him, he just absorbs or repels. He thought with a scowl on his face. How can I win? No. The right question is, can I win? He couldn't waste any more time thinking because he had to dodge paper shuriken. He then heard Nagato speaking. Your time has come to an end. You're already exhausted and I can still fight. Be honored, for you will be the first step towards a greater good. Your pain will be the first of many, Nagato calmly said, his voice void of emotion. Before Hanzo could answer Nagato, he raised up his hand and said, Bansho Tenin, and the next thing Hanzo knew, he is pulled towards Nagato with an unknown force. So this is it. When Hanzo finally reached Nagato, he was impaled by a black, long and sharp rod, piercing his heart and immediately killing him. Just as Nagato did it, he quickly turned around and stared into the distance. Unknown to him, he was staring directly at Naruto as he awakened his Rinnegan. A woman with blue hair and a paper flower in it approached Nagato and asked, Is something wrong? Nagato didn't answer for a minute, still staring. He then turned his eyes to Konan and said, Nothing. I just felt something familiar. Let's go. We have to deal with those who were loyal to Hanzo. When that is done, I shall become a god and you will be my angel. Yes, Nagato. From this moment onward, my name is Pain. With that, both figures walked deeper in the town, killing everyone in their path who were still loyal to Hanzo. Soon, I shall bring peace to this tainted world, because I was chosen to do so. Chapter 2. Drip. Drip. Drip was the only thing Naruto heard when he woke up. He looked around and tried to figure out where he was. It looked like some kind of sewer or underground bunker with pipes running along the walls and ceiling. The place looked creepy. Where the hell am I? Naruto asked himself. He tried to remember what happened and how he ended up here. Slowly, his memories came back to him. Oh, that's right. Mizuki and those two attacked us. Then someone spoke to me. Then I felt some kind of power and then…
Naruto gasped. Oh no.
I killed them. All of them. What have I done? Am I really a Dita demon like everyone talks about? Tears started to form in his eyes. I need to find somebody. I need to find the exit. He took a step and noticed there was water that reached his ankles. But it didn't make Naruto's feet wet. Creepy. He was walking through various tunnels, trying to find an exit until he heard something. It sounded like breathing and snorting. Being a curious kid, Naruto walked towards the noise's direction. Plus, he hoped it will be someone who could help him. After about 5 minutes, he reached a dead end. Or so he thought. He was standing in front of huge cage-like doors which were held closed with a paper with kanji for seal on it. In Naruto's opinion, it didn't look reliable enough to keep the door shut. And he couldn't see what was inside the cage because it was pitch black in there. But the breathing was louder than 5 minutes ago. Then, before Naruto could go into the cage, 2 large, red eyes with black slits snapped open. As the eyes opened, a bit of light came into the cage, revealing a huge fox laying inside. But what caught Naruto's attention were the 9 tails which was calmly swinging behind the fox. Naruto let out a scream and backed away from the cage. He had read about Kyuubi who attacked Konoha 8 years ago, and he knew what it looked like. But to be so close to it was a new experience for him. He was so frightened, he almost pissed his pants and he was gaping like a fish, afraid to say something or call for help. The fox observed him with curious eyes until it became boring. "Don't worry, Kit. I won't hurt or eat you," Kyuubi said with a surprisingly calm voice for a demon. How I can be sure? You're a D-demon after all. And why are you here? Why you should be dead. Naruto stuttered in fear, although in mind he was surprised. It speaks. I can't be killed. I'm made of pure chakra and no mortal can kill me, Kyuubi said with amusement. What? Then where are we? Is this some kind of D-dream? If you see can't be killed. What happened to you 8 years ago? Naruto asked. Little by little he was overcoming his fear and stuttering, seeing the demon is not going to kill him. Yet. Too many questions, Kit. But I will answer them. No, it's not a dream and we're in your mindscape which was created by the seal which also put me here. In other words, we're in your mind. To answer your other question, although I can't be killed, I can be sealed using potent and strong seals. Kyuubi answered and watched Naruto, hoping he will figure it out himself. Kyuubi knew Naruto is not as stupid as everyone thinks. My mind. Can't be killed, only sealed. Cage with a seal. Voice in my head. Villagers hate. Naruto muttered and then he widened his eyes. No, it can't be. You're sealed inside me? Yes, I'm sealed inside of you. I knew you would figure it out by giving you obvious hints. Fox answered with a grin, showing all its sharp teeth. It looked very intimidating. But why? Why did the Yondaime Hokage choose me out of all orphans? Naruto asked, tears coming from his eyes, fear forgotten. He just wanted to know why Yondaime ruined his life. Should I tell him or not? Now I'll tell him, better now than later. He needs to know the truth anyway. If I'll tell him now, he will be broken just for a week or 2. If I'll tell him some other time, he will be broken twice. Kyuubi thought. Tell me why? Why me? He just couldn't ask another parent to sacrifice their child. And he just chose a random orphan without parents? Naruto yelled angrily, his voice full of fury and his eyes red from tears. Yes and no. Yes, he chose you. No, he didn't choose, as you say, a random child. You're his son, Kit. He chose his own son. What? What are you talking about, Fox? Naruto asked. His anger and fury settled, and now confusion was in his voice. I can't be Yondaime's son. It just sounds too good. I can't be the son of such an important person. It doesn't make any sense. Yes, you are. Think about it. First, he chose his own newborn son, whose chakra coils didn't develop yet, and so he, son, would be loyal to village after sealing. Secondly, before he died, he asked the village to see you as a hero who keeps me in prison. Of course he was an idiot, believing they will honor this kind of wish. Thirdly, he knew something dark was coming and this world needed a hero. Who else would be better for this role than a kid with the strongest of bijou sealed inside him and enormous chakra reserves? Kyuubi answered with foxish smirk. Lastly, you look just like him. Exact copy. Blue eyes, blonde hair, the same face, only yours is a bit rounder than his. After thinking for a while, he admitted that it made sense. He remembered all the pictures of the yondaime, and he admitted that the yondaime looked just like him. He still needed to confirm it with Ojaizen. But now he couldn't hate the man. He sacrificed his life for the village. It was something that a true leader would do. And he asked the village to see Naruto as a hero, something Naruto had always wanted. I see. It makes sense now. But I will confirm it with Ojaizen. I have to know if it's really true, Naruto said. Kyuubi just nodded and waited for some more questions. It was shocking to find out the Lord of Demons, Kyuubi no Yoko, was sealed inside him. It was more shocking to find out the man he admired the most was his idol, was also his father, who sealed the said bijou inside him. But he will think about it later. I'll think about everything later when I will wake up. Can I ask some Q questions? Naruto asked. Every time he looked at Demon's eyes, he stuttered. Kyuubi smiled, or grinned. Depends from which point of view one saw. Of course, Kit. We still have some time until you will wake up. Alright, I've read the Kyuubi is a malicious being, full of rage and hatred and kills everything it sees. But I don't feel anything evil from you. At all. Why? Well, it's simple. Your books lie. Huh. Kyuubi sighed. When I was created, along with 8 other bijou, I was an intelligent creature. Our creator gave us a task and we were scattered about the elemental nations. Slowly, after thousands of years, the other bijou went berserk because of the long time in the living world or because of unknown conditions. Bijou are not stable creatures. I too was losing my mind. But then something happened and my mind was healed. So I lived like that for some 1,000 years. But one day, a man found me and used his Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan, to tame me. Then everything went blank. He was very powerful if he could tame me. Next thing I knew, I was fighting another man who could use Mokuton. Naruto was listening very carefully. In his opinion, it was interesting to hear some history. Mokuton? You mean the Shodaime Hokage? Yes. Don't interrupt me anymore. Kid, Kyuubi growled. It really didn't like when someone interrupted it. As I was saying, I was fighting a man with the Mokuton ability and he won the fight. When I was released from the Sharingan's effect, I fled from there as far as possible. My instincts said to do so. But I was unsuccessful. Shodaime found me and sealed me inside a woman. Being tamed by the Sharingan and then being sealed were key factors in losing my mind. It was the moment I lost all my clear thinking and acted only on instinct, rage and bloodlust. I was like a savage animal, like the books described me. Until now. I'm very lucky I was sealed inside you. To say Naruto was shocked was like saying the village loved him. To think Kyuubi was once an intelligent creature and was fighting with the Shodaime Hokage himself. And lost. Any more questions so far? After a moment of thinking and overcoming his shock, Naruto asked, if you were sealed, how did you break free and attack Konoha? 8 years ago, a man with the Sharingan set me free from my previous host. The same eyes tamed me again and controlled me. The man ordered me to attack the village. After his control of me was gone, everything I saw was red. I was filled with rage and I was on a rampage. Unfortunately, I don't know any details on how was I freed or who my previous host was. And I'm sorry for attacking this village. Okay, that explains why books say you're a malicious being. And don't apologize, it wasn't completely your fault. But why until now? What changed you? When you offered power, you sounded evil. But now you don't seem evil or malicious at all. I had hoped you will me ask that. You see, when I was flooding you with my chakra, you were subconsciously mixing it with your own chakra and channeling it to your eyes in order to find the last man. You put so much strain on your eyes that you would have become blind, but you got lucky and instead of going blind, you awakened a dormant power. Your bloodline. Am I bloodline? I have a bloodline? Naruto asked, shock clearly evident in his voice. Kyuubi scowled. Naruto interrupted it again. Yes, your bloodline. Rinnegan. Don't ask any questions. I'll explain. Kyuubi said and thought how to explain it clearly. So Naruto could understand it. You don't have a normal Rinnegan though. It's a bit evolved. Also, you were gifted with special chakra, though I don't know why or how. Remember when you suddenly felt pain in your eyes and your whole body? After getting a nod from Naruto, Kyuubi continued, you were in pain because in here, your mindscape, your own chakra was mixing with a new chakra. When they finished mixing, this new chakra was fighting with me, trying to overcome me, while in real world 3 chakras were mixing together, which was successful. After your new chakra engulfed me, it started to heal my mind and placed various blocks so I wouldn't go berserk again. As long as I'm sealed inside you, I will not become a savage animal again. Plus, even if I get free of you, I will start losing my intelligence only after some thousands of years. Kyuubi finished explaining. Naruto widened his eyes. He was shocked and awed at the same time. Rinnegan? But I thought it was just a legend. How come I have it? He asked, emphasizing the word I as if it was something fucking believable. In some way, it is a myth. You see, you don't get Rinnegan by blood. When dark times come and when the world is in danger, Cammy herself chooses a human who will save the world, or do something else in the name of the better good, and who will wield the sacred eyes. The first human to ever wield the Rinnegan was Rikudo Sannin, my creator. Only one human in the world can have the Rinnegan. Seeing that you have a different one, I presume there is already someone with the original Rinnegan. If Naruto wasn't in his mindscape, he would have passed out from this kind of information. Cammy chose him? Rinnegan? Rikudo Sannin created Kyuubi? It was too much for his poor brain. Wait, you said only one person can wield the Rinnegan and then you say there's someone else with these eyes. Can you explain that? I am not sure, but I presume the original Rinnegan wielder did something that could bring more disaster to this world. Like he chose the wrong path, did something wrong or something along those lines. Remember this, Kit, humans are not perfect and when given power, they will not always walk the correct path. But if Cammy chose you, I will trust her judgment and help you. Naruto just nodded in understanding. He didn't know why, but he understood everything the Kyuubi was saying to him. He didn't have as many questions as most kids his age would have. Maybe it had something to do with this new Rinnegan? He didn't think too much about it. What do you mean by helping me? I will train you, Kit. Cammy chose you and my mission is to train you. Awesome. An overgrown fox with 9 tails, who also happens to be a lord of demons, will train me. How awesome is that? Naruto said, excited and all fear lost, bumping his fist into the air until he heard Kyuubi's growl. Watch your mouth, kid. I'm not an overgrown fox. I'm sorry, Naruto said with sheepish smile. Oh, what do you mean by mission? I will tell you later. Our time has come to an end. Do you have any other questions? Actually, yes. How will you train me? I mean, do I always will have to come here to speak to you? I'm afraid so, yes, Kit. The seal is very powerful and it will not allow me to speak to you, unless you're enraged. Next time when you come here, I will tell you your training schedule. I see. Do you have a name or I always have to refer to you as Kyuubi? And are you male or female? Naruto curiously asked. A demon lord should have a name or gender, at least he thought so. Kyuubi let out a small chuckle. Yes, I have a name, but I will not tell it to you now. And I don't have a gender. I'm a being made from chakra and given intelligence and consciousness. Why? I guess you will tell me your name when you trust me more. And it's uncomfortable to refer to you as it. From now on I will refer to you as he. Okay. So the new Rinnegan boosted his intelligence? I'm glad he found out. I will tell him my name when I get to know him better. Still, it's surprising. Kyuubi thought and answered, sure, I don't care. Anything else? Yeah, last thing. How do I activate my Rinnegan? Well, you just channel chakra to your eyes and think, Rinnegan. I think that's how it works. What do you mean by you think? You see, the original Rinnegan has one con. Once it awakens, it cannot be deactivated and always stays on. But yours somehow is different. While you will rest outside, I will analyze the recent battle and try to find out the new abilities of your Rinnegan. Go on, try and activate it. Kyuubi answered, emphasizing word, Your M.
Kyuubi-sama.
Oh. Before Naruto could finish, Kyuubi growled a bit. Kid, don't sama me. Just Kyuubi or Kyuubi-sensei. I hate all that honorific stuff. Naruto was a bit surprised, and here I thought, the Lord of the Demons will demand respect. I guess not. He thought and then continued. Right, Kyuubi? So, I can channel chakra to my eyes the same way I channel it to my feet, right? Kyuubi rolled his eyes for such a stupid question. Yes, the same concept. Try to close your eyes. Usually it helps when activating dojutsu for the first time. Naruto nodded and did as Kyuubi instructed. He closed his eyes, imagined the chakra in his body and how it flows to his eyes. When he felt it was enough, he thought Rinnegan, and quickly opened his eyes. He gasped. It became much lighter now, as if they were outside, in a field on a sunny day. Then, with his Rinnegan, he looked at Kyuubi, directly at his eyes. Kyuubi's eyes widened when he saw the slits in both of Naruto's eyes begin to spin rapidly, and he knew something was going to happen. And it happened. He felt how a portion of his demonic chakra was being drawn out. It lasted for just 2 or 3 seconds. After that, he saw a ball of dark orange chakra floating in front of him. Then, the orange chakra quickly moved through the sealed gates and engulfed Naruto, who was sitting there as if nothing happened, his slits still spinning, and then was absorbed by him. His Rinnegan stopped spinning, deactivated itself, and Naruto snapped back to reality. What just happened? When I looked in your eyes, I passed out for some seconds. Kyuubi, panting slightly, said, I don't know, Kit, it looks you awakened a new ability. You just took a portion of my chakra and absorbed it. It wasn't much though, less than half of the one-tail chakra amount. But I didn't do anything. Will my Rinnegan always do stuff by itself? Naruto asked. He just hoped he didn't make Kyuubi mad. He sighed in relief when he didn't sense any anger from the demon. No. I guess it will only happen when you awaken new abilities. Okay, our time has come to an end. We will meet again in the near future. Take care, Kit. Kyuubi said and closed his eyes to go back to sleep, in order to regain all the strength he lost after the battle in the mindscape. And now, before Naruto could respond, bright light entered his mindscape and blinded him. He blinked a few times, and after the 4th blink he opened his eyes. Where am I now? Naruto asked himself as he stared at the white ceiling. You're in the hospital, Naruto, someone said. How do you feel? Naruto turned his head and saw someone who he thinks of as grandfather. Oh, Jizen! Naruto almost shouted in excitement.
I'm okay, I guess.
What happened and how long have I been here? Well, to answer your second question, you've been out for 2 days. The old Hokage answered. What? 2 days? Naruto shouted. What the hell? Why so long? For some reason you had slight chakra exhaustion as well as blindness. Even so, for you it is a long time. And to answer your first question, that's what I would want to know. Can you tell me what happened? He asked. Blindness? Was it because of my? Naruto muttered. Hokage couldn't hear the last word though. Yeah. I can tell you what happened from what I remember. Hokage nodded, telling him to continue. We arrived at this awesome field in the forest. It was really beautiful. Then we set up our tents, we made campfire, and then we had some free time before Irika-sensei would start his lecture. When he started, I suddenly felt very tired and wanted to sleep, but I somehow resisted it. I saw how the others were falling asleep. Then Mizuki appeared with someone. There was Mizuki, one more man and a woman. I didn't recognize which village they were from, but I remembered their Hittite. There was musical note on it. After that, they split up. The 2 strangers went for Irika-sensei and Mizuki approached me. A note? I don't remember such a village. Maybe a new one, Hiruzen thought. I see. What happened next? Naruto thought a bit whether tell him or not. He decided to tell him. He trusted the old Hokage after all, and he didn't want to lie to him. Oh, Jizen, promise you won't tell anyone what I'm about to tell you. promise or I will leave this village, Naruto said with serious expression. Hiruzen was a bit shocked at such a statement. I promise, but would you really leave? And I doubt you could do that. Naruto just grinned. Well, if I can escape NBU after my pranks, escaping the village wouldn't be that hard, would it? The old Hokage looked at Naruto with amusement. But it was true, if Naruto could escape NBU, then leaving village wouldn't be that hard either. You're right, it wouldn't be that hard. But would you do it? Of course not. I just said that so you would promise and realize how serious what I'm about to say is. Even after everything this village did to me, this is still my home and I love it, Naruto said with a bright smile. ANBU, which were hiding nearby and guarding the Hokage, sweat dropped. This kid. You're very sneaky, you know that? Hiruzen said with a sigh. Yeah, I know. Oh, and place a privacy seal around the room and tell your ANBU to leave. Now both ANBU in the area and the Hokage were surprised. They were surprised because some first-year academy brat could sense them, although they had suppressed and masked their chakra. Overcoming his shock, the Hokage asked, I don't even know how you sense the ANBU, but I believe it's something to do with what you're going to tell me, right? After receiving a nod, he continued, Is it so important? Naruto's face was very serious, and he had that face only when something really serious happened. Yes, it is. Besides, I completely trust you, but not ANBU. I don't want any rumors to spread. After thinking a bit, Hiruzen nodded and signaled the ANBU to leave. After a second, the tension in the air was lighter. Ojaizen, there, in the corner, he pointed at the far right corner of the room, is one more ANBU. I told you, I can sense their chakra. Once again, the Hokage was surprised, but he just lifted his hand, signaling the last ANBU to leave. Then he made some hand seals and room walls flashed blue, before returning to normal, indicating that the privacy seal was now set. Now tell me, what was so important that happened? Hokage asked gently. Right? When Mizuki approached me, he started to talk some nonsense. Then, I saw how Irika-sensei was being beaten and how everyone was laying there, helpless. It appeared Mizuki was after me and Hinata for some reason. When I heard that, I was very angry and then someone offered me power. And I accepted it. Suddenly, I started feeling angrier and my body moved by instinct. I killed Mizuki with a stab from my hand to his heart. And then I killed that W woman. Naruto answered, tears forming in his eyes. He had killed 3 people that day.
Oh mio mindless kaki killer?
Am I really the D-demon everyone talks about? Hiruzen, again, was a bit shocked when he heard about someone talking in Naruto's mind and offering him power. Kyuubi, and those damn villagers, still calling him names, even after I forbade it, he thought with a scowl on his face. Hiruzen then calmly asked, Tell me, Naruto, why did you kill them? Naruto looked at Hokage with teary eyes and said, To protect my friends, of course. When I saw my classmates laying there, and Irika being beaten, I remembered how Irika-sensei once said to me, You can become even more powerful if you have precious people to protect. That's why I accepted that power in the first place. I see. Now tell me, did you enjoy killing? Hiruzen asked. I don't know. I mean, I felt nothing when I killed them, but after my small frenzy disappeared, I realized what I did. It was horrible. I killed someone. I killed my sensei. Naruto answered with small sobs in the end. The Hokage put his hands on Naruto's shoulders gently, with a warm smile, which showed how much he cared for Naruto, said, Don't cry, Naruto. You did the right thing. Mizuki betrayed us and our village. He wanted to hurt your friends and classmates as well as Irika. Kami knows what would have happened if you hadn't been there. The most important thing was that you didn't enjoy it and that you felt sorry for the actions you had to perform. It means you won't become a mindless killer. You also did it for the right reasons. But remember, when you become a ninja and go on missions, you will have to kill in order to complete the mission. Just remember, you do it for right reasons. Naruto's sobs became quieter and he hugged the Hokage. Thanks, Ojizen. Your words mean a lot to me. No problem, Naruto. Remember that I will always support you. But I believe your story doesn't end like that. There's something more to it, right? You didn't tell me what happened to the third person. Right? After I killed the woman, And so he told the Hokage everything that happened, including his new bloodline and Kyuubi, though he didn't mention that Kyuubi told him who his father was. After Naruto finished retelling what happened, old Sarutobi sat there silently, staring at Naruto stupidly and blankly for about 1 or 2 minutes. Then, "What?" shouted Hokage. "So let me get this straight. You heard Kyuubi, it was evil and you accepted its power. Then you got new chakra and it mixes with your own. Then your new chakra heals Kyuubi's mind and it happens that Kyuubi is not evil. After that you find out that you have the Rinnegan and shout I mention an evolved one because you've been chosen by Kami to help this world, or so the Kyuubi says. Then Kyuubi offers to train you because of some unknown mission. After that, you activate your Rinnegan in your mindscape and something happens. Am I right so far?" Naruto sheepishly smiled and rubbed back of his head in embarrassment. "Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. I need sake. I'm getting too old for this," the Hokage muttered. "Can you show me?" Understanding what the Ojizen wants, Naruto closed his eyes, channeled some chakra to his eyes and thought, "Rinnegan," and then opened his eyes, showing the Hokage his Rinnegan with 2 slits around his pupils. While Hiruzen stared at Naruto's Rinnegan with an open mouth, Naruto examined his surroundings. He couldn't believe how well he could see. He could see everything in much better detail. Naruto then saw flower pots near the window, which was at the end of the room, and tried to focus on the leaf. Slowly, he could see more and more detail on the leaf, 2 drops of water from the morning dew, green veins running along the leaf. After 2 seconds, he could also see a small dust layer on the leaf and a small bug running there. He then lost his concentration when the Hokage called for him. "Naruto, your right eye's slits are slowly spinning. What are you doing?" "Huh? Oh, I was focusing on the flower over there." He then pointed at the flower. After some seconds, I could see almost all the details on the leaf, even the dust and a small bug. "And you said my right eye? I think my right eye gives me the ability to see further. Maybe there's something more to it. I hope Kyuubi will find out." Naruto finished and deactivated his Rinnegan just by stopping the flow of chakra to his eyes. Somehow, it was easier to manipulate chakra in his body than it was before when he did tree walking. "Right? I don't really like the idea of you being trained by Kyuubi or talking with him, but I will trust you. Itachi, the ANBU who was watching you, said that your chakra cloak changed and wasn't radiating any more bloodlust. Your story explains why. So I will trust you," Hokage said. If you already knew everything, why did you ask?" Naruto asked, curious. Then he got it. "Oh wait, don't answer. You asked because you wanted to see how everything happened from my point of view and to fill in some holes from Itachi-san's report, right?" "That is correct, Naruto."
I'm impressed.
1 week ago you couldn't get it so fast," Hokage replied. "I think it has something to do with my Rinnegan. When I found out Kyuubi was sealed inside me, I wasn't so sad about it as I thought I would be. I just accepted it. In my opinion, the Rinnegan somehow boosted my intelligence, though I'm not sure. I still need some time to think about everything Kyuubi said to me," Naruto said. "I see. Then I will leave you. I have to return to my duties. You will stay here for 2 more days and then return back to the academy," Hokage said as he stood up. "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. I approve of this training, but when you become a genin, you will show me your skill and what you've learned." "Understood." "Yes, Ojizen. See you later," Naruto said as he laid back in bed and went to sleep. The Hokage just smiled and left the hospital, returning to the tower to resume his duties. To be more precise, to be tortured by damn paperwork. Again. Village. Somewhere near Kaminari no Kuni borderland. It was deep night in a small village near Kaminari no Kuni, lightning country, borderland. The full moon shone in all its glory, illuminating lone streets with its mysterious light. You could hear some wolf pack, hidden near the forest shadows, howling at the moon and ready to hunt their unsuspecting prey. Most of the villagers were already asleep, their homes embraced in darkness, dreaming about various things, though some houses still had their lights on. And one of these houses was the Tsukiko clan's main building. The Tsukiko clan was a very ancient clan with a very rare bloodline and summoning contract. Why were they rare? Because only once in 400 to 500 years a single member of clan can awaken their ancient bloodline, and only this one person can sign their sacred summoning contract. The bloodline was very strong, so strong it could cease wars or heal injuries. It could summon souls to aid allies or rain death on their enemies. In order to awaken the bloodline, one needed to meet various conditions. One may think that one of these conditions is high emotional or physical pain, but that's not true. At least not completely. The condition is unknown. Each member who ever awakened the bloodline did it in different ways. One suffered emotional pain, the other suffered high physical pain while someone else got it out of the blue. But the last member who had this bloodline died 1,500 years ago. No one knows why the bloodline had suddenly disappeared, but it is the reason why this clan is now extinct. The last two members of this clan, a girl and her grandfather, remain on their sacred ground, in their home, their village which they built. It was a rather small village too. They say the bloodline has disappeared, that it's nothing but a myth. But they are wrong. The ancient power is going to be awakened again, by the sole survivor of the said clan. The main clan hall was lit by many candles on the walls. The room wasn't bright, but it was enough to see. This room was sacred and was used only in important clan events, like meetings and deciding clan or clan members' fates. And today, or rather tonight, was an important event for one girl. In the middle of the hall was a large bed, surrounded by candles. In the bed laid an old man, covered with silver-colored blankets. He had short gray hair, and his face had many wrinkles, indicating his old age. It looked like he was in his early 70s, but he looked sick and dying. Near the old man, next to the bed, was a young girl. She had a beautiful face, narrow eyebrows, deep brown eyes with black pupils, a small but beautiful nose and thin lips. She had long, light brown hair, which reached a bit past her shoulder blades, and bangs hanging down on either side of her face to frame her beautiful face. Although she was only 9 years old, she was beautiful. The girl was on her knees, her face buried in her palm, crying. Why is she crying? Because her only relative, her grandfather, will die within some minutes. Alice-chan. The old man addressed her granddaughter with weak voice. Why are you crying? Alice, whose full name was Alicia Tsukiko, lifted her head, showing her red cheeks and eyes, answered with sorrow and anger. Sorrow for obvious reason, but anger for such a stupid question. Why am I crying? How could I not when all my clan and family has died and you're the only one left? How could I not cry when you're going to die too and I'll be left all alone? She finished and buried her face in her palms again and started to cry louder, no longer capable of keeping it in. I'm old, Alice-chan. You should know members of our clan usually die about this age. The old man said, then he paused as if thinking about something. After a minute of silence, except Alicia's crying, the old man continued as serious as he could in his condition. Listen, Alicia, do you know the prophecy of our clan? Alicia lifted her head, hearing how serious her Ojizan was. She just nodded. She knew about the prophecy from the age of 6. The man then continued. I believe with all my heart the prophecy is about you, Alice-chan. The man coughed several times. But it's just that, a prophecy. It is as good as a myth, she countered. Alicia, the old man sternly said, listen carefully. I believe in you. You heard me? I believe in you, he said, emphasizing each his word. Even if you will do not awaken it, I believe you will do as the prophecy says, because that is my last wish. Seeing his granddaughter's widened eyes, he reached into his pocket in his pants and took out a key. It looked really old and it had some kind of wing-like pattern on its bow. Here, take this key. just in case you're the one. You know where the sacred chamber is, he said as he gave Alicia the key, which she accepted with trembling hands. He continued, from now on, you're heir and sole survivor to our clan. Good luck, Alicia. I love you. More tears started to form in girl's eyes. She squeezed the key and put her hands on her chest, where heart should be, as if it was the dearest thing left for her. T thank you, O Jisen. I will do as you ask. I'll love you too, she said as she hugged her grandfather for last time. When she let him go, she saw him smiling and glowing. Thank you. Be the Val ** Kyrie like some of our predecessors were, he quietly said, as he was engulfed in yellow and white light and slowly started to evaporate. Although when someone dies it is sad, but it was beautiful. In 5 or 6 seconds he was gone, dead. But Alicia knew better. Her clan didn't just die, and the way they died is not normal on its own. When the person in their clan dies, they connect with nature around, as if they were creations of nature themselves. When the last particle of her deceased grandfather disappeared, she was broken, but at the same time you could see the strong determination in her eyes. I won't let you down, O Jisen, she said quietly. Light started to form around her, but she didn't notice it. I will fulfill your wish and heal this world, she said louder, her voice full of determination, still oblivious to the sudden light around her, which was getting bigger and brighter. Suddenly she stood up and, as if trying to convince someone, shouted, for I am Alicia Tsukiko, heir to the Tsukiko clan and IT's last member. After those words were spoken, she noticed the light around herself. She gasped, but it was too late. The light flared, illuminating all the village through compound's windows, making the night as light as the day. Kept for some seconds, then the light died down. After the light was gone, Alicia stood there for some seconds, her eyes wide in shock, after which she fell unconscious. But something had changed though. Her hair changed from light brown to light blonde and was now reaching down to her lower back. Some of the villagers who were still awake saw the flare and thought with awe, the Valkyrie is born. Alicia's dream. She was flying or floating above the village. The village was huge and almost all the population looked happy. Why almost? Because there was one place which was filled with some kind of gray aura. The aura itself radiated hate. When she looked closely at that part of the village, she saw a 6-year-old blonde boy walking on the street. What caught her attention was his shadow. It had 9 tendrils, which looked like tails. The boy himself radiated a calm and bright aura, while the civilians around him radiated hate and the gray aura towards him. One of the civilians even took a tomato and wanted to throw it at the boy, but was stopped by another civilian who whispered something to the first one. Although it was just a whisper, and Alicia was very far from there, she could hear what he said. Don't anger the demon. Then she saw how everything started losing color wherever the blonde kid went, various insults thrown his way. Demon. Scum.
Kubi brat.
Get away from here. Why can't you just die? These were the most often used ones. But despite everything, the kid was smiling and radiating that small aura, and so she watched how the day went for the boy. When the day was finished, and the boy went to sleep, Alicia was amazed how he kept going after everything the village did to him. She also pitied him. Poor kid. He is no older than 6 or 7, and he has to endure so much. How can he keep going on after everything? He doesn't even have friends. How can he smile? Could I do the same? She thought, awed at the boy. Then, the scene changed. She was floating, once again, above a large crater. There were many holes around, some large water puddles. She also saw mountains and forests in the background, but what terrified her the most was huge monster standing there. By huge, she meant huge like a mountain. She couldn't see any details of the monster, only its red eyes, which seemed familiar. She then looked below the monster and gasped. There, not very far away from the monster, stood the same boy from before, but this time he had 9 red tails with orange tips swinging behind him. The boy turned and lifted his head and looked directly into Alicia's eyes. She gasped. His eyes were like she had never seen before, ripple-like pattern around the blue-slitted pupil with a red iris and purple sclera. It also had 3 white tomo around the pupil. Then she noticed the boy had some kind of crimson-red pigment round his eyes. The monster let out a demonic and monstrous roar. Alicia screamed for him to run, but to no avail. Her warnings and screaming were silent. She then saw how the boy closed his eyes and how a single tear fell down. The monster then shot a large stream of black and purple flame at the boy, engulfing him. When the fire died down, she saw no one there, only a burning crater. Alicia started to cry for boy's fate. It was so cruel. Alicia woke up in a cold sweat, panting, as if she had seen her worst nightmare. Well, she kind of did see a nightmare. Who was that boy? She thought. It looked and felt so real. Then, the pain returned to her body and once again, she was unconscious. Naruto's dream. At the same time, Naruto was dreaming a very familiar dream. It was a usual day when he was 6 years old, but this time he felt something unnatural, as if someone was watching him. But he paid it no attention, thinking it was the villagers. After he went to sleep, the scene changed. Now he was standing in large crater-like clearing, alone, facing a huge monster. He couldn't see any details of it, only its eyes. They were red with some kind of lines in them. It looked dead familiar. He then felt, again, someone watching him from above. He knew it wasn't civilians this time because no one was around. He turned and lifted his head up and saw a girl no older than 9 or 10. He saw her long hair and her deep brown eyes along with rest of her face. Beautiful, he thought, and then he heard the monster's roar. He knew this was the end. He saw how the girl was trying to say something. He saw how she was trying to scream, but to no avail, probably wishing me a slow death, like everyone else. He then closed his eyes and felt how a single tear left his eye, as he remembered his life. Then, without pain or anything, he felt dead. Naruto woke up in a cold sweat, panting. This was a horrible nightmare. Who was that girl? And the monster? He thought. It looked so real. Then he just turned around and went back to sleep, seeing it was still night and hoping he won't see the nightmare again. Somewhere in an unearthly place, it looked like endless darkness, filled with millions and millions of white dots, representing stars. You could also see a large globe representing Earth itself. There was a woman of godly beauty, with long white hair, which seemed to glow, reaching her ankles. She had on a long white dress which went past her feet. Said woman was radiating unworldly light around her. She was overlooking the earth. A smile appeared on her face, as she said, her voice sounding like double echo. This is the last time I intervene, Naruto, Alicia, for I believe I made the right choice and you won't make mistakes like the last ones. That said, she disappeared in a white flash. It has been a week since Naruto left the hospital. He now continues to go to the academy. On the first day of school after his discharge from the hospital, it was like hell to him. He received so much attention. Everyone was asking him questions about the incident like, what happened there, why didn't he fall under the genjutsu, etc. He had to lie, saying that he didn't remember much and that everything was like looking through fog. But some kids, Shik asterisk cough asterisk AMA asterisk cough asterisk RU, SAS asterisk cough asterisk uke, knew he was lying, but decided not to press him on the matter, at least for now. After that first day, class settled down, and then everything was like always, boring lectures, Irika's shouting, Sasuke's fangirls, and he still didn't contact the fox to talk about the training. Now it was a peaceful Friday afternoon. The sun was shining, birds were chirping and other peaceful stuff was happening. Naruto was in the academy, sitting in his spot and daydreaming. I wonder why I can't enter my mindscape now? Naruto thought. I hope that damn fox didn't lie about the training. I haven't heard anything from him for a week now. Suddenly a voice rang in his head. "Hey, Kit, you miss me?" Naruto was so surprised, he yelped. His classmates gave him a funny look, and Iruka asked him, "Naruto, are you all right?" Quickly regaining his composure, he sheepishly answered, "Hi, Iruka-sensei. I was daydreaming and had a bad dream." "Okay. Don't sleep in class, Naruto," Iruka admonished and returned to his lecture. After that, Naruto pretended to listen to the lecture, but in reality he was having a chat with his inner fox. "How can you talk with me? You said it's impossible to communicate outside the mindscape," Naruto mentally said. "Long story short, when you activated your Rinnegan in the mindscape and absorbed part of my chakra, several things happened to you. One of them is that we now have a mental link between each other and we can talk. About other things I will tell you tonight in your mindscape. We will also discuss your training," Kyuubi answered. Naruto grinned when he heard about training. Finally. "Okay then, see you later." That night, in Naruto's mindscape, before I tell you your training schedule, let me tell you about several things that happened to you when you absorbed my chakra with your dojutsu. When Naruto nodded and sat on the wet floor, it's not like he felt the water anyway. Kyuubi continued, "You may think the chakra you absorbed increased your chakra reserves, but that's not true. First of all, it somehow created a mental link between us. This means we can now communicate with each other when we want, and also I can smell, see, and hear what you can. Secondly, it somehow changed your body." "No." Kyuubi was interrupted by a shouting Naruto. "What do you mean, changed your body? I will look different now? What the hell? I dash." And now Naruto was interrupted by the growling Kyuubi. "Stop interrupting me when I'm talking, brat. It's annoying. Next time listen to what I have to say before asking questions, or I will ignore you for some months. Is that clear?" Naruto gulped and quickly nodded. "Sorry, Kyuubi-sensei." Kyuubi merely nodded and continued. "As I was saying, nothing major. I looked into your body and saw some slight changes. According to what I've seen, your hair will now grow faster. You will receive back all the nutrition you've lost, meaning you will grow how you should have. By that I mean you're a midget now because you eat only ramen. Your body doesn't get any required minerals for growth. That's why you're smaller than others. But it shouldn't be a problem now, just don't forget to eat healthy food. Also, your eyesight will be a bit better now to adjust to your dojutsu. That's everything I could find out. Any questions so far?" When Naruto received permission to ask questions, he asked, "Does that mean I will grow faster than others and won't be that small anymore?" Kyuubi rolled his eyes. "Wasn't that what he said just now?" "No, you will not grow faster than others. Your growth rate has returned to how it should have been. Yes, you won't be a midget anymore." "Yatta. Okay then, what about training?" Naruto asked happily. "Very well. Now listen carefully. For the next week, after the academy, you will go to any free training ground. There, you will continue to master chakra control. Your Rinnegan allows you to control your chakra more easily, more smoothly, so it shouldn't be hard to master water walking in 3 days. Also, I will teach you Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, which will greatly increase your training speed and effectiveness. After you master Kage Bunshin, I will tell you your training schedule for the next 5 years. Questions? How will a Bunshin increase my training speed? And why only for 5 years? Naruto asked suspiciously. It can't be true that simple Bunshin can do something like that. If it could, why has one used it? Kyuubi just grinned, showing all its sharp and pointy teeth. You see, Kage Bunshin is not just a simple Bunshin technique. And I believe you are the only one who can effectively use it for training purposes. I will tell you more when I will start teaching it to you. Also, I recommend you spend the weekend finding and buying a simple training sword. It's for your training as well. Now do as I said. If you get stuck in your water walking, I will give you some pointers, although I believe you will not need them. As to why for 5 years, well, that's simple. After 5 years you will have become a genin and you won't have much time for training. It doesn't mean you won't get any training at all. After a week, I will wait for you here, in your mindscape. Take care, Kit. Before Naruto could ask or say something, he was pulled out from his mindscape by invisible force. Next day, Hokage office. "Hey, Ojaizen!" Naruto shouted as he entered the Hokage's office by kicking the door open. Sarutobi's sweat dropped.
Hello, Naruto-kun.
"I see you're quite enthusiastic today. Care to explain what happened?" he said as he gestured at Naruto to take a seat. "Well, yeah, I will finally start my training. Also, I found out something interesting," Naruto said, entering his serious mode. The old Hokage raised an eyebrow and asked, Well, before you tell me what you found out, mind explaining what sort of training you will be doing?" "Don't tell him about the Kage Bunshin," Kyubi said within his mind. "Huh? Kyubi? I thought you were sleeping. And why shouldn't I tell him?" Naruto could feel Kyubi rolling his eyes. Don't sleep day and night and wake up only when you come here. I sleep like all humans do. It's strange though, me. A demon sleeping like a human? HMPF, Kyubi said with a small scowl. And then he remembered the other question. Right. Don't tell him because Kage Bunshin is Kenjutsu. Kenjutsu? Wow. You will teach me a Kenjutsu? Am I that awesome? Naruto asked, stars in his eyes. Yeah, right. Your awesomeness is so great. It sometimes even blinds me, Kyubi said with sarcasm. Anyway, I'll explain later as promised. And I keep my promises. With that said, Naruto could feel how Kyubi disappeared from his mind. Everything happened in less than a minute and Sarutobi was still waiting for an answer. He even looked a bit worried. Naruto-kun, are you alright? I could swear I saw some sparkling stars in your eyes, he said with amused tone. Huh? Oh sorry, Ojaizen. I just remembered what someone said about my training and I got excited. Naruto answered, emphasizing word, someone. He knew there were ANBU listening and guarding the Hokage and he didn't want them to hear about the Kyubi. The Hokage understood Naruto meant Kyubi by someone. So, what is your training? Well, for the next week I have to master tree and water walking. After that my sensei will give me a training schedule for the next 5 years. Naruto answered with a smile. Interesting. And why only 5 years? Hokage curiously asked. Because after 5 years, when I'm 13, I will become a genin and I won't have much time for training. Naruto answered honestly. He really hoped it wouldn't be that bad and there will still be time for training. Yeah. Naruto thinks only about training. No social life whatsoever. Fair enough. So, what was it that you found out? Naruto then regained his serious composure and looked around the room. Then he found what he was searching for. A picture of Yondaime, his father, hanging on the right wall. There were also the pictures of the Shodaime, the Nidaime, and Sandaime. He walked closer to it and inspected the picture of his father. When Sarutobi saw where Naruto was looking and what he was inspecting, sweat bullets appeared on his face, but he tried to look as calm as possible and waited. I hope it's not exactly what he found out, he nervously thought. Naruto then took the picture of the Yondaime from the wall, turned to the Hokage and held it next to his face so both faces were next to each other. Care to explain? He seriously asked. Hokage widened his eyes and then returned to normal. How long? He asked. Since the incident, Naruto honestly answered, indicating who exactly told him such information. It's true, isn't it? When he received a slow nod from the Hokage, he continued, I can't understand how I didn't notice it earlier. All the villagers can't or don't want to notice it either. The same golden blonde, spiky hair, same ocean blue eyes, almost the same facial structure, mine being a bit rounder. Hate indeed blinds people. He let out a sigh and placed the picture back in its place. Just one more question. Is it true that my father wanted me to be seen as a hero, as a jailer to Kyubi? Sarutobi also sighed and nodded. Yes, that's true. Unfortunately, these damn villagers won't respect his wishes. He answered, leaking out a bit of killing intent in frustration. When he stopped leaking it, he continued. Seriously, Everyone loved the Yondaime, but they don't respect his wishes, nor do they believe in his sealing skills. How far has this village fallen? He finished by asking the rhetorical question to himself. Naruto just smiled and answered, "It doesn't matter how far it's fallen. If my father's last wish was for me to be seen as a hero, then so be it. I will try my hardest to prove I'm not Kyuubi's incarnation and will help this village to regain its will of fire. One way or another, it doesn't matter. That's a promise," he said, his voice and eyes full of determination, a warm and calming aura leaking from him as he spoke his words, making everyone present in the room feel some warmth and peace, making them believe in the blonde. The Hokage looked at Naruto with a proud smile. Even after everything the village did to him, he still wanted to prove himself. Naruto's will of fire burns brightly, and I believe sooner or later he will pass it on to the village, the Hokage thought. The ANBU in the room. When Naruto took the picture and turned to the Hokage, the ANBU were a bit confused at why he did that. When Naruto spoke and pointed how similar they were, it hit them like a ton of bricks. "No way! That brat is Yondaime-sama's son?" One of them thought with shocked eyes. It's not like anyone noticed it anyway, he had a mask on. He is Sensei's son? If you think about it, they look similar. Way too similar. The dog mask wearing ANBU thought. It was none other than Hatake Kakashi. When the Hokage confirmed it, they almost all fell from their hiding spots. Everyone had similar thoughts. No way, they are indeed similar. And to think that no one noticed it. When Naruto began his little speech, all of them felt awe and growing respect for the blonde, the calming aura doing part of the job. Wink. All of them started to change their opinion about him. He was indeed strong-willed. "I'm so proud of you, Naruto. I truly believe you will succeed. Now, is there something else?" the Hokage asked. Naruto smiled and answered, "Thanks, Ojizen. Yes, there's actually one more thing I wanted to ask. Can you give any suggestions on a weapon shop where I can buy a training sword without the tripled prices?" The Hokage raised an eyebrow and asked him to elaborate on what he meant. "Huh? Didn't you know? Almost every grocery store either kicks me out or triples the prices for me, saying we don't sell to demons. And those that do let me in just sell me rotten food. Have you never wondered why I'm smaller than others?" Naruto asked in amused tone. Really, the Hokage had no idea about what happens in his village. When the Hokage heard this, his killer intent leaked out to the whole village. Some civilians started to sweat a bit, knowing there was trouble coming their way. When Sarutobi calmed down, he said, "Come, Naruto. Let's pay a visit some soon-to-bankrupt grocery stores. Then I will also show you a weapon shop where I'm sure you will be welcomed." With that, both of them left the office and Naruto had a mischievous smile. Also, the Hokage really was getting old. He was completely distracted by Naruto's knowledge about his father and totally forgot about the ANBU who were in his office and heard everything. Let's just say, Naruto will now have a bit more protectors and rumors will start to spread. Time skip 1 week. A week has since passed and Naruto felt great. That day when he and Sarutobi visited some grocery stores, his life became a bit more easier. Why? Because the old Hokage threatened the shop owners. If they ever sold rotten food for tripled price again, they will mysteriously become bankrupt. And if Naruto was not treated like any other paying customer, not only will they become mysteriously bankrupt, all their money will go to Naruto's account for emotional and physical compensation for all the things they did to him. Now all the grocery stores were nicer to him, although he still noticed the hateful glares. Also, he noticed how some citizens, to be precise high-ranking shinobi, like Jounins, were looking at him. Those weren't hateful glares, but instead the look of realization and respect. Those were very, very few and Naruto couldn't figure out the reason for those looks. Within a week Naruto had mastered both tree and water walking. Actually, he mastered both of them in 2 days. He was surprised how easily he did that. Kyuubi told him that Naruto was talented at chakra control. Despite it's difficult and his new dojutsu just increased that control. The rest of the 5 days he spent increasing his chakra control, thereby increasing his chakra amount as well, also doing more physical workouts. His hair did grow a bit but was still spiky. Now he was standing in front of the cage, containing the fox, in his mindscape, awaiting further instructions on his training. I see you finished your training, Kit. Good job. Though I will admit, I was surprised when you mastered both tree and water walking in 2 days. You are talented. If only the teachers at the academy would see that. Now, about your training. In the next 2 days, I want you to learn Kage Bunshin. Before I will explain how it works, do you have any questions? Kyubi asked. Naruto now knew that interrupting the fox was a bad thing to do, because it pissed Kyubi off. He now only asked questions and spoke when spoken to. The Lord of the Demons acted like a king after all. Yeah, I remember you said it will help my training. How? Naruto asked. Well, the beauty of this technique is that you get all the memories of the clones when they dispel. Meaning, Kyubi said, allowing Naruto to finish the sentence. When Naruto saw the Kyubi's look, he understood what he wanted. You will get the memory of all the training. So if I create 2 clones, they will cut my training time twice, meaning I can learn jutsu faster. Awesome. But why has no one used this kind of training if it's so effective? Naruto asked, excited fire burning in his eyes. That's right, Kit. Kage Bunshin is not kenjutsu for nothing. It requires a lot of chakra to create at least 1 clone. Only Kage-level shinobi can create some shadow clones and remain in good fighting condition. Also, I believe no one else can use this kind of training because of the mental feedback and exhaustion they will get. But you, Kit, can create hundreds of them because of your large chakra capacity, and the mental exhaustion will not affect you that much thanks to your natural healing abilities, which is also enhanced by my chakra. It means you're one of only a very few peep who are capable of this kind of training. Kyubi answered. He could swear he saw some sparkling stars in the blonde's eyes. Kyubi found that amusing. Kyubi then continued to explain how Kage Bunshin worked and all its possibilities. After that, Kyubi showed him required the hand seals. Naruto found it very funny and strange on how Kyubi performed the hand seals. Foxes shouldn't be able to do them, right? Also, Kyubi explained that the more Naruto poured chakra into the jutsu, the more clones he will produce. In addition, Kyubi explained that Naruto will have truly mastered the technique when he could summon clones without the hand seals. Naruto already knew this was definitely going to be his favorite technique. After the lecture was finished, Naruto bid his teacher farewell and went back to his training. Time skip, 2 days. Naruto stood in the middle of training field 43. It was next to training field 44, also known as the Forest of Death. From time to time you could hear some roaring and hissing from the forest, which was why almost no one used this training field, saying it unnerved them. Naruto crossed his fingers, performing the necessary seals for Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He then collected as much chakra as he could, channeled it through the seal and shouted, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. There was a large puff of smoke. When the smoke died down, you could see an entire army of Narutos. The original Naruto looked around in awe. He had created approximately 300 clones and felt a bit winded. He used a minute to catch his breath and then ordered all of his clones to do chakra control exercises. When he received, "Hi, boss," from all of them, he decided to relax. Also, he just wanted to check if what Kyubi had said was indeed true. At the end of the day, he dispelled all of his clones at once. He shouldn't have done that though, because once they poofed out of existence, Naruto fell to ground and held his head, moaning. It was painful when he received all the memories and feedback from the clones at once. Next time I'll order them to dispel in groups of 10 or 20 in 2-minute intervals, he murmured under his breath. Later that night, in his mindscape. So, I've learned the simple Kage Bunshin and Taju Kage Bunshin. What now? Naruto asked, excited about his training. Take it easy, Kit, and good job learning those jutsus. What's the maximum number of clones you can create? Kyubi asked. Well, today I could make about 300 clones before I felt a bit exhausted. After about 1 minute of catching my breath, I felt a lot better, Naruto answered. Kyubi widened his eyes, apparently shocked. 300 clones? It's impossible for an 8-year-old to make that amount, even with his chakra reserves. I guess his new silver chakra is more potent, thus making the jutsu stronger. And his Rinnegan gives him the passive ability to channel his chakra more easily and smoothly, allowing him to make powerful jutsus while conserving chakra. He can get strong in no time. Thought Kyubi as he grinned, excited. Hey, Kyubi-sensei, you alright? You seemed like you spaced out for a minute. Naruto asked. Oh, sorry. I just didn't expect you to make so many clones at such a young age. Now let me think about your training schedule. Kyubi answered. And that's how the next few minutes passed. Naruto sitting in the water, waiting for Kyubi's answer, and Kyubi thinking about the schedule. Okay, now listen carefully, Kyubi finally said. For week 1, every day you will create 200 clones. You will divide them in 5 groups. Group 1 will learn my special Kitsune Claw Taijutsu. Group 2 will learn my special Kitsune Blade Kenjutsu. Group 3 will learn and practice Futon, Suiton and Raiton Ninjutsu, as well as your dojutsu. Group 4 will continue on your chakra control, increasing your overall control and amount of chakra you will have. Also, Group 4 will do an elemental chakra training. Group 5 will study. And by study, I mean go to library and read books on history, tactics, etc. And finally, the real you will do physical training. Any questions so far? Naruto was a bit awed by all the things he is going to do, and he couldn't wait for when his training will start. Yes, actually. Why do you have special taijutsu and kenjutsu styles? You're a huge fox. One swing of your tail can cause tornadoes. He asked. Kyubi shrugged his shoulders. Well, as much as the fox could. Remember when we first met and I told you how something happened and my mind was healed? He then saw how Naruto was deep in thought, but after some seconds Kyubi received a nod from the blonde, so he continued, well, this something happened thousands of years ago. When villages weren't formed yet, I found a deeply wounded fox in the forest near Hai no Kuni. Rikudo made me like a fox, so I had a fox's instincts, and seeing another fox in pain was painful for me. So I decided to help. I took the fox and infused it with a large amount of my chakra. Back then, my chakra wasn't demonic, it was pure and brought life, but it was still dangerous to pour my chakra into other beings. I still don't know how that fox survived, but imagine my surprise when I woke up and saw the same fox, but with 2 tails and a bit larger. It was the first half demon, half animal. Thousands of years passed. The fox mated and brought kits to life. Slowly, these kits were becoming more and more demonic, gaining more and more intelligence until they become full-time demons like me. But the difference was they could never reach my power, as well as they would never go insane or mad like I can. In other words, thousands years of later, a fox clan appeared and I was their head. After that, I decided to create my own summoning contract and brought all the foxes to the summoning realm. Why did I do so? Because of my mission. When they heard what my mission was, the foxes agreed, obviously, to help me and over time developed these 2 styles to aid their summoners. After another thousands of years, they created and developed their own sage mode and sage style. When Kyubi finished, he let out a sigh of, I really hate these tell me your past questions, they are usually so long. Naruto looked at Fox with the excitement and awe. To think that Kyubi, the great demon lord, had its own fox clan. How awesome was that? But then Naruto remembered something. Well, that's just awesome. But what is this mission you speak so much about? Kyubi grinned. Well, it's simple. When Rikudo created us, he gave us a mission. If we are sealed in a person who had the same eyes as his, we are required to help and aid them. That's why before you leave, I will give you a summoning contract to sign. Any questions? That makes sense. I can't figure out how Rikudo-sama knew about any new disaster coming to the world, but it makes sense how he would want you to help me. After all, you've got thousands and thousands of years of experience and knowledge, as well as that basic information and understanding of his dojutsu. Anyway, I don't have any questions, just a request, Naruto said with a serious expression, although you still could see some sparks from the stars in his eyes. Can I train my dojutsu on my own, without using clones? Before Kyubi could ask him to elaborate, Naruto continued, "It's just unfair and seems like cheating if I learn everything using clones. That's why I want to train my bloodline without using clones. Also, it didn't sound like I will have anything else to do, aside from physical training." "Well, fair enough. It will also be easier to instruct you. Right, let's continue on with the training schedule. For week 2, Group 1 will continue to learn taijutsu as well as spar with each other. The same goes for Group 2 with kenjutsu. Group 3 will learn and practice katan and doton ninjutsu. Group 4 will work on your kunai and shuriken throwing and dodging skills. Group 5 will continue to study in the library. And you will do physical workouts as well as dojutsu training. Week 1 will be first, after that will be week 2, and after that one, you will do week 1 schedule again and so on. Questions? Yes. When do we start and what about weekends? Kyubi grinned. He had started to like Naruto's excitement for training. We start on Thursday. And on weekends you can just do physical workouts in the morning and relax for the rest of the day. When he finished speaking, Kyubi placed its paws in Ram's seal. It looked weird, and a scroll poofed into existence out of nowhere. It was strange how Kyubi could summon things in his mindscape. Kyubi tossed the scroll to Naruto and spoke, "Bite your thumb, and write your full name on the scroll, and leave your fingerprint under it." Naruto opened the scroll and found it to be completely blank. It didn't surprise him though, as he was the first summoner ever. He did as he was told and wrote his full name in kanji and left the fingerprint. After he completed the procedure, the scroll closed and poofed back to its home world. "Good job, Naruto. I will show you the required hand seals later. Now it's time for you to wake up. Soon we will start your training. Oh, and I want you to continue to act as a dobe. Remember, deception is a ninja's greatest weapon. If people underestimate you, it means easier victory," Kyubi said as he grinned. Naruto didn't want to show off anyway, and acting as a dobe was fun too. And he just knew this training would cause him a lot of pain. With Alicia, a week earlier, after the night she got her bloodline. It was late afternoon now. The sun was high in the sky, shining brightly, and its rays were warming up the small village. Alicia woke up and moaned. Her entire back was hurting. She shuffled slowly to her bathroom, did all her ablutions, and then took a shower. She wasn't even surprised at her new hair, because she knew that some things change in the body when the bloodline is awakened. After that, she went back to the main hall and remembered everything that happened, how her grandfather died and how she awakened her Valkyrie bloodline. She then remembered the key and secret chamber. She went to the far right corner of the room, bit her thumb and smeared some of the blood on the wall. It looked completely random, but Alicia knew better. After that, a red and white seal array appeared on the wall, indicating she was allowed to enter. Then, the seal disappeared and the wall lifted up, revealing a hidden passage going downstairs. When Alicia got to the basement, the corridor there was very narrow with various line patterns in different thickness and color running along the wall until they reached a door at the end of the corridor. The young girl went closer to the door and noticed how beautiful it was. It was a silver door with a beautiful woman drawn on it. The woman wore some kind of long battle dress, held a wide sword, and she had a pair of angel-like wings behind her. Alicia really liked how the woman looked. So that's what our bloodline looks like. I only heard the stories and never saw the pictures, she thought. Alicia then took out the key and inserted it in the keyhole and turned it several times until she heard a click sound. The door started to glow until it vanished. She went inside the room and couldn't help but stare in awe at everything there was. There was a bookshelf with various scrolls and books in it. There also was a chest with money and various weapons like swords, bows, kunai, shuriken, and some ancient weapons. At the end of the room was a mannequin. The mannequin was dressed in beautiful garb. It consisted of a long, white dress, with a slit starting from its hip on the right and going down until it reached mid-shin, fully uncovering the right leg, but hiding the left one. The dress was made up of pure white feathers. One over the dress was a small, dark brown leather vest held in place by tiny ropes. The whole costume also came with very long dark brown leather boots which were also made in the vest style. Asterisk 2-star. Said costume was completed by leather arm guards with small metal plates in it, which nearly reached the mannequin's elbows. Wow, it looks beautiful. I bet that's the costume previous Valkyries wore. It will be too big for me right now, though. I will have to wait till I grow up a bit, Alicia said to herself. Little did she know that there were seals placed on the costume that allows it to shrink in size in order for it to fit the wearer, as well as a seal which always keeps it clean. Behind the mannequin was a large metal plate with engraved text. It will be harsh in the world. Whoredom runs rife. An axe age, a sword age. Shields are riven. Before the world goes headlong, no man will have mercy on another. And then, the last Valkyrie will be born. Her pure soul will help the man, with sacred power and eyes to heal the land. The prophecy, now I just need to find this man, she murmured as she read the prophecy. She then carefully took the clothes off the mannequin and sealed it in a scroll. It's a good thing that she learned from her Ojaizen how to use sealing scrolls. She continued to pick various jutsu scrolls that will help her in her training as well as some money. When she had finished taking everything she needed, she left the room. The door reappeared with a transparent white flash, and you could hear a click sound, indicating the door was closed. Alicia left her clan house and walked towards the village's market in order to buy some supplies for her journey. As she walked on the street, she noticed how everyone was giving her looks of awe and respect. Everyone already knew she was the last Valkyrie. After an hour, she was standing near the village gates. She turned around and saw that almost all the villagers had come to bid their farewell and wish her good luck on her journey. "Good luck on your journey, Valkyrie-sama," some random woman said. "Don't forget about us," another one said. "We will always remember and cheer for you," a young man said. "Thanks, guys," Alicia said, tears forming in her eyes. She was leaving her home village after all, but she didn't want to look weak in front of so many people, so she just wiped her tears and with a bright smile said, "I won't let you down. Your support means a lot to me." As the people in village cheered her on, she slowly began to walk away from her village. Her first destination was some village near Kumo. She tried to avoid large shinobi villages, fearing someone will find out about her bloodline and force her to become their ninja. She couldn't stay in her home as well, because she had a mission to train, gain knowledge of the world, and to find that one man she needed to help. With determination in her eyes and a clear target in mind, she set out on her journey. Chapter 3. Trio. Time skip. 1 year. It was a Sunday evening and Naruto, now 9 years old, was walking in the silent Konoha streets, relaxing and enjoying the fresh evening air, as well as thinking about the past year. A lot had changed. First, his appearance. Nothing major there, but still something noticeable. He grew a little, as Kyubi had said, and his hair grew longer. His hair now almost reached his shoulders, but was still spiky. Secondly, Naruto got to know Kyubi better. The fox seemed to be friendly as long as you didn't interrupt him while he was speaking. For some reason, it really annoyed him. Also, they could consider each other acquaintances at best. They didn't talk much outside of the training, but they gained mutual respect for each other. They would sometimes crack some jokes, but those moments were very rare. Also, Kyubi was a ruthless sensei. When Naruto got too tired to do something, or failed at something, Kyubi would always somehow taunt him, scold, and trick him into continuing. As for his training, he could now compare himself with the levels of a high Genin low Chunin level shinobi. His chakra control was amazing for a ninja with very large chakra reserves. His ninjutsu training was great as well. Kyubi guessed Naruto had a natural talent for ninjutsu and chakra control, like it was in his blood. Also, he was smarter. Spending days in the library did its job. His taijutsu was okay. He loved the style, but it was hard to master without an opponent, and although Kage Bunshin had limitless potential, had its limits, if that makes sense. The Kitsune Claw style relied on fast movements and quick counterattacks. Also, This style didn't use fists. Instead, it used fingers for quick and painful stabs. A person sends chakra to all his fingers and reinforces them, making them harder and stronger. Kyuubi said that with excellent chakra control and good training, Naruto would be able to extend his chakra from his fingers and make chakra claws, or when using his chakra cloak, his nails would be longer and sharper on their own, which is also part of this style. But they still couldn't figure out how to bring out Kyuubi's chakra to make chakra cloak. Something was preventing it. His kenjutsu was okay as well, just like Kitsune Claw, Kitsune Blade, relied mostly on parrying, counterattacking, and quick stabs. Both of these styles relied on speed, and that's why Naruto now had an addition to his dream. He wanted to be as fast or even faster than his dad. No, he wanted to be just like his father, if not better, acknowledged, loved, and strong. He wanted to be a hero just like the Yondaime was. His dojutsu training was going well too, but much slower than everything else because Naruto didn't use clones to train. He and Kyuubi discovered a very interesting ability of the right eye. They called it marking. Now Naruto was working on his gravity manipulation and increasing the number of points Naruto can mark. Furthermore, he had a good relationship with foxes. Some weeks after signing the contract, he tried to summon a fox. After some tries, he managed to summon two simple, one-tailed foxes. One was yellow with white tip at the end of its tail, and the other was black with blue tip. After they were summoned, both of them wanted to attack Naruto, but when they saw the whisker marks and felt the presence of Kyuubi, they put two and two together and changed their minds. Surprisingly, they could talk. Flashback. We're sorry, host of the Kyuubi. This is the first time we've been summoned. Imagine our surprise to appear here while in the middle of our dinner. The yellow fox said. Wow, they talk. Naruto shouted, clearly surprised. Idiot. I think I told you all the foxes are intelligent and can speak. Kyuubi said within Naruto's mind. You told me they are intelligent, but you never mentioned they could talk. The blonde answered. Oh right, whatever. The fox replied and cut the link. Sometimes the fox could really be annoying. Right, sorry about that. So what are your names and why are you both here? Aren't summons supposed to appear alone? Naruto asked. My name is Yara and her name is Yoru, answered the yellow fox. The speaking actually sounded like the fox was yipping out the words. It was really strange, but for some reason Naruto could clearly understand them. To answer your second question, you're right, usually summons appears alone. But we're not your usual type of summons. You see, we have different classes and ranks in our world. They are determined by the number of our tails. Usually 1 tails and 2 tails are scouts and medics. Me and Yara are scouts, and scouts always appear in pairs in order to boost our effectiveness of information gathering. Yoru answered. Her voice sounded more feminine than Yara's. Naruto was listening very carefully, trying not to miss any details. Oh, I see. That's an interesting system there. Can you tell me more? He asked. Not today. As it is our first time in this world, we would like to explore. By the way, what's your name? Yara said. Great. 2 scout foxes searching for adventure in a foreign world, he thought. The name's Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. But you can just call me Naruto, Naruto said as he gave a good guy pose and thumbs up. Okay then, Naruto-sama. While we're in this world, do you have any requests? I mean, we're scouts after all, Yoru said with small foxish smile. Please forget about honorifics. I hate them, Naruto said as he put his hand on his chin. He looked to be deep in thought, before his eyes gleamed with bright light. Yes. I actually have a request for you too. As I will become a genin in the near future, I want you to gather all the information you can on possible Jounin senseis. In case we're fighting wherever, training or a test, I would really like an edge in battle. In the shinobi world, information is very important, Naruto said, before muttering, well, that's what I read anyway, right? Do you know of our ninja system? Of course, Naruto-sama. We're being educated on the human world and we know how to tell the difference between the ranks. Is that all, Naruto-sama? Yoru said, emphasizing this sama. Why? Just to annoy Naruto. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. You're doing that on purpose, right? He didn't receive an answer. His eyebrow twitched even more. Whatever, that's all. And with that, the foxes were gone. Flashback end. Naruto sighed. Although foxes were friendly, they were tricksters. They somehow managed to annoy him, and that was frustrating. His social life was getting better, too. He still didn't have many friends, but he sometimes went out with Shikamaru and Chuji. It was nice company, where Shikamaru sometimes would challenge him to a shogi game and Chuji would challenge him to an eating contest. Both of these boys knew Naruto was only acting as an idiot, but they promised to keep it a secret, understanding the reasons. There were cases when some people gave him an evil look if Naruto performed better than others. In the academy, Naruto would sometimes even talk with Sasuke, who sat next to him. The guy seemed to be okay, but he had some social problems. Naruto couldn't find out why exactly. About the academy. Now, with Mizuki's death, a new assistant had been assigned to Irika. Her name was Kurenai Yuhi, and she was a really beautiful woman. Kurenai had long, black, shoulder-length hair, and very unique eyes that are red in color. She wore makeup consisting of red lipstick and purple eyeshadow. Her regular outfit consisted of a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible. Over the blouse is a very broad material which resembled bandages with a pattern on it similar to those of rose thorns. Her hands and upper thighs are also wrapped in bandages, and she wore the Konoha Hittite and regular shinobi sandals. Kurenai will assist Irika for a year before she will go and try for the Jounin exams. As she said, she needed some experience with kids if she wanted to take a genin team, and she was a better teacher than Mizuki ever was anyway. Also, when she saw the fangirls, she became furious with them. They were a disgrace to Kunoichi, female ninja. That day she asked Irika for a separate room and asked all the girls to come. There she told them about real Kunoichi life, about how men look down upon them, about the possibilities of rape and death. She told them that without any skills, they will die on their first real mission and that they will be the cause of their teammates' deaths because of their weakness. She also told them that going on diets and running around worshipping Sasuke will not make them better or stronger. One girl tried to protest, saying how great her Sasuke-kun was and will always protect her. Kurenai became so angry, she cast the weakest Jinjutsu, where Sasuke was being beaten up, on the girl and threw her out of the academy, of course, with Irika's approval. She said to girls, "You better quit the academy now, rather than continue this fangirlism, because if you die and take your teammates with you, no one will be sorry for you. Instead, everyone will think how weak and pathetic you were to drag your teammates down with you. If I will ever see any fangirlism again, I will make sure you're kicked out of here." With that, everything changed. The boys could see that most of the girls started to become serious about being ninja. Sakura and Ino were examples of this. Their grades became better and they sometimes put more effort into their physical training. Both of them still loved Sasuke, but now they didn't show it so much, which Sasuke was grateful for. Some of the girls weren't impressed with Kurenai's speech and continued to fawn over their Sasuke-kun, but after some days, they never came back to school. And lastly, the villagers. Naruto didn't know why, but it was a bit more pleasant to walk on the streets. There were still many who gave him a dark glare of hate, but there also appeared some people who gave him a look of disbelief, sympathy, recognition, and respect. Those were mostly of ninja families. Naruto never approached them to ask about their looks, and the people never approached him either. Naruto still couldn't understand the reason for these looks. Naruto let out a sigh and went to his apartment. It was already late and tomorrow's a new week, meaning another boring lecture. Geez, he already knew everything the academy was teaching. Hell no, he knew more than a fresh genin would know. Time skip. 1 week. In the Hokage's office, Hamura and Koharu, 2 Konoha council elders and the Hokage's advisors, along with Hiruzen, were listening to Itachi's report. Itachi was a double agent. He was spying for the Uchiha clan by gathering various information from the council and shinobi activities towards their clan, as well as being a spy for the Hokage within the Uchiha clan. Itachi was a very loyal shinobi and loved Konoha more than his clan, and that was the reason why Itachi said everything he knew. These are really troubling reports, Itachi. Are you sure they are correct? Asked the old Hokage as Itachi finished his report. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Uchiha are planning a coup d'état. They say the village doesn't respect them the way they should and that they don't receive the power they deserve. Itachi let out a sigh before continuing. Their attitude sometimes sickens me. Their arrogance has gone beyond normal. What will you do about it, Hiruzen? Hamura asked. Call the Uchiha clan head here. I will speak with Fugaku and try to resolve it peacefully, the Hokage answered. He really didn't like this situation and he didn't believe peace talks will do any good any longer. You can't really believe that will work, can you? Koharu asked skeptically. What else do you suggest? Slaughter an entire clan? Questions may arise, and if the truth leaks out to the public, a civil war may start, and that's exactly what I don't want to happen. More lives to be lost. The Hokage tried to reason. True, but what if one ninja could kill an entire clan and then is marked as a missing nin? I think that's a good idea. Don't you think so, Hamura? Koharu asked, ignoring the look of disbelief on Itachi's face. That is an option. But who will be foolish enough to sacrifice everything they achieved just for the sake of the village? Hamura replied, besides, who is powerful and skillful enough to slaughter an entire Uchiha clan? There was a moment of silence. In this moment, Itachi thought about his life in the village, his clan, brother, and many other things. Gathering his resolve and courage, he volunteered. I will do it. I will become a missing nin in order to protect this village. The Uchiha have been causing too much trouble, and a coup d'état is the last straw. Trying my patience. The Uchiha should have been honorable and be a prime example of what ninja should be like. But instead, they've sank in their own arrogance. The quality of Uchiha ninja has fallen, because they rely only on the Sharingan. It's a shame to be in their clan, Itachi said with strong resolve. Basically, the Hokage and the two elders were shocked at Itachi's volunteering and his reasons. Itachi was their strongest shinobi, and it seemed he was also the most loyal. It was also surprising to see such emotions in him. But you're our best shinobi. We can't lose you, Hamura tried to reason. It doesn't matter. There's no one else who could efficiently kill an entire clan and come out alive. Furthermore, when I become a missing nin, I can protect the village from the outside. I will always be a loyal nin of the village, and I will protect it when the need will arise. All three elders smiled sadly. Itachi was such a good ninja at such a young age. But they really didn't have any choice. It seems we don't have a choice, Koharu said as she let out a sigh. We won't have any Sharingan users left in the village. It will cripple our military force. Letting them stay alive will cripple our force even more if the Uchiha will create a civil war to overthrow Hokage-sama. But I have a solution. I will keep my brother, Sasuke, alive, Itachi answered. Are you sure it's a good idea? After seeing what happened to his clan, he will seek revenge. He would leave the village at any chance to get more power and would live in hatred. This situation is too familiar to me, just like the case with Orochimaru, the old Hokage sadly said. At the mention of the snake Sannin, everyone winced, except for Itachi, who kept an indifferent face. I will make sure he stays in the village for the right reasons and would not betray it. But there's a favor I will have to ask of you, Itachi said. Seeing the interested faces of the elders, he continued, do not spoil him. He will be the last Uchiha and people would offer him any help, free jutsu scrolls, free food, anything. If that happens, he will get arrogant just like the rest of the clan. Now he is pure and I've made sure he stayed like that so far. Thank Kami father couldn't influence him. As you wish, Itachi. I'll make sure Sasuke-kun won't be spoiled. When you will execute the plan? Hokage asked. Tonight. The sooner the better. Good luck, Itachi. And thank you for your sacrifice. Of course, Hokage-sama. That night. It was a deep night in Konoha, the full moon illuminating the streets, giving some light to those who stayed late outside. It was also one of those rare full moons which gave creepiness to the air. Uchiha Sasuke was one of the few who weren't asleep now. He was returning home from the nearby woods where he spent his day training, but he lost track of time and stayed there until now. As he got closer to Uchiha District, something felt off to him. He couldn't tell what exactly, but something definitely was wrong. He ran. Soon he reached the gates. Usually there would be 2 gate guards, but today there were none. Also, Sasuke felt a strange scent in the air. He didn't know it, but it was scent of the blood. He entered the streets of the district and froze. There were countless bodies laying in puddles of blood, and sometimes you could even see some insides and gore on the streets. All of them were dead. All of them. Sasuke noticed they were from Uchiha. "Oh, Kami, what the hell happened here?" he muttered. Then he realized something. Two-san, Nisan. He feared they died as well, so Sasuke hurried back home, ignoring all the bodies. Tears started to form in his eyes as he ran and, "Please don't die. Don't leave me alone." He entered his house and noticed the lights were off and it was too quiet. Maybe they're just sleeping, he hoped. What an innocent wish. He ran towards father's room to check on him. As he entered, he saw something what he will always remember. There was Itachi standing, his tanto stuck in Fugaku's chest and his bloody clothes had some scratches. When Itachi pulled his tanto out, Fugaku's body fell to ground limp and lifeless. Itachi heard someone enter the room and he was ready to strike again, until he saw it was his younger brother. He sheathed his tanto and walked towards Sasuke with a small smile, which was very rare for Itachi. Sasuke-Itachi started, but was interrupted. "Why, Nisan? Why did you kill everyone?" Sasuke asked, as he backed away from Itachi until finally reaching a wall. He looked into Itachi's eyes and gasped. They looked like never before. His eyes looked like Sharingan, but it was a bit different. Red eyes with some kind of pinwheel or shuriken in it. "And what's with why your eyes?" Itachi stopped and looked into Sasuke's eyes. "I'm sorry, Ototo, but it had to be done. For the sake of the village." "Sake of the village? What are you talking about?" Itachi sighed. "It will not be easy. Sorry, but I can't tell you. Can you answer my question?" Sasuke nodded, but he nodded because he was afraid, not because he wanted to answer his question. "Do not fear me, Sasuke. I would never harm you, you're too precious to me, just like this village. Tell me, do you have any precious things or people that you love and would protect until your very last breath?" Sasuke didn't fully understand the question, but he tried to answer. "Precious people? Who I love? Well, it would be you, Itachi, and I would like to protect you. But you're strong enough so you don't need my protection." Itachi smiled. It was one of those rare, true smiles. "Thanks, Ototo. But what about the village? Do you love the village and would you like to protect it as well?" "Well, I guess so. I'm born here and I live here after all." "I see. Remember this, Sasuke. Do not hate me nor the village. Find friends here, create bonds. Friendship and a wish to protect those precious to you will make you truly strong. I have given you freedom from your father, so you don't have to be afraid to make friends. Follow my footsteps, become strong. Don't be arrogant, train really hard and don't rely just on the Sharingan. And protect this village just like I did. Today I protected my friends, village and most importantly, my family from the harm of the Uchiha clan. When you get older, I will answer your questions, but for now, live a happy life and rebuild the Uchiha clan to its former glory, where all the members have a high sense of honor. Do not seek me, but know this. I will always love and protect you wherever you may be. Farewell, my foolish little brother." "Tsukuyami," Itachi said. The last thing Sasuke saw was a single tear coming from Itachi's eyes. Then, the world shifted to black and white with a red moon casting a red light throughout the place, creating a cloudy atmosphere with a red background. Tsukuyami whirled. Suddenly, Konoha appeared in the distance. Sasuke ran towards it, hoping to talk to his brother again or to get some help from the other ninjas. When he reached the gates, a sudden explosion was heard in the village. Within the seconds, all the village was aflame. "No," Sasuke muttered as he backed away from the village. "No, no, 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 what the hell? Help!" he shouted in true horror. He then turned away and ran in opposite direction until he somehow reappeared in his academy class. "Hey Emo, you're late," Naruto shouted. "Sasuke, what happened? It's the first time you're late to academy," Irika asked. Sasuke couldn't believe he is here. He just saw the village burn, but nonetheless he was relieved to see them. "Irika-sensei, the village is burning." "What? Don't talk nonsense. Go and sit in your place," Irika said, a bit angry. Sasuke wanted to protest, but he couldn't because he saw a giant spear shot out from Irika's chest, with his heart at the end, which was still beating until it stopped. Sasuke screamed in true horror. His own heart started to beat faster and he barely could stand on his legs. He turned his head and saw how his classmates didn't even notice it. He looked at Shikamaru, who was peacefully sleeping, when suddenly Shikamaru started to scream and burn in white flames, until nothing but ash remained. Still, no one noticed it. He glanced at Ino, who was arguing with Sakura, when suddenly she exploded into blood and gore. Sasuke let out a scream and fell on his knees. He quickly looked at Naruto, who was making another prank. As he set his eyes on Naruto, the blonde was impaled by a metal spear out of nowhere, just like Irika. Sasuke screamed again and again for the next 10 hours. Everywhere he looked, he saw death. But then he realized something. It was more painful to watch them die than seeing his clan members dead. Is that what Itachi meant by precious people? He shut his eyes and felt a bit relaxed. Real world. Roughly 2 seconds has passed in the real world. Itachi saw Sasuke's eyes snap open. Itachi was relieved that his plan worked. Sasuke's eyes changed. They now had red iris, black pupil, and one tomo in each eye around the pupil. Itachi managed to awaken Sasuke's Sharingan by giving him high emotional pain, although Itachi tried to not be so rough so that Sasuke wouldn't have any mental damage. He still succeeded. Furthermore, he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he awaken Sasuke's Sharingan, he also showed what he meant by precious people. "I'm sorry, Sasuke, for doing this, but remember what did I told you," Itachi said. He quickly approached Sasuke and poked his forehead with his index and middle fingers. With that, Sasuke fell to the ground unconscious, and the last thing he saw was Itachi's smile. But before Sasuke could touch the ground, Itachi caught him and gently placed him on the ground. Then Itachi quickly checked his supplies and got the items he was missing from the various houses in the compound. He still had some time before other ninja would arrive. He quickly created a Kage Bunshin and sent it to the safest exit in the village. Meanwhile, the real Itachi went the opposite direction of the clone, to the village gates. Every 15 meters he would cast a strong and wide area of effect genjutsu so no one could see him. After a while, he finally reached the gates. He looked at the village for one last time before leaving. He would wander the elemental nations, gather various information, and protect his village from the outside, just like one Jiraiya-sama did with Clone. When the clone finally reached the Uchiha district's east wall, he climbed over it without fear of being detected. On the other side, there was a man waiting for him. The man wore a black coat with red clouds on it and an orange, spiraling mask. "So, how was it?" the man asked. "Everything was okay. No one saw me," Itachi answered. "Great, now you're officially a member of Akatsuki. Here's your coat and a ring," the masked man said and gave Itachi both belongings. Itachi didn't accept them though.
No.
"I'm not joining your criminal organization. I know you're not Madara Uchiha as you state, and don't even bother trying to find me, because it will be proven to be difficult, if not impossible. I'm already gone," he said and poofed out of existence. The masked man was seething with anger. He was tricked so easily. Itachi said he will join them only so he wouldn't be interrupted from anything he was doing. The man tried to find the smallest trace of Itachi's chakra, but as Itachi said, it was impossible. You will regret this, Itachi, the man said, as he disappeared in swirl of vortex which came from his right eye. For days have passed since the massacre and Sasuke finally was released from the hospital. He couldn't remember how or who had taken him to the hospital, but he didn't really care. He entered the Uchiha compound and noticed that the streets were clean, without any blood or bodies. I guess the Hokage ordered the cleanup here, Sasuke muttered. He continued his way up the street and tried to ignore all the memories of that night, until he finally reached his house. He hesitated to enter, but eventually he did. He walked up the stairs and approached his room. There, on the bedtime table, was a piece of paper. Something was written on it. Sasuke took it and read.
Ototo, I'm sorry.
I didn't want you to see what you saw, but I had no choice. It was my parting gift. Everything you saw that night, even the genjutsu in the end, yes, it was a genjutsu, was to awaken your Sharingan. You're now a full member of the Uchiha clan. Please don't hate me or the village or anyone else. Remember what I've told you. Make me proud and protect the village and your friends. When the time comes, I will tell you everything. Here, on this table, I've left some pills and a key. The key is from our clan library, where various scrolls on Nin Dash, Tai Dash, Gen, and Kenjutsu are stored. The pills are to heal the mental damage I caused when I cast that genjutsu on you. It will also help you forget that night. Tsunade-sama, one of the Sannin, herself made them. She says the ingredients for these pills are very rare and are to be used only in emergency, and now is the emergency, so take them. Take care, Sasuke. I love you. Your Rinnegan. Itachi. When Sasuke finished reading, he smiled. That night he thought Itachi had turned into an emotionless murderer, but that wasn't the case. He took the pills and he felt how the headache began to fade. Sasuke then decided to see what's in the library. Maybe he would pick up something interesting and train. He didn't have anything better to do anyway. Time skip. 2 weeks. Naruto was trying to find Sasuke. The only problem was that he didn't know where to look for him. So he just wandered the village aimlessly in the hope of finding him. The reason he wanted to find him was just to talk. Everyone knew about the Uchiha massacre. Sasuke was now alone, without a family, even without friends, and he couldn't understand why Sasuke never tried to make friends. But he guessed it had something to do with the Uchiha arrogance and pride. Still, Naruto knew how it was to be alone, and he just wanted to help his classmate. Maybe they will finally become friends, seeing as how they shared the same situation. After 2 hours of searching, he subconsciously reached the Uchiha district's lake. He couldn't even remember how he came here. It looked like he had spaced out while walking around the village. It was a beautiful place, though. Various flora surrounded the lake. It would be fascinating to see sunset here. The lake was pretty big. There also was a footbridge that reached 1 mile into the lake. At the end of the bridge was a lonely figure sitting, its feet in the water. Naruto sighed. He finally found the person he was looking for. After 5 minutes of slight jogging, he finally reached Sasuke. He heard how he was panting a little. As he finally reached him, he shouted, "Hey, Emo!" Sasuke didn't even need to turn around to see who was calling for him. Only one person called him Emo. "I'm not Emo, dope. What do you want?" "Well, you act like an emo. I just wanted to see how are you doing after what happened. You seem more distant than before," Naruto said. He always cared for his classmates, especially after the incident with Mizuki. Even for an emo like Sasuke. "I'm fine. Now leave me alone," Sasuke shot back. It was still painful for him to talk about that night. He felt better about it after he took the pills, but it was still sore subject for him. "Geez, Sasuke, if you continue to act that way, you will feel worse than now," Naruto said seriously. He didn't want anyone to feel what he felt, total loneliness. "What would you know? You don't know how it is to lose your family. Yours is still L-. He then stopped. He remembered that Naruto didn't have parents at all. Naruto even didn't know who they were or how they looked like. No one knew, but Sasuke didn't like to make people feel bad if they didn't have family.
Sorry.
I forgot. It's okay, Sasuke. I've already accepted that fact. He paused for a second, thinking of his next words. Sasuke, you're right. Sasuke turned around and looked at him curiously. Naruto almost never acknowledged him. Naruto continued, I don't know how it is to lose family, but I do know how it is to be alone. I know how it is to be without loved ones, friends or family. I know how it is to go home, knowing that no one is waiting for you. I know the loneliness, Sasuke. You can't imagine how it is to live like that for 9 years. But unlike you, Sasuke, I was also hated and despised. I don't even want to remember my past, because there was a period when I wanted to hurt everyone who hurt me. I even wanted to die or run away from the village. But then I entered the academy. But even there I couldn't make friends because parents told their children to stay away from one Naruto Uzumaki. Then I started to do pranks just to be noticed. Until the trip. There, I finally befriended Shikamaru and Choji. And I even got to know you a little, although you still seemed distant. I guess it was Uchiha pride and arrogance. There, when Mizuki betrayed us, I was afraid for everyone. I didn't want them to be hurt. My wish was to protect them, to protect my precious people Irika-sensei, who is like an older brother to me and my new friends. I then awakened my power. It was me who saved everyone that day. Sasuke, if you continue to ignore everyone and stay alone, you will go mad. One day, you will just turn your back on the village and do something wrong. I don't really think it's something you would like to do, or any of your family would like you to do. With his speech finished, he put his hands behind his head in a relaxed manner, turned around and slowly started to walk away. He really hoped his words would reach Sasuke. Sasuke was shocked by Naruto's speech. Naruto was supposed to be an idiot, and here he was hearing such words from him. He was shocked to hear how Naruto felt in the past, although he partly knew his past. And again, he was shocked because Itachi had told him very similar words. Get stronger by protecting your precious people. Make friends. Loneliness. And what was that power Naruto told him about? He thought maybe Itachi was right. He will give it a shot. He will try to make friends. Maybe it will help him to forget that night. Maybe what Naruto said about hurting someone out of loneliness was true. Maybe he will get stronger by making bonds. Too many maybes. He decided to try. And he will start today with Naruto. After all, Naruto was the only one he had talked to the most. And who knew loneliness? Naruto, wait! Sasuke called out. Naruto stopped and turned his head, curious about what the emo wanted now. He didn't believe his words reached him that fast. Yes. I was afraid to make friends. Sasuke muttered. Naruto barely heard him. Huh? Afraid? Why? Naruto asked, now fully turning and facing the still-sitting Sasuke. I wanted to make friends, but I was afraid of my father. My clan was not how it used to be. In the past, the Uchiha clan was noble, powerful, and had a sense of honor. But now they wanted more power, wealth, and whatsoever. The Uchiha were now so arrogant. I wanted to make friends, wanted to be like everyone else, but my father told me not to make contact with low-class people. He said that other than the Hyuga, no one was worth our time, and interacting with low-class people in a friendly manner was beneath us. He said it was a disgrace to our clan. I really didn't believe him, but my brother, Itachi, he said not to fear my father and to make friends, but I was afraid. My father was a powerful man, and he had a short temper. And I didn't want to bring shame to my clan. Sasuke explained. This was the first time he had ever told anyone about that. Felt somehow relieving. So that's why Sasuke was so cold to everyone. Now he finally understood. Well, that's just plain stupid. Look at what happened to them. They died of their own arrogance. For some reason, I've never liked the Uchiha anyway. Seeing the sad look on Sasuke's face, he thought he said something wrong. Sorry. No, it's okay. I agree with you. I didn't like the clan either. Actually, I'm kind of happy they are dead. Seeing Naruto's surprised look, he elaborated as he stood up, Now I'm finally free. I can do what I want. As if a cage has been opened. And I don't have to be afraid anymore. You know, my brother was the one who killed the entire clan. He did that to make me free. Itachi did it for me. He said almost the same words you said to me. But that wasn't enough for me. Thanks, Naruto. Hearing about your past made me realize Itachi told the truth. That's why I will try to be more friendly. Naruto was quite surprised that the Uchiha's prodigy would do something like that. He had heard about Itachi. But seeing how he did it for his little brother, he smiled sadly, knowing that no one would do something like that for him. Naruto then saw Sasuke stretch out his hand. Hey dope, what do you say about us being friends? I figured we could be friends because you're the one I've talked to the most. I hope that's a good reason, Sasuke said, worried a bit. He hoped he had made a good reason. Also, he had seen how people shake hands when they meet. Naruto looked at Sasuke with a deadpan expression, but he still took Sasuke's hand and shook it. He said, Sasuke, of course I'll be your friend, but you don't need any reasons to be friends with someone. You just need to be friendly, talk with people, and they will eventually become your friends. You won't even notice it. Well, I'm not a professional, but I learned that much during my time with Shikamaru and Chuji. Sasuke blushed a bit. He couldn't believe he did something like that. At least it wasn't in public and Naruto wasn't laughing about Sasuke's inexperience with interacting with people his age. Anyway, what were you up to? When I came here, I heard you panting, Naruto asked as he let go of Sasuke's hand. He was happy that he made yet another friend. Sasuke couldn't decide whether to tell him or not. He decided to tell him because he heard how friendship relied on trusting each other. Also, he had heard in the classroom how others talked about small things like this. What did you do yesterday? What are your plans for tomorrow? Etc. Well, I was practicing my new jutsu here. Usually the Uchiha practice their fire jutsu here. Sasuke answered. Wow, you two train outside of the academy? Oh, I guess everyone from a clan does so. Can you show it to me, please? Naruto pleaded. Sasuke thought about it a little. He felt a bit exhausted, but he had regained some chakra while talking to Naruto. Well, he could try the last time for today. Sure. Sasuke turned his back to Naruto, facing the lake. He did some hand seals, stopping on the tiger seal. He inhaled a large amount of air and exhaled while shouting, Katon. Gokakyu no Jutsu. A medium-sized ball of fire shot out from Sasuke's mouth and flew forward. After half a mile, the fireball dispersed. Sasuke was holding his knees, bent forward and panted heavily. It was the last chakra he could use for today without fainting from chakra exhaustion. After the entire day he couldn't improve, every time one and the same result. And there was no one who could tell what his problem was. Not bad, Sasuke, Naruto said. Sasuke turned around. He wanted to ask Naruto to elaborate what did he meant by not bad. Surely Naruto couldn't do better. But what he saw made his jaw drop. And Naruto, why your eyes? Sasuke muttered between the panting. Sasuke was staring into Naruto's Rinnegan. Huh? You remember when I told you about the power I awakened on the trip? After receiving short nod from Sasuke, he continued, well, I awakened the Rinnegan.
A Rinnegan.
But it's just a myth. Well, it was. I won't bother to tell you everything about it now, maybe later. Anyway, I activated my dojutsu to see how much chakra you used for your jutsu. You used enough chakra to make the fireball that big, but you had very little control to keep it burning. That's why the fireball disappears so quickly. Sasuke, now regained his breath, stood up and said, Aim, if you could do better. Naruto just smirked. Well, Sasuke, I surely can. Then show me. There's no one better in Katon Jutsus than the Uchiha. And here comes the Uchiha arrogance, he muttered as he switched places with Sasuke. He did the same hand seals, stopped on Tiger, inhaled and exhaled as he shouted Kat. Ao no Gokakyu no Jutsu. Blue Grand Fireball Technique. A large blue fireball shot from his mouth. It flew forwards until it reached the opposite wall and exploded in blue and red flames. Sasuke was staring at Naruto with wide eyes. Not only had he made a perfect grand fireball jutsu, he also made it quite powerful. Also, he was shocked Naruto, the dead last of the class, performed an actual Katan jutsu, as well as making the flame blue. How? Was the only thing Sasuke could ask. Naruto just turned around and tilted his head in confusion. What do you mean, how? Regaining composure from his shock, Sasuke continued, how the dead last make such a big, perfect and powerful fireball jutsu? And why was it blue? Naruto grinned. Heh, Sasuke, that's the result of hard work, and I'm dead last only in the academy. Remember, deception is a ninja's greatest tool. As to why it is blue, it's because of my chakra. My chakra is much more potent and dense than others have, and it also is in a different color. You see, everyone has blue chakra while mine is silver with blue tint. Basically, it's a simple Gokakyu, but because mine is blue I renamed it to the blue Gokakyu. Kind of made sense. But why is your chakra different? Long story short, my dojutsu and some other conditions. And that's one of the few jutsu I've mastered, Naruto said without revealing too much. Anyway, if you want I can help you with your jutsu. Sasuke didn't want to accept his help because his pride wouldn't allow him to. He was an Uchiha. But then he remembered how some people in academy helped each other out. Was this what friends did, help each other out? Besides, he really needed the help. He didn't want to say it, but he eventually did. I guess I would need some help from a person who has mastered the jutsu. Naruto grinned. That's great. Hey Sasuke, maybe we should train together. What do you mean? He asked curiously. Well, I don't have anything to do after the academy, so I just train for the rest of the day. I've been doing this for a year now. I think now you will have more time as well. Maybe we could train together. We could spar or teach each other something. And we could help each other with our dojutsu. It will also be more fun to train together than with clones, Naruto said. Sasuke thought about it. He had to admit it was a nice idea. First of all, he could become stronger. Secondly, he could see how strong Naruto truly is. Thirdly, he could train his dojutsu. And lastly, he could learn something on how to interact with other kids his age. He really lacked that knowledge. He wasn't shy, it's just that he didn't know how to properly do things. He was a bit confused with clones but he figured it was some kind of Naruto weirdness, since clones are not solid. I guess we could. Lutes come to my training grounds tomorrow. No one could see us training and I like the idea of that deception thing. I will have to remember that, Sasuke said. Okay then, see you tomorrow, Emo. Oh, and by the way, continue to act as you did. Just don't be so cold to everyone, Naruto said. And with that, he left. Sasuke wondered where this friendship will lead him, but he had a feeling he chose the right thing to do. After some time, he went home as well. Some weeks have passed since Naruto and Sasuke became friends. In a brief amount of time, they quickly became best friends. In class, they still acted as before, though Sasuke wasn't so cold anymore. He talked more. Other kids noticed that as well. Especially the fangirls who started to worship him again and ask for dates. Well, it was their fault they got kicked out of the academy. Then, there was a day when Naruto managed to convince Sasuke to go out with him, Shikamaru and Choji. At the beginning, Shikamaru didn't want Sasuke to come because he thought he will ruin the day with his attitude. But when Naruto explained Sasuke's situation, without revealing too much, he agreed. Sasuke felt somehow uneasy with others around. In the academy it was one thing, where everyone spent their time learning new things. But going out with friends during free time was a completely new experience to him. He did things he would never do alone, like playing some games and enjoying their time in the park. That was the first time in his life he felt just like an ordinary 9-year-old kid. Shikamaru and Choji didn't mind his company, seeing as how Sasuke tried to make friends. Also, Sasuke was quite shocked to see Naruto's way of training. When Naruto explained him the Kage Bunshin training, he wondered if he could do the same training, but Naruto said he couldn't. Naruto explained about why it was a kenjutsu and that only he could do this training. When Sasuke asked why only he could, Naruto explained about his massive reserves of chakra and enhanced healing. He didn't tell him about Kyuubi, though, yet. That was the day Sasuke swore he would train hard to become as strong as his brother and his new best friend, Naruto. That was the day when Naruto became not only his best friend, but his rival as well. And somehow, Sasuke just forgot to ask where he learned Kage Bunshin in the first place. Naruto also found out about his left eye's ability. He discovered it in the library when he was reading a scroll on some Doton technique. His clone accidentally, Naruto still didn't know how this accident happened, activated the Rinnegan. The clone then subconsciously started to focus on the written text and images and noticed that he now faster and the text seemed clearer and more understandable. Then the other clone who was nearby saw his left eye's slits slowly spinning. The next day, when Naruto wanted to go through everything the clone read, he was surprised because he remembered everything. Every single word and every single image, even every single detail on the image. After a day or two, Kyuubi explained to him about this new ability. Basically, Naruto now could copy and understand texts. Naruto thought it was stupid, but Kyuubi elaborated Naruto now didn't have to send 20 clones to the ninjutsu section. One clone was enough. That clone would activate his Rinnegan and scan the needed scrolls which would forever be copied to his memory. Then, he could use that memory to train in his ninjutsu. Long story short, he now needed much less clones and time to read new scrolls. The only downside was that only one clone at a time could activate the Rinnegan and this ability. Also, there was a limit on how much he could copy in one day. That was also the day when Kyuubi added Fuinjutsu training to the schedule, explaining that this ability and Fuinjutsu are just meant to be great together. Anyway, today was a Saturday afternoon, and you could find Naruto and Sasuke sitting in Ichiraku's and eating ramen. Well, Sasuke had just finished his bowl and Naruto was already eating his fourth. Dobe, where's all that food going? It's like you've got black hole instead of a stomach or something, Sasuke said. He still was calling him Dobe. It was the way Sasuke showed him respect because being dead last and stronger than Sasuke was not a small feat. Well, you can argue about that being respect. Also, it was a way to annoy Naruto. And to annoy Sasuke, Naruto continued to call him Emo, although he didn't act like one anymore. Not much anyway. Emo, this is food from Kami herself. I just can't eat less, Naruto answered. Sasuke just sighed. Ramen was okay, although he wasn't fan of it. So, why did you call me today here? I was hoping to stay in and read some scrolls or just relax, Sasuke asked. Naruto finished his bowl, said thanks and paid to the old man. He turned to Sasuke with a serious expression and said, You know, Sasuke, we've been friends and trained together for some weeks. We even worked on one collaboration technique and our teamwork is nice. We haven't worked on that, but it's nice. Naruto then paused. Sasuke still couldn't understand where Naruto is going with this. He knew Naruto long enough to know that sometimes he had some crazy ideas. Naruto continued, Well, do you want to be on one team with me when we become genin? Well, it wasn't as crazy as Sasuke was expecting. And it was a nice idea too. They were both strongest in their class and they worked well together. He had an addition to this idea. It's a nice idea, but I've got better. Well, that made Naruto interested. Oh yeah? And what would that be? How about we find one more person? He trains with us and then we three become a team once we are made genin? Sasuke suggested. Just imagine our team would be the strongest among the genins. Everyone would think we're some kind of fresh rookies, when actually we could kick some serious ass. We would storm through ranks and no one would know what hit him. That was one of the aspects of Sasuke's personality. He really liked to kick some ass and show how strong he was. But still, it was a great plan. That's great, Sasuke, but there's a problem. HN? What is it? Sasuke asked. The third member of the team has to be a girl, Naruto said. He knew Sasuke hated fangirls, and all girls in the class liked Sasuke except for one shy, pale-eyed, short-haired girl. Wink wink asterisk nod asterisk nod asterisk. Oh great, although Kurenai-sensei did a great job making the girls take the right path. Still all of them are worshipping me. I like my plan anyway, so I will need to deal with it. Maybe after some time with us, the girl will take being a kunoichi seriously. Are you sure about a girl being the third member? Sasuke said, a bit sad. He really didn't want to deal with a fangirl, but if it meant being able to kick some ass, he would cope with that. Yes, I've read that they put the kid with best overall score with the dead last, and because there are 3 ninja on a squad, they add in the best academic on the team, which usually is a girl, Naruto answered. Sasuke sighed. I see. Do you have any suggestions? Well, yeah. There are 3 girls which I could suggest to add to our team. Hinata, Ino, and Sakura. Answering the unspoken question, Naruto explained, all 3 of them come from a ninja family, where Ino and Hinata are from clans. We can cross out Hinata because, first, she is too shy and unsure of herself. She almost doesn't have any self-confidence. Secondly, she is a Hyuga, meaning that her parents won't allow her to be with an Uchiha. He finished as he took some moments to regain his breath. Sasuke just nodded, agreeing to the explanation. What about the other 2? Ino. She comes from good clan and she is average at all subjects. She also has nice clan jutsus, which I'm sure you know something about, but I don't think she will be good for our team because of her personality. Though I wouldn't mind her, it's most likely she will be with Shikamaru and Choji, just like their parents were. So I guess we can cross her out as well, he sighed. He somehow liked Ino, but she already had a crush on Sasuke. Naruto then continued, then there comes Sakura. She is not very good at all subjects, but she has good book smarts. I mean, she is the smartest girl of the class. Sakura has a bit less than average grades on physical subjects. She is decent with Bunshin, Kawarimi, and good at detecting and dispelling Jinjutsu. She has low chakra reserves but very good chakra control. That's everything I could find out about them from observing in class. She doesn't come from any clan, but her father was a ninja and her mother is a civilian. Naruto finished. Sasuke was quite surprised about Naruto's information gathering just from observing. He didn't know, though, that it was one of the requests from Kyuubi to see how Naruto would succeed. So basically our chances with Sakura is better than with Ino? Sasuke said. You could barely notice the smile on his lips, but of course it didn't go unnoticed by Naruto. Yeah, and I think it's our best option. She is not as loud and bossy as Ino is. Also, I feel she has some kind of hidden power, Naruto said. And of course he didn't mention that it was Kyuubi who sensed some kind of hidden power in the girl. But Sasuke didn't need to know that for now. HN? Hidden power? What do you mean? Sasuke asked. Well, I'm not sure, but you better believe me. I think she has some kind of hidden bloodline or something like that. I think Sakura would be an interesting addition to our team. And I'm sure you would like it, Naruto said with a smirk. What do you mean? Oh, don't give me that crap. I've seen how you look at her in class sometimes. So you like one of your fangirls after all, emo? Naruto said in teasing voice. Sasuke barely blushed as he shouted, shut up, Dobe. It's not true. I just like pink color. She is weak and I only like strong and determined girls. Yeah, right. Isn't she determined enough to be your girlfriend? I think that's enough determination, Naruto countered. He enjoyed the small twitch in Sasuke's eyebrow. And what about you? I've seen how you look at Ino sometimes. What about her? Don't you want her on our team? Sasuke asked. He thought it was a good counter for Naruto, but that wasn't the case. Naruto shrugged. Well, at least I'm not shy to admit I somehow like her. And yes, I would like her on our team, but it won't work. First, because she is way too bossy, and her fangirlism will be harder to cure. Sasuke sighed. Naruto was almost always calm and it was hard to get under his skin, almost just like Itachi. But he had a point about Ino. Sakura was their only choice. Plus, he was intrigued by this hidden power Naruto spoke of. Although he didn't like fangirls, he would give Sakura a chance. And that's only because she had a pink hair. Fine then. Shall we approach her on Monday? Yes, the sooner the better, Naruto said. Okay then. See you on Monday, Dobe. See ya, emo. And with that, they left to their separate homes. Monday. It was another boring day in school. Shikamaru was sleeping, Choji eating, Ino and Sakura arguing. Naruto daydreaming, Sasuke brooding, and Irika randomly switching between calmly giving the lecture and shouting so everyone would wake up. After lessons had ended, Naruto decided to start their plan. He nodded to Sasuke as they both waited till Sakura was alone. They pretended like they had some unfinished work to do in their books. They were lucky that Sakura stayed behind as well to ask about something from Irika. When Sakura finished talking to Irika, she picked up her things and went home. It looked like she didn't notice someone else had also stayed behind. Seeing that she is going away, both boys collected their bags, bid farewell to Irika, and approached Sakura, just outside of the academy. "Hey, Sakura-chan," Naruto shouted as he usually did in class. Already knowing who it was, Sakura shouted back, not turning around, "Go away, Naruto Baka. I will not go on a date with you." Sasuke already knew that Naruto's crush on Sakura was just part of his acting. Knowing that Sakura would rather listen to him than Naruto, he said, "We're not here to invite you to any dates." Sakura froze. She knew who that voice belonged to. She couldn't believe he approached her outside of the school and that she mistook him for that Naruto. She quickly turned around and once again was surprised. By Sasuke's side stood Naruto, but it was still nice that Sasuke had talked to her.
Sasuke-kun.
"Did you want something? And why Naruto Baka is here?" she asked as she scowled in Naruto's direction. In the beginning, she thought Naruto was okay. But that was until he became that loudmouth idiot who would always call on her for dates. "Maybe it wasn't a great idea after all? I don't like her attitude," Sasuke said to Naruto. "Relax, Sasuke. She knows me as I am in the academy, so I don't blame her. Give her time to know me better and she will change her opinion greatly. She is a smart girl after all," Naruto said, seeming to be fully calm. Originally, Sakura was very confused by their talk. Did Sasuke just ask a question of Naruto? Did Naruto just sound calm and was not shouting? Wait, what did he mean by, "She knows me as I am in academy"? But before she could ask any of questions, Naruto spoke. "Listen, Sakura," Naruto started off. For Sakura, it was very weird to hear Naruto this serious. The missing chan suffix made it even weirder. "You can relax. My crush on you, being a loudmouth and being stupid, was nothing but acting so others would underestimate me. Deception is a ninja's greatest tool." Oh, how he loved that line. "You see, I'm stronger than any academy student. I'm even stronger than Sasuke. I've been training hard for a year now and started training with Sasuke some weeks ago. Do you follow me so far?" This was the first time Sasuke heard or saw Naruto being so serious. He was impressed, but he didn't show it. On the other hand, Sakura was quite shocked. Not only was Naruto in front of her seeming absolutely different than in class, and speaking intelligently, he also states he is stronger than Sasuke. Sasuke was an Uchiha. No one in class was better than him. Seeing Sakura's doubt, Sasuke interrupted, "Believe me, when Naruto gets this serious, he doesn't lie or joke. And he really is stronger than me." Sakura just nodded, dumbfounded. Naruto continued, "You see, we had this great idea to be on one team with Sasuke. We're working on our collaboration jutsu and our teamwork is good enough to pass. Still needs to improve, though. A team consists of 3 genins, 2 boys and 1 girl, and 1 jounin sensei. The thing is, we didn't want some random weak girl who would slow us down. So we're asking you, would you like to be on our team?" It wasn't how Naruto had imagined it, but what's done is done. Sakura was speechless. She couldn't believe someone would offer her that kind of chance. If what Sasuke said was true, then Naruto was indeed strong, and she would be with Sasuke on the same team. But then, Sakura realized something. Both boys were strong, much stronger than she was. She would just slow them down. "You know, no one ever offered me something like this. I would really like to accept, but I think I'll just slow you down if you're really as strong as you say you are. I'm weaker than anyone in the class. The only thing I'm good at is book smarts," she said sadly. Before Kurenai came, she would have jumped at a chance like this, but now she thought about it a little. Would it be good to slow down Sasuke? Would it be good if they would always need to protect her? Naruto smiled. It was a smile that could brighten up one's mood, even that of the likes of Orochimaru. And somehow Sakura felt better. Like a warm and calm aura came past her. Naruto, remember I told you about that hidden power? Kyuubi said suddenly. Naruto was quite surprised to hear the fox. After receiving a mental nod, Naruto learned how to send mental images to Kyuubi. He continued, I can sense it chaotically rising and dropping. Her chakra is doing the same. Now I'm sure it's a bloodline. And it's an old one. I'm not sure how old though, but now is the moment she will either awaken it or the bloodline will be sealed for next generation to try again. What do you suggest? I really want to help her even if she doesn't accept our offer. Naruto mentally asked while at the same time speaking to Sakura, a great feat indeed. Listen, Sakura, there is still 4 years until we take the exam for Genin. We offered you the chance to be on our team because we can see your potential. Sasuke was a bit surprised by that statement, because it wasn't true, but he didn't interfere. He wanted to see where Naruto is going with this. If you accept our offer, you will train with us. But remember, we train each day except for the weekends. We train hard. If you accept, you will get stronger. By the time we make Genin, you will be stronger than an average Genin. Furthermore, he smirked. I've heard Sasuke likes pink hair, because he thinks it's unusual for a kunoichi. And I've also heard that he doesn't like weak girls, because they are a disgrace to kunoichi. Sakura blushed at that while Sasuke glared daggers at Naruto. In their next spar, Naruto will pay. Kit, if you really want to help her with acquiring the bloodline, ask her to bite her thumb and you do the same. Then place your wound on hers. I will channel a slight amount of my chakra to increase her chance of getting the bloodline. Hurry, it is close to sealing off, Kyuubi said. Naruto quickly made up a plan on how to make her bite her thumb. Getting an idea, he said, Sakura, you don't have to answer now. We will give you the whole week to think things through. Do you promise not to tell anyone about what we said to you? After receiving a slow nod from Sakura, he continued, unfortunately, that's not enough. I will bite my thumb and you bite yours. We will seal a blood contract to really make sure no one finds out. Please, it is very important for both of us, Naruto said as he bit his thumb without even flinching. Sasuke really didn't know what the hell was happening, but he played along. He will ask later. Sakura hesitated a bit. It was painful after all, but then she remembered what Kurenai taught them. How they will face great pain during their missions. A little wounded thumb was nothing. Without thinking about this strange blood contract, which clearly didn't exist, she bit her thumb and placed it on Naruto's. After some seconds, everything was done. She didn't even feel how the foreign drop of chakra entered her system. Thanks, Sasuke-kun, Naruto. I really appreciate your offer. I will think about it, Sakura said with a smile. Deciding to play his trump card, which he learned from Naruto, Sasuke said, Sakura, we believe in you. I hope you will join our little team, so we could kick some serious ass. Thank you. So badass, Shinaro. Don't hesitate and jump at this chance. Inner Sakura shouted, bumping her fists into the air. With that, Sakura left. With Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto and Sasuke went to the Uchiha training grounds to continue their training. But before they could start their usual routine, Sasuke called Naruto. Dobe, Sasuke called. What is it, Emo? What was that all about? I mean, all that blood contract thing, Sasuke asked. Naruto thought a little. Should he tell him about the Kyuubi or not? They've been good friends for some time, and this would be a great opportunity to test their friendship. I guess I can't hide it from you now. We will be a team in the future, Naruto said as he let out a sigh. Hide what? Do you know the truth about the night the Kyuubi attacked? Do you know what happened to it? Naruto asked. Well, I don't know the truth behind Kyuubi's attack, but I know it couldn't be killed. I also know it's been sealed inside you, Sasuke stated as if it was a matter of fact. Naruto shouted and face faulted. Seriously? Sasuke knew? How long? For a week. I didn't have anything to do on Sunday last week, So I decided to find something interesting to read in the library. There, I found the book on Bijou and Jinchuriki. There were also some facts and traits stated about various Jinchuriki. For example, the Jinchuriki of Nibi would get cat-like eyes, senses, and agility. As I read about Kyubi, I couldn't help but remember you. Those whisker marks do not look like birthmarks. Then there's your enhanced healing, abnormal chakra reserves, and the hatred from villagers, which you told me about few weeks ago. I put 2 and 2 together. It wasn't that hard to figure it out, Sasuke explained. Naruto didn't know what to think. Sasuke saved him trouble of telling him about the Jinchurikis and about telling that he, Naruto, was one of them. But at the same time, he couldn't understand why he didn't tell him anything. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Naruto asked. I didn't want to force this subject on you, seeing how Kyubi is hated here. I just waited until you felt ready to tell it to me yourself, Sasuke explained. Aren't you afraid of me? Aren't you afraid the Kyubi could get out? Or that I'm Kyubi's reincarnation, as many people say? Don't be such a dobe. I truly trust Yondaime-sama's sealing abilities, and knowing you for some weeks, you can't possibly be that evil and malicious thing. Naruto smiled. Sasuke accepted him, even knowing about the Kyubi. He was a true friend indeed. But Sasuke didn't know the whole story. Sasuke, you don't know the whole story. And so Naruto spent the whole day retelling Sasuke what Kyubi had told him. He even told him about how he got the Rinnegan to do some kind of thing to this world. He also told him about who his sensei was and who suggested this kind of training. He then also explained what he did to Sakura. The entire time Sasuke was listening very carefully, sometimes asking a question or two if he didn't understand something. At the end of the story, he was quite surprised with the burden that was placed on Naruto. You've got nice tasks ahead. I'll stick around with you. With you, I'm sure I'll get a chance to kick some ass and to prove I'm strong, Sasuke said at the end. Thanks, Sasuke, Naruto said as he smiled. He had really found his first true friend. Even if said friend still needed to learn some socializing skills and even if he was a bit emo. For the next 2 hours they did light physical training and had a small sparring match before they went home. For the entire time, Naruto had a huge smile on his face. With Sakura. It was a deep night now and everyone in the Haruno's household was sleeping. Well, Sakura's mother was sleeping, but Sakura herself couldn't fall asleep. It was for some hours like this. She thought she had a fever, but she didn't have any raised temperature or coughing or any symptoms that accompanied a fever. Maybe it was her period? Nope, too early for that. It felt like various energy spikes. One moment she felt energized, ready to lift mountains, and in another moment she felt weak and tired. And she didn't want to bother her mom about it. She had lessons tomorrow, and it was really frustrating that she couldn't fall asleep. Continued for 1 more hour, until Sakura decided to go to bathroom. Maybe relaxing under the hot shower will help her. She undressed and entered the shower stall in her bathroom. It was quite large with various switches which could change water flowing modes. She turned on the hot water and tried to relax. Even after some minutes, the spikes didn't stop. This time it looked like her energy, her chakra, only grew. Damn, it still won't stop. What's wrong with me? She muttered. By the way, what should I do with Naruto's offer? That's such a stupid question. Accept it. It is our chance to prove to Sasuke-kun we're not weak. Shinaro! Inner Sakura shouted and bumped her fists in the air. The inner Sakura was totally oblivious to what's happening with the real Sakura. But I'll have to train hard. And each day, I will be so tired. And let's not talk about how dirty I could get. Idiot! You just sounded like a pathetic fangirl. It's no wonder Sasuke-kun never noticed you. You only care about your looks, although you started to put some effort in the academy. Getting on diets will only get you weaker. Your stamina and chakra is non-existent. You should be happy that Sasuke-kun noticed you. He even told you that he believed in you. So stop whining and listen to me at least once. You can become stronger. Much stronger. Even stronger than Ino Pig. Your chances with Sasuke will be better. Shinaro. I guess you're right. I'll do it for Sasuke-kun. I will prove to him I'm not weak and that I'm worthy at least of some of his time, Sakura muttered. With a new resolution in heart, her condition stabilized. She immediately noticed how the power spike stopped. She didn't feel too powerful or tired anymore. She felt normal, like she usually would feel. Furthermore, she didn't know, but her chakra reserves had increased. It was thrice more than before. She could now compare to a weak average genin. But that's not the only thing she noticed. She felt how something salty was entering her mouth. She touched her mouth with her finger and saw blood on it. Why is my nose bleeding? But then the weirdest, in her opinion, thing happened. She was staring at her palm. Slowly but steadily, there was a deep cut forming across her palm, and it didn't hurt at all. Then, the blood from her nose, as well as from the cut on her palm, started to drip down. The drips never reached the cabin's floor. Instead, they were floating halfway to the floor. After some more moments of dripping, the blood stopped coming from the cut. The countless drops of blood, which were now floating, slowly started moving and mixing together into one ball of blood. When the ball finally formed, it floated to Sakura's eye level. The girl froze, staring at the process speechless. She was so shocked that she could do nothing but stare. Never in her life had she seen or read about something like that. The ball itself was a bit bigger than Sakura's fist. Some seconds passed, after which the ball unformed and fell to the floor with a loud splash, sending the blood all around the stall. Sakura stood there for a minute and then looked at her palm, which was surprisingly all right.
No cuts, no scars.
Nothing. What the hell? She muttered, as she regained her composure, cleaned the stall, dried herself and left the bathroom. She went to her mother's room, because she wanted to tell her what happened just now. Somehow, Sakura knew her mother would have some kind of idea about what happened. She finally reached the room and knocked, just to check if her mother was asleep. Receiving no answer, she sighed and entered. "Ka-san," Sakura called. Receiving no answer, she went closer and shook her mother and called out louder, "Ka-san." The woman barely opened her eyes and yawned. She turned around and looked into her daughter's eyes. Mabuki Haruno is not only a kind and caring woman, but she was also pretty for her age. Mabuki was a tall, fair-skinned woman with shoulder-length, blonde hair with a single bang which fell into her face. She also had green eyes just like Sakura. Seeing Sakura's worried face, she sat up. "What is it, Sakura? Why are you not asleep yet?" "Sorry, Ka-san, but something weird happened to me just now," Sakura said truthfully, and that got Mabuki's interest. With that, Sakura told her mother about her day, skipping all the story about Naruto and Sasuke. Then she told her how she couldn't fall asleep and what happened while she was taking a shower. After Sakura had finished, Mabuki was in deep thought. Could it be that? Kazashikuin had told me stories, but why would it reappear in Sakura? She thought. There's only one way to find out if that's true. "Sakura, did you know I took Haruno's surname after I married your father?"
Yo mem, no.
"So Haruno was not your original surname?" Sakura asked.
No.
"Before we continue, I want to check something." "Wait here a second," Mabuki said. She stood up from the bed and went to her wardrobe. There, on the highest shelf, was a box with a strange seal instead of a keyhole. The box was big enough to store 2 or 3 scrolls. Mabuki got the box and went back to Sakura. She gave her the box and said, "Please bite one of your fingers and smear the blood along the seal." Sakura sighed. She will need to bite her thumb again. Although she was quite curious about what could be inside the box. She did what she was asked to do and smeared the blood on the seal. For some moments nothing happened, when suddenly the seal glowed bright red and some drops of blood floated into the air before they evaporated and a click sound was heard. "Sakura, before you open it, do you know who your grandfather was?" Mabuki asked.
No.
"I barely know my dad. How is he related to this?" "I don't know much about him either, but I know the stories your father told me. Your grandfather's name was Kazuki Haruno. Just like Shodame Hokage, he had a special ability, Mabuki said. If my memory serves me well, Shodame-sama had a Mokutan, which is a very strong bloodline, right? Did Kazuki, my grandfather, have something that powerful? And does that mean we're part of a bloodline clan? Sakura asked curiously. She was quite surprised that the Haruno was an actual clan with a bloodline.
No, Sakura.
Mokutan has never been a bloodline. And we're not a bloodline clan, Mabuki answered her daughter. If it wasn't a bloodline, then why could only Shodame-sama could do it? Sakura continued her interrogation. It was some kind of chakra mutation or something which allowed the user to combine Suiton and Doton chakra to create Mokutan. Everyone thought it was a bloodline, but seeing Naidame-sama and Tsunade-sama, people changed their views. If it was an actual bloodline, then Naidame-sama would have had the same ability, right? But instead, Naidame-sama had unreal high Suiton affinity. Both Shodame and Naidame were brothers, both from the Senju clan. And then there's Tsunade-sama, one of the legendary Sannin who is also from the Senju. But she doesn't have Mokutan nor high Suiton affinity. What I mean is, while Mokutan was strong ability, it was just a mutation and didn't pass on as a bloodline. Well, I'm not a shinobi, so I don't know very much about all those ninja thingies. I know this much only from reading and listening to your father's stories and theories. Mabuki finished explaining the Mokutan and let out a sigh. I see. That explains why we don't have any Mokutan users. So basically Kazuki had some powerful chakra mutation which allowed him to use something powerful like Mokutan. Sakura asked hopefully. She couldn't believe that her ancestor had some kind of super unbelievably strong ability. Oh man, how she would brag about it to Ino Pig. Seeing Sakura's face, Mabuki said, I don't want to disappoint you, Sakura, but no. Kazuki didn't have anything strong like Mokutan. It didn't even stand close to Mokutan, seeing how it was a mutation. Sakura just sighed. Great. Everything started with Mokutan, and now her mother says her ancestor's ability wasn't that strong. Mabuki continued, Kazuki Haruno had an interesting, for the lack of better term, ability. It allowed him to mix his chakra with his blood to control it. He could make spears, daggers, and other kind of techniques from his blood to use in combat. He could also use his chakra to reinforce the blood he used for the techniques, changing it from hard as steel to watery-like where he could bend blood to his will. Neither your grandfather nor your father had this ability. That's why we thought it was just like Shodame's Mokutan. I still don't know how he used those techniques in combat. I mean, he would have to injure himself in order to do so. Anyway, I still don't know why you have this ability, but I hope what's inside the box will explain it. But that's gross. To use blood in combat, Sakura said as she scowled. The idea of using blood for combat was not appealing to her. I agree with you, daughter, but at the same time it has some kind of advantage in combat. What do you mean? I think it would be a good distraction. Imagine you're fighting an opponent who easily matches you, when suddenly you take a weapon and stab yourself in the palm or gut, letting some blood to spill. Opponent would be shocked at such vile action, which would give you a good opening to strike or use these blood techniques. I'm sure there would be other advantages, but I'm too tired to think about it right now. Also, I'm not a ninja, so maybe I might be wrong. Anyway, let's see what's in the box. Sakura nodded and opened the box. There were 2 scrolls and a convert atop of them. She took the convert and read it. To anyone who received the same ability as me, I write this message to the Haruno who awakened the blood release. I thought it was just a mutation, just like Hashirama Senju has with his Mokutan, but I had hoped it is not. The blood style I use has more disadvantages than advantages, but it allowed me to perform some nice jutsus, and it is also a nice distraction in combat. But I believed my blood style wasn't complete and just developing. It means that it would evolve through the generations until it awakens as a bloodline. I still don't know what has to happen, but time will tell. Haruno is not a clan, it's just a family name, but my dream is for the Haruno to become a bloodline clan and to prosper. That's why I believe someday, blood style will appear again in my descendants. Here, in this box, I've placed 2 scrolls on a few blood style jutsus I've created. I hope they would be of some use to you to get a basic idea of how this style works. Also, there's a special dirk knife inside which I used to get blood from my palm. You will have to get some blood to use it after all, right? The blade of the dirk is made from a rare metal which allows you channel chakra into it, but it's not suitable for combat like a kunai. While I couldn't use my chakra to safely draw my blood, I hope the bloodline will develop enough to allow you to get the blood safely without pain or anything using your chakra. I will pass this box to my son, Kizashi Haruno. If he does not get the bloodline, he will pass the box to his successor. To make sure that only people wielding my ability could open the box, I asked my friend, who is quite good at sealing, to create a seal from my chakra-infused blood which could only open with the same chakra-infused blood. The dirk too has a similar seal. If you open the box, then congratulations. You're the ascendant of my blood release. Take care and make me proud. Make the Haruno proud and well known. Kazuki Haruno. Sakura was speechless, just like her mother. The man somehow knew about his blood style being undeveloped. But that wasn't what left them speechless. Sakura now had a bloodline. While not powerful like the Sharingan or Byakugan, it was still a bloodline. Haruno will be an official bloodline clan once Sakura revealed it. It was really something. Sakura regained her composure and opened the scrolls. She didn't read them, just took a glance. They looked like technique scrolls, just like Kazuki said. Sakura decided to deal with them later. She then took the dirk and took a look at it. Somehow the dirk felt good in her hands, like it belonged there. It was approximately 3 inches long, double-edged, gray with a black-tinted blade. There was some kind of white seal pattern on the blade. It didn't have a guard, and the handle was made from what seemed like wood. Sakura didn't know it, but the wood was reinforced, meaning it was almost as strong as steel. The handle was wrapped in leather straps. The blade looked beautiful and rather simple at the same time. Wow! That's a lot to take in, Sakura finally said. I agree. I still can't believe my little Sakura-chan has a bloodline. Although a weird one, I'm still proud of you. Ka-san, I'm not little anymore, and thanks. You're welcome, Mabuki said and smiled. Let's go to sleep now. You have academy tomorrow and I have a job. We will discuss it later. Sure. Good night, Ka-san. Good night, Sakura. Sakura placed the scrolls and dirk back into the box, stood up and went back to her room with her box. Before she left Mabuki's room, she remembered something. By the way, Ka-san, from this day I will be coming home later, so don't wait me at lunchtime. Huh? Why? Mabuki asked, quite confused on why her daughter would come home later. I will be having some extra training after academy. I really lack physical training and I'm only good at book smarts. Also, I need to practice this new thingy after all, right? She explained, although she had a scowl when she referred to her bloodline. She just can't imagine stabbing her palm each time just to train the blood release. She will have to find a way around the stabbing. I'm happy that you're finally taking being kunoichi seriously. I don't mind you training after academy, but not your new bloodline. I don't want you stabbing yourself each day, Mabuki said seriously. Sakura knew this was coming. Don't worry, Ka-san. I won't stab myself right away. I will start with small cuts from a needle to get a feel for it. Mabuki thought about it and finally agreed, fine. But every time you train your bloodline, you will tell me what you did. Okay? I would like to know how badly you injure yourself just to train. If it goes too far, I will forbid you from using the blood style. Is that clear? Yes, Ka-san. Good night, Sakura said, as she yawned and finally went back to her room. Tomorrow was going to be a long day. Next day. It was a usual ninja academy day. Naruto was being an idiot, Sasuke was brooding, Shikamaru sleeping, Choji eating, Kiba playing with his new puppy, Akamaru, Ino bossing everyone around, and Shino doing Kami knows what. During the lecture, Sakura, for first time in her life, didn't listen to Irika. She was thinking about what she had discovered last night and about the training she will get. Soon the bell rang, indicating that lunchtime had come. Over some weeks, Sakura had noticed how Naruto and Sasuke would leave the classroom last. She thought it was an accident, but remembering yesterday had proven it wrong. That's why she decided to wait until everyone left and approach the boys to tell them about her decision. As everyone was going out of the class, Ino approached Sakura. "Hey, forehead girl, you coming?" Despite their small rivalry over Sasuke, they still were good friends. Sakura's eye twitched. "No, Ino big. I have to finish reading the last paragraph and then I'll come." "But you can read while you eat," Ino answered. Quickly coming up with another excuse, Sakura answered, "Basically yes, but I also wanted to ask Irika-sensei about today's lecture." Ino sighed. Sometimes she thought Sakura was obsessed with reading and learning. "Okay, bookworm. But if you don't come after 5 minutes, I will come back and drag you out with me. See you later." And with that, she left. Sakura sighed in relief and looked around, checking if there's someone else in the room. Apart from Irika, Kurenai, Naruto, and Sasuke, no one was there anymore. Sakura stood up and approached the boys, while Irika and Kurenai gave her a curious look. "If I hear something about Sasuke-kun, she can forget about coming back," Kurenai thought as she narrowed her eyes. At the same time, Irika thought, I wonder what they're up to. Both teachers returned to their work, sorting out some papers and coming up with future lectures, while keeping an eye on the 3 students. Both Naruto and Sasuke would have left the class sooner, but they noticed how Sakura wanted to stay longer. Usually she would run out with Ino. That made both boys curious and they decided to stay a little bit longer. And true to their suspicion, Sakura was approaching them. "Hey, Naruto, Sasuke?" She decided to skip the kun suffix in Sasuke's name, seeing how Kurenai was still in the room and giving her suspicious looks. "Keep it down, Sakura," Naruto whispered as quiet as possible and glanced towards the teachers. He then took out a piece of paper from his notepad and started writing on it. When he finished writing, he gave the piece of paper to Sakura. "This way will be safer. Usually Chunin and Jounin can enhance the range from which they can hear things, so this will be safer. Have you already decided on our offer? I thought you would use the time we gave you," she read. Understanding the reasons for writing instead of talking, she took her own pen and started to write an answer. When she finished, she gave the piece of paper back to Naruto, which he and Sasuke read. "Yes, I've been thinking a lot yesterday and I decided to accept your offer. Also, I can still remember Kurenai-sensei's speech she gave to girls, and I don't want to be a nuisance to my future teammates and I want to get strong. I also want to prove that I'm worthy of Sasuke-kun's time." At this point, Sasuke rolled his eyes and continued to read. "And something interesting happened yesterday. But I will tell you about it later, when we have our first training day together. We can start today. I can give you a hint though. I'm now like Hinata or Sasuke. I think that hint was quite obvious. Huh." At this point, both boys curiously looked at Sakura. "She has a bloodline?" both of them thought. Sasuke then took the paper from Naruto's hands, wrote on it and gave it back to Sakura. "Good. After the last lesson, leave as usual. Immediately go to the Uchiha District main gate. I'm sure you know where it is. Make sure you don't look suspicious or anything. We'll meet you there 5 minutes later after you arrive, because we leave the academy last. And Sakura, find another reason to become strong, instead of just proving something to me. Look at how many girls want to prove something and they all are pathetic. Well, it's too soon to judge, but with the way they act, it's not far from the truth." Sakura was a bit taken back by what Sasuke said. She will need to find another reason before she could think more on it or answer. Ino barged in. "Billboard brow. 5 minutes has passed and you're still here." When she saw where Sakura was standing, she became angry. You wanted to stay behind just to get more time with Sasuke." She stopped when she saw Kurenai's look. "I mean, why would you stay behind just to talk with Sasuke?" she angrily asked. "So, Sakura-chan, you didn't answer me. Want to go on a date with me?" Naruto shouted as he would usually do. Seeing the confused look on Sakura's face, he whispered, "Do what you usually would do in this situation." Sakura was standing in front of Naruto, so Ino didn't notice the whispering. Catching Naruto's game, Sasuke said, "Humph. Answer Dobe's question faster. I want to get some fresh air. Still confused about what happened, Naruto's voice rang in her head. Deception is a ninja's greatest tool. Finally understanding what was going on, she hit Naruto and shouted, "Shut up, Naruto Baka! I was asking Sasuke how to properly throw shuriken. Let's go, Ino Pig. I have nothing to do here anymore." With that, she approached Ino, took her hand and left. "That was a close one," Sasuke muttered. Naruto just nodded and they both left to have their lunch. Sasuke was still sitting alone and Naruto was hanging around with Shikamaru, Choji, and their newest addition, Shino. Shino would sometimes join them for interesting conversations. Well, if one sentence once in 2 minutes was a conversation. Both teacher and his assistant remained silent for an entire time. When everyone left, they blinked a few times, confused. "What the hell just happened?" Irika asked. "I don't know." At the beginning, Sakura approached Naruto and Sasuke. Then, they acted like best friends and talked via writing on a piece of paper so we couldn't overhear them. Then Ino came and everything returned to normal. "I think something's going on," Kurenai answered. In her opinion, it was rather interesting and somewhat amusing. "I agree." But Sakura seemed a bit confused when Naruto asked her out on a date, Irika said. "Maybe she's new to their group?" Kurenai suggested. "Maybe. We can't be sure if this group even exists. We will have to keep an eye on them, just in case." With that, both of them returned to their work. Later that day, Uchiha District. As usual, Naruto and Sasuke parted ways at the academy and later met up at the Uchiha District. As Naruto came closer, he saw Sasuke and Sakura already waiting for him. "Naruto, what took you so long? Usually you're first here," Sasuke asked when he saw the blonde. "I wanted to give you some private time with Sakura." Naruto even winked when he said that. Seeing Sakura's reddening face and Sasuke's angry reaction, he smirked.
Relax, I'm joking.
"Emos are usually alone, right?" "Naruto," Sasuke said, glaring daggers at Naruto. "Geez, Sasuke, you're taking everything too serious. I was on my way when I saw a black cat crossing the street. I had to take another route that goes around the village just to be safe," Naruto calmly said, remembering reports on one of the jounin. The scouting foxes did their work and found out 3 or 4 facts about different jounins. Naruto asked if they could continue, which they gladly did. Also, it was very strange for Sasuke to see Naruto talking to 2 yipping foxes. His anger fading, Sasuke stated, "Dobe, you still need to practice those excuses or show up much later. Think about it, if you would have taken a route around the village, you would be late an hour, not 2 minutes. Is it always like that with you too?" Sakura suddenly asked. Remembering that they weren't alone, both of them simultaneously answered, "Yes/yeah." "Let's start already," Sasuke said and led the way to the training grounds. When they finally arrived, Naruto spoke up. "All right, before we start, tell us about the interesting thing that happened yesterday." Sasuke nodded in agreement. He too wanted to know. Sakura sighed as she prepared to tell them what happened. After 10 minutes of retelling everything, Naruto said, "Awesome. It means we're team of bloodlines. Bloodline trio. Sounds cool. Although your bloodline is weird indeed." "Bloodline trio sounds rather plain and simple. Our team need a more ass-kicking name," Sasuke stated. "Wait, what do you mean trio? You want to tell me Naruto has a bloodline?" Sakura asked, not believing her ears. "Yes, and it might be even stronger than mine," Sasuke said. Now Sakura's eyes widened. What can possibly be more powerful than the Sharingan? Seeing her look, Naruto closed his eyes. "Rinnegan," he said as he opened them, showing his dojutsu to Sakura. Sakura stared at the Rinnegan with awe. She had read about the legendary dojutsu, but to actually see it, how dash she stuttered. "I'll tell you about it later. Did you take that box you told us about?" Naruto asked as he deactivated his Rinnegan. "Why yes," Sakura answered and regained her composure from the shock. "Wow, She couldn't believe it. She was going to train with two people who has one of the strongest dojutsu. I took it in hope it would somehow help my training. I see. Can you give me the dagger and scrolls, please? I want to examine them. Maybe I will find out something interesting, Naruto said. Not knowing what he meant by interesting, Sakura reached her bag and took out a box. She opened it and gave Naruto what he asked. While Naruto was examining the scrolls, Sasuke decided to enlighten Sakura on her training. Sakura, he started. When Sakura turned and faced Sasuke, he continued, for the first year you will be focusing on your physical training, chakra control, and increasing your chakra capacities. I discussed it with Naruto today during Irika-sensei's lesson in case you would accept the offer. From what we have seen, your chakra control is good, but your chakra reserves are very low. Now, when you told us about your bloodline, I think you should train a little bit in it. I mean, finding a way to painlessly draw on your blood. Sakura nodded, agreeing with Sasuke. But he wasn't finished. Also, Sakura, I want you to find a new reason for this training. A goal in your life. I already told you what will eventually happen to those who try to impress me. Without awaiting an answer, he stood up and approached Naruto.
Dobe.
Are you gonna read that scroll all day long? You will miss your training. Huh? Oh, sorry, he said and shifted his attention to Sakura. By reading this scroll, I made a conclusion. Blood release is an interesting bloodline with many possibilities, but it has a drawback of painful performing. Luckily for you, I already have an idea which I will tell you when you start training in it. He gave back the scrolls and stood up. Today you won't train, but you will observe the way we train. Tomorrow you will start training with us. And don't worry, your training won't be as intense as ours. Sakura was a bit surprised by Naruto's commanding voice, but she let it go. She agreed with him and spent the rest of the day watching both boys train. Well, she watched Sasuke more than Naruto for obvious reasons. Naruto used his shadow clones to train while the real one did physical workout and trained in using his dojutsu. He would sometimes sit and stare at one object, it seemed like for eternity. Instead of asking why he stared at something, she asked why he used Kagebunshin and why Sasuke didn't use it. Naruto explained the same way he had explained to Sasuke. Sakura nodded and continued to watch. It looked like Naruto worked hard and tried his best to master something. On the other hand, Sasuke would change each half an hour between training in taijutsu, ninjutsu, weapons, shuriken and kunai, and chakra control. Although Sasuke didn't have access to Kagebunshin, he wasn't called a prodigy for nothing. He could learn things pretty fast as well. Then, for the last hour, they sparred. The first 20 minutes they spent on fist-to-fist combat, then 10 minutes using only their weapons, after that 10 minutes throwing learned ninjutsu at each other, and the last 20 minutes were spent in all-out combat where they used everything they knew. Sakura was awed by the display of skills both academy students showed. She just couldn't believe an academy student could do something like that. In her very young mind, she couldn't wait to participate in these spars. At the end of the spar, she was surprised that Naruto had won. And she was more surprised when she found it wasn't the first time when Naruto won. Next time I'll get you, Dobe. Keep dreaming, Emo. Maybe the day my hair will be black. Besides, you said the same thing last time. I wasn't serious then, Sasuke shot back. Yeah, right. And now you are, Naruto said as he let out a small laugh. Boys. Sakura's sweat dropped. So Sakura, how has it been? I mean, our training? Naruto asked as he approached Sakura, some sweat still on his face. Sakura didn't know how to answer. It was some intense training. She will change her mind when she meets two green spandex jumpsuit wearing ninjas calling themselves some kind of beasts. It was really impressive. And you're not even genin yet. I can't imagine how strong you'll be when we graduate. I'm not sure my place is here. I don't think I would be able to keep up. Naruto smiled as he, once again, subconsciously radiated that calm, warm, and reassuring aura.
No, Sakura-chan.
You can't imagine how strong we will be. You're part of the bloodline trio now. Your training won't be that hard at the beginning though. Somehow, Sakura believed his words. Somehow she knew he was right. She smiled back, ignoring the random wild Chan suffix. Sakura, Sasuke drew said girl's attention to him. Remember to act in the academy as you would before we offered you anything. But why? Simple. This time it was Naruto who answered. Deception is a ninja's greatest tool. If everyone thinks I'm an idiot, Sasuke is an arrogant prick and you're weak, no offense, then people will underestimate us. When we graduate, all the ninjas in the village will think we're weak and imagine their surprise when we will be doing some B-rank missions. Also, it will help a lot in Chunin exams. Furthermore, they put the top kid with the worst one and add a girl with good academics. Fully understanding his reasons, she nodded. It was still weird to hear that kind of thing from Naruto. They said goodbye to each other and left to their separate homes. The next few years will be long. Somewhere. It looked like some sort of a room which looked like a dark cave and it was lit with candles. The candles themselves didn't light the room. There was a big chair in the room that looked like a throne and in front of it was a man bent on one knee, in front of his master. You called me? The man asked. Yes, Kabuto-kun. I have an infiltration and spying mission for you, someone said from the throne. What is it, Orochimaru-sama? The now revealed Kabuto asked. I've heard there was an Uchiha massacre in Konoha. I want you to infiltrate Konoha and get as much information as you can. Also, look for some Uchiha survivors who could easily betray the village. Orochimaru, one of the legendary three, the snake Sannin said. As you wish, Orochimaru-sama. I will take my leave, Kabuto said as he stood up and left the room. Ku. Soon I will have a Sharingan at my disposal. Ku. I just need to wait for some more years, Orochimaru said to himself as he indulged in his evil cuckoo laugh. Chapter 4. Beginning of real life. For years have passed. Konoha, sunny as usually, still was in peace. No invasions, no wars, nothing. It was ordinary day for all the villagers, but for ninjas it was a special one because it was the day of Ninja Academy graduation. Academy students who train to become a ninja will take their final test to prove they are worthy to become a genin. All soon-to-be genins were worried. Well, almost all. There were 3 students who looked absolutely confident. One of them was Naruto Uzumaki. His appearance has changed over years. He now was an inch or 2 taller than Sasuke. His hair reached a bit past his shoulders, and he also had long bangs which framed his face. Back of his hair was straight while front still remained spiky. He really looked like younger version of Yondaime, but his classmates seemed to be oblivious to it. Acting quite out of character by being quiet and collected, he thought about this test. Unfortunately, it was a Bunshin test. Despite his good chakra control, he still couldn't make a normal Bunshin because of his potent and powerful chakra. When he creates an ordinary clone, they stayed alive for around 5 seconds, after which they disappear. They also looked very sick. Naruto sighed. He will have to show his Kage Bunshin to Iruka-sensei. He really didn't want to show off until he is officially genin, but he had no other choice. He already passed the written test, scoring exactly the amount of points needed for passing. Then there was physical test which he passed on average level. And now was ninjutsu test. To pass test you had to perform Kawarimi, Bunshin and Henge. He could do Kawarimi perfectly because it only needed a short burst of chakra, instead of constant chakra sustaining like Bunshin or Henge needed. He could sustain Henge for 1 minute if he concentrates really hard, but Bunshin still was his worst. He stopped his trail of thoughts when Iruka called for him. Naruto, you're next. Try not to fail, dope, Sasuke said as Naruto stood up from his place. Shut up, team. I bet I can do better than you, Naruto shot back, keeping up the act. It was like that for whole year and everyone in class truly believes they hated each other. Except for Sakura, Shikamaru and Choji. Don't talk nonsense, Baka. Sasuke is much better than you.
Endnu shouted. Defending her, beloved Sasuke-kun.
Humph, whatever, Naruto replied and went to the separate room where ninjutsu test will be held. Iruka was already waiting for him, alone. Kurenai left academy when Naruto was 10 and became a jounin. He was happy about her, because Kurenai will finally take her own genin team. She once told the class it was her dream. Naruto, I really hope you won't fail this test. If you will fail, you will never be able to become a shinobi again. It's the third time you will try the graduation test on ninjutsu. Do your best. Iruka said. Now perform Kawarimi, Bunshin and Henge. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. Here I go. Naruto enthusiastically shouted and performed a perfect Kawarimi, where he switched with nearby chair. Excellent. For some reason Kawarimi is the best technique you can perform. Okay, Henge is next on the list. Naruto merely nodded, did Ram hand seal and performed Henge, perfectly transforming into Iruka. Iruka could see deep concentration on Naruto's face, but he was happy that he performed the jutsu and was closer becoming a genin. It looks like it takes a lot of concentration from you, but I'll pass seeing how hard you try and that you performed the jutsu. Now, please show me your Bunshin, Iruka said. He already knew it was Naruto's weakest jutsu, but academy standards are academy standards, no way around it. Hey, Kyubi-sensei, Naruto said within his mind, calling for Fox. The mental link between them was usually closed until someone had anything to say. As if Kyubi just woke up, he yawned and asked, "What is it? Kit, you wouldn't bother me with something what does not require my attention, would you? Maybe you finally decided to destroy something?" Naruto's sweat dropped. It was one trait of Kyubi's personality which he discovered. Even though Kyubi now is intelligent and calm, he still liked destruction. Once Naruto performed a high-ranked Doton Jutsu and almost destroyed Uchiha training ground. Kyubi was jumping in his cage from joy. Just wanted to ask if I should use Kage Bunshin instead of ordinary Bunshin to pass the test. You know my problem. Or should I try my luck? Oh, no destruction. Anyway, we're not taking any chances, so use Kage Bunshin. I think you can slowly start to show your true abilities. Yon, I'm going back to sleep now. Kyubi answered and cut the link. Naruto, are you alright? Iruka worriedly asked. Sorry, I was just thinking something. You perfectly know I have problems with Bunshin, right? Naruto asked. Iruka nodded. Yes, but it is necessary to know in order to become a genin. I know. I still think Bunshin is useless on the battlefield because even average genin can tell the difference between them. Anyway, what is the minimum number of clones required? Usually 3 clones, but the more you make the better score you get. The teacher answered. I see. Can I do other kind of Bunshin? Other kind of Bunshin? Iruka asked as he raised an eyebrow. Yes, the Kage Bunshin, Naruto stated as a matter of fact. Iruka widened his eyes and then laughed a bit. Nice joke there, I almost believed you. Firstly, I don't know how you found out about such jutsu, but it's a B-ranked kenjutsu. Secondly, there's no possible way you could perform the jutsu. Naruto sighed. Of course, no one would believe him for being able to perform Jounin-level jutsu. He shrugged his shoulders and made a cross seal. See for yourself then.
Kage Bunshin no Jutsu.
There was a small cloud of smoke, and after it dissipated, there stood 6 Narutos. Iruka widened his eyes once again, his jaw touching the ground. To prove they were solid, one of the clones came to the desk and picked up Iruka's pen while the other touched his shoulder. Now Iruka was gaping like fish. What the hell? How? Iruka managed to ask as Naruto dispelled his clones. You're like older brother to me, almost like father figure, so I guess I can reveal some things. Iruka smiled at how Naruto though of him, although he was surprised at Naruto's face expression. Gone was goofy smile, gone was the dumb look. He stood there like professional and his serious voice emphasized it. Firstly, everyone sees me weak and dead last only because that's what I allow everyone to see. Secondly, my crush on Sakura is lie, my bad scores is a lie as well, my idiot attitude is just acting. I can easily match you in fair combat. Thirdly, Sasuke and Sakura is with me, so you can already pass them. Now Iruka was shocked. He knew Naruto was acting like an idiot, but to believe he was stronger than Iruka, it couldn't be true. Could it? He wouldn't be surprised, though, knowing that Naruto was the most unpredictable kid in the village. And then there's the fact that Sasuke and Sakura is with him too. Why? Why act like an idiot when you could show everyone how good you are? Arika asked. I already showed how good I am, Naruto stated. But you're dead last. Exactly, that's what reports will say. But how strong I truly am. Do you know? No. That's exactly what will give me an edge in battle. Enemies will underestimate me and let their guard down. I already showed I'm capable ninja by hiding my true abilities. Deception is ninja's greatest weapon, right? Naruto answered. Arika was impressed with Naruto's wise words. He had a point too. Wise words, Naruto. Didn't expect it to come from you. Thanks, Arika-sensei. So, did I pass? Of course. When you showed Kage Bunshin, only fool wouldn't pass you. Congratulations, Naruto. You're now officially Genin of Konoha. Arika proudly said and gave Naruto Hitai 8, which he gladly accepted, but didn't put on. Why you're not putting it on? I want to change the color of cloth to match my new outfit, Naruto answered. New outfit? Arika curiously asked. You will see in time. Naruto smirked and walked away to class. Thanks again, Arika-sensei. No problem, he simply answered. I can feel he will go far. And so the day passed. Sasuke and Sakura too became Genins, where Sasuke was Rookie of the Year and Sakura the top kunoichi. Now all three of them were eating their lunch near Uchiha Lake and discussing various things. I hope we will be placed on the same team, Sakura said as she took another sushi. Sasuke glanced over Sakura and sipped some tea. Next week we have to come over Academy again for team placement. I agree with you, Sakura. I hope Hokage-sama will put us on one team. Talking about Gigi, Naruto muttered, bit his thumb, quickly did some hand seals and exclaimed, Kuchios no Jutsu. In a puff of smoke, two familiar foxes appeared. Wyo-are-you-chan? Exclaimed Sakura as said black fox jumped on her lap. Sakura then started to scratch behind Yoru's ears. Yes, Sakura knew about Naruto's tenant. Naruto told her when they were 11, 2 years ago. But before he told her, he gave her a book on basic Fuinjutsu to read first. At that time Sakura didn't know why Naruto gave her that book. But she accepted. She was always happy learning new things. When Naruto finally told her, she was shocked. It made a lot of sense, but it was shocking nevertheless. She didn't come to team training for a week and tried to avoid Naruto. She then understood why Naruto gave her that book. In the end, after a lot of thinking, she accepted it. After knowing Naruto for some time, it was impossible to think he was an evil demon. Her respect for Blonde only grew seeing how he still wanted to protect this village after all the hatred he received. Yara, the yellow fox, sighed and said, yipped to Sasuke and Sakura. Is there something you need, Naruto-sama? Naruto sighed. All the foxes still called him Sama. Yes, he finally said. Take this note to the Hokage. Make sure no one sees you, even him. As you wish. But before Yara could go, Yoru decided she got enough massage from Sakura and approached Naruto. Naruto-sama, can you bit your thumb again and donate some blood into this tube, please? She said. Then, out of nowhere, a tube appeared which she took with her tail. Well, that was something unexpected. What for? Surprise, was the only answer as Yoru grinned. Naruto trusted them well enough so he agreed. How much? Few drops will be enough. And then Naruto did as he was asked. Yoru took the tube back and sealed it inside her fur? That was strange. Then both foxes disappeared in a burst of speed, trying to reach Hokage's tower as quickly as possible. I wonder why foxes needed your blood, Sakura muttered. I bet they will make something from it, like weapon, gift for graduating or something like that, Naruto answered. Yeah, I guess so. What was written in the note, Dobe? After all this time, Sasuke still called him like that. Let's say I just made sure we will be in one team, Naruto answered as he grinned. Sakura sighed. Although Naruto was acting much more mature, he still had prankster soul. Back to the topic. Who you think will be our sensei? Sakura asked. I think it will either be Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma Sarutobi, Gunma Shiranui, or Kakashi Hatake, the XANBU captain, Sasuke answered. Over the years, 2 scout foxes didn't stop gathering information on various jounins. 3 teens now knew basic stuff of most jounins of the village and more advanced stuff like jutsu and fighting style of selected few which they were interested in. Foxes stopped their research when Naruto asked them to. He said the information they now had was enough so 2 foxes could rest. Nor Kurenai or Gunma will be our sensei. I think Kurenai will be with tracker team, seeing how she is genjutsu specialist. She wouldn't have much to teach us. The same goes for Gunma. He is assassin-type ninja. Although he has very good kenjutsu skills, he could teach a lot to Imo, and some katas in kenjutsu to me, while Sakura would gain nothing, meaning Sasuke will advance quicker and leave us behind, thus disrupting our teamwork. Naruto explained. Seeing that Sasuke and Sakura listens and understands, he continued now for Asuma. He is well-versed fighter. He has excellent taijutsu, nice kenjutsu and good ninjutsu skills. For his kenjutsu he uses trench knives, meaning his fighting style in kenjutsu is the same as his taijutsu. He could teach something to Sasuke and me, but once again Sakura will be left behind. If they choose teams according to academy reports, Sakura is suited for genjutsu for her small chakra reserves and good control, but Asuma doesn't have any genjutsu. Now for Kakashi. He paused a little, remembering everything he knew about said jounin. Probably he will be our jounin sensei. Thanks to his Sharingan, it is rumored he has copied over 1,000 jutsu. He could teach me new jutsu, train Sasuke in Sharingan and train Sakura in genjutsu. Kakashi is well-rounded fighter, jack of all trades. Also, he is all about teamwork. According to what Yoru and Yara reports, Kakashi says individual skills are good, but teamwork is more important. Good teamwork will lead to mission success, and they also heard how he once said, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. With Kakashi we will gain the most success and training than from others. Also, he can help us improve our teamwork. It is already perfect, but he can suggest some new formations. Naruto's interpretation and explaining skills never cease to amaze Sakura and Sasuke. They still can't believe he was such an idiot. Nevertheless, they agreed to his reasoning. He had a good points. I see. What should we do this week? We have more time now when we don't need to attend the academy, Sasuke said. Sasuke is right. What should we do? Sakura asked. She stopped calling him Sasuke-kun after 1 year of joint training. Seeing how Sasuke does not react, she understood Sasuke liked strong kunoichi. When she realized that she took her training more serious, determined to prove she was strong. That's also when her dream changed. She wanted to be strong kunoichi, just like one slug Sannin was. Well, a wish to be with Sasuke didn't disappear, though. She still had hope. I say we train. Nothing serious, just go through our formations and some jutsu again. Just to be in shape when true genin test comes. Naruto answered. Yes, they also knew about another test. A year ago, Yoru saw how new genins were doing something with their sensei. When she came closer, she saw a terrifying green spandex suit, bowl-cut hairstyle, and those unnaturally huge eyebrows. Despite her fear and terror, she decided to look what they were up to. She listened to their conversation and found out about another test which all senseis give their student. The test was to land a single hit on sensei. Sounds easy, until the same green-wielding terror mentioned their right hand being tied back and a piece of cloth in their mouths to prevent speaking and a weight on their right ankle. Not wanting to see the result, Yoru went elsewhere. Good thing each sensei had different tests. Right? Good idea like always, Sakura said and smiled. In her opinion, Naruto was true genius. Whatever. See you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m. here. Sasuke waved his hand and disappeared in Shunshin. See ya, emo/bye Sasuke. Both Naruto and Sakura said simultaneously. With that, 3 of them disappeared in various Shunshin Sakura in cherry blossom leaves. Sasuke in crow feathers and Naruto in orange-reddish flash. No, it wasn't Hiraishin, just effect of his design Shunshin, which could greatly distract people. With Hokage. In Hokage Tower things went in usual pace. Yumi, Hokage's secretary, slacking off by reading some magazine and Hokage himself cursing on ever-rising paperwork. Really, that paperwork will kill him someday. Sighing, he decided to rest a bit. He almost reached the hidden drawer where he kept his Ika book, when suddenly he heard a knock on the window. Curious, Hiruzen turned around to look who knocked. His first thought was his pupil Jiraiya, but when he turned around, there was no one. A bit confused, Hiruzen stood up and saw a piece of paper on the windowsill. He took the paper and read it. Put Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha on one genin team. If you fail to do so, your precious books will find their rest in fire. That is, until they turn to ash. Also, can you get a red cloth for Naruto's, Sakura's and Sasuke's Hitayate? Don't forget I have your books and other material to blackmail you. Remember that in night in the bar? Ha! Regards, friend of Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke. Old Sarutobi paled. In a blink of an eye, he reached his secret drawer and opened it. His heart almost stopped from what he saw. The drawer was empty. All his precious books were taken. Fear clearly evident his eyes. He reached Shodame Hokage's portrait, which hung on the wall, and took it off the wall. Behind the picture had a small safe with numbers. He quickly entered the required code. His heart missed some beats. It looked like eternity has passed, and he still stared at the empty safe. Empty! He shouted. How? Who? He put the picture back and sat back at his desk, sweating bullets. What should I do in this situation? He thought. I didn't want to put them on one team, but looks like I don't have a choice. Damn bastard. Whoever did this will regret it. Time skip. 1 week. A week has passed and the trio can be found in academy, sitting in the middle of classroom. Naruto was between Sasuke and Sakura, where Sakura was right and Sasuke left from blonde. All three of them had satisfied smirk. Why? Because today was finally the day when they stopped acting like idiots. Finally, Irika came and started his speech about dangerous ninja life, etc. Then he decided to call the teams. Okay, now I will call the teams. Team 1. Irika started. /N. I'll skip unimportant teams. Team 7 will consist of Sasuke Uchiha. Irika started and paused a bit, giving some dramatic effect. He looked at the class and saw how most girls had hungry look. Smirking, he continued, Sakura Haruno. Shouts of disapproval from few luckily remaining fangirls were heard. What? It should be me. No way, Billboard Brow is with him. Ino shouted. Then all of the girls who were shouting felt massive killing intent. Ki. And all of them were on their knees, breathing heavily and gasping for air. They looked up and saw Naruto staring at them. Can you shut the hell up? Your shouting gives me headache. Naruto loudly said. As suddenly as Ki appeared, it disappeared. In his 3rd year of training, Kyuubi started to teach Naruto how to release Ki and intimidate his opponents. Thanks to his dense chakra and fox inside, he brought Ki to a completely different level. All class was silent, staring at Naruto with shock. No way that Ki was from dead last of the class, though they noticed that both Sakura and Sasuke were not surprised. Did I really was like those fangirls? Sakura said to herself for countless time. It figures why Sasuke never noticed me. Another wave of shock went past the students, especially Ino. Ino expected Sakura to burst out cheering, but here she was, sitting quietly as if she knew it, will happy and not cheering. Didn't hit Naruto for such words and said Sasuke without kuin suffix. Sakura's voice was neither sad or happy, just neutral. A few seconds passed in silence when Irika had decided it was enough. At one point he was surprised, but at the other he wasn't. Naruto mentioned that they were training with him after all, meaning that their behavior was part of acting too. And the last member of Team 7. He brought everyone's attention back to him, Naruto Uzumaki. There was a loud cheering from 3 of them. Yatta! It worked! Shouted Naruto as he did high five with both Sakura and Sasuke. Naruto, you're genius, stated Sasuke with a smirk. I know, right? Naruto, how did manage to convince Hokage-sama to put us on one team? Sakura asked. Well, I know Gigi's weakness. Besides, I have my ways. Naruto replied with a grin. Well, that was shock to everyone. This day was a legend. Sasuke smiled and complimented Naruto for being genius and called him by name instead of Dobe. Then it appears Naruto was the one who convinced Hokage to put them one team. It was too much for them. It was planned all along, forehead girl? Asked Ino. Planned what? Sakura counter-asked. This, that you would be one team. How long have you planned it? Is this why your behavior was a bit different? Just to get closer to Sasuke-kun? Sakura's sweat dropped.
No.
As you can see, I'm also happy that Naruto is on my team. Yes, it was planned, but not for Sasuke. Ino Pig, you should consider your priorities. Sasuke will not be there to save your ass every time you do something wrong in a mission. She replied with a calm voice. Ino was speechless. What do you mean by consider priorities? She finally asked. Sakura, don't bother. Fangirl is a fangirl, and only harsh truth will open her eyes. When she will finally see how weak she truly is, which will happen on at least C-ranked mission, only then she would understand. Sasuke said, not even looking at Ino. Geez, Sasuke, why you're so cold with girls? Naruto asked. Naruto, you perfectly know I don't like weak kunoichi, especially fangirls who care only about their look. Imagine if we're on the mission and the only thing girl does is staring at me. Sasuke replied. Well, yeah, you've got the point. Still, you could be a little gentler to Ino. Naruto said. Humph. If you want, you can be gentle with her in private. I'm just stating the truth. Sasuke said, emphasizing word gentle with a grin, giving a hidden meaning which Naruto understood. Naruto blushed and quickly said, whatever. Let's listen to what other teams there will be. Ino sat there quietly, not even hearing the rest of conversation. Some other also were surprised of Sasuke's and Naruto's friendliness. Your sensei will be Kakashi Hatake, Irika finally said when everyone shut their mouths. Just as you said, Naruto, Sakura said. Now, for other teams. And so Irika called all the teams and their jounin senseis. Then, one after another, genins started to walk away with their respective senseis until just one team left. He's late, Sasuke stated obvious fact. Probably he will be late for 3 hours, just as your foxes said, Naruto. Sakura couldn't believe it was truth. Did Kakashi really was jounin? Naruto sighed. Hey, let's grab some lunch and visit Gigi. But we have to wait for Kakashi-sensei, Sakura pleaded. Sakura, if he thinks we will wait for him 3 hours, then he is wrong, Sasuke stated. After a brief silence, Naruto had an idea. Hey, I've got an idea. Getting curious looks from both his teammates, he continued, if he will late for 3 hours, let's come back after 4, just to teach him a lesson and give him an idea how it feels. Genius, Dobe, genius. I'm with you, Sasuke said without a second of thought. Both boys looked at Sakura, expecting an answer. She really didn't want to make Sensei mad, but if boys had decided some prank, nothing can stop them. I guess I have no choice. She sighed together till the end. All 3 of them smiled. After 4 years of joint training and spending time together, they forged a strong bond and close friendship. No matter hardships in life, no matter armies we face, united we stand, till the end, was their motto. They made it up after 3 of them faced an army of Naruto's clones in a spar. The motto itself was inspiring. It was spectacular fight. It was a good thing Naruto placed various seals, including chakra suppression seals, around the Uchiha district. Otherwise, whole village would feel like another war started. So, where to? Sakura asked. Let's go to Akimi Barbecue, Sasuke suggested. No offense to your glorious ramen, Naruto, but we eat it most of the time. Today should be a special day to us, so let's celebrate it. All right, I just hope they won't throw me out, Naruto sadly said. Sakura really didn't like seeing Naruto sad. It was so wrong. Usually Naruto was cheerful guy who could brighten everyone's mood. Also, after finding out about the fox, she couldn't help but feel a little bit disgusted with villagers. Really, Naruto didn't do anything to the villagers, yet he was treated like a trash. All right, let's go, Sakura cheered. Akimi Barbecue. Akimi Barbecue was a large restaurant owned by a Kimichi clan. The trio walked in and looked for a free space to sit. In this time of a day, the restaurant was a bit crowded with few empty spaces. They finally found what they were looking for: a table with free spaces at the end of the restaurant, in the corner. It was right after the table where Team 10, consisting of Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, and Asuma were sitting. They greeted Team 10 as they reached their table.
Yoshika, Choji greeted Naruto.
Sakura waved her hand and Sasuke nodded and went to their table, while Naruto stayed behind to talk. They were his friends after all. So guys, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. TCH, troublesome. We have a team meeting here, Shikamaru said. What are you doing here, kids? Asuma asked as he observed the trio, who looked completely calm despite the fact that they had to be in similar team meeting. HM? Oh, I guess you know Kakashi. Since he is always 3 hours late, we decided to teach him a lesson and arrive an hour later after he arrives. Meaning we will go back to academy in 4 hours. We will also use one of his lame excuses. Now we will just celebrate our promotion and discuss some things. Okay, I'm going back to my teammates. See ya, he said and went to their table, which was right beside Team 10's table. Asuma looked surprised. I want to see Kakashi's reaction to this. I wonder how they know Kakashi so well. What are you talking about? This Kakashi you speak of will be mad, Choji said. Kakashi is always late for everything for 2 or 3 hours, unless it is A or higher ranked mission. He always gives some lame excuses, like, I saw an old lady with bags, so I had to help her, or I lost my way on the road of life or something like that. Asuma answered with a small laugh. Is he really Jounin? Shikamaru asked. Yes, he is even stronger than I am, Asuma truthfully answered. Meanwhile, Ino was observing Team 7 with a hint of jealousy. Sakura, along with Naruto and Sasuke, were laughing about something. They looked happy, and it was the first time she saw Sasuke laughing. Finally, waitress came to Team 7 to write down their order. When she saw Naruto, she gasped. "YUAR," she stuttered. Noticing the waitress staring at him, Naruto raised his head and looked right into her eyes. He thought she will throw them out, that's why he tried to be polite. Is something the matter, miss? When she looked into his eyes, she widened hers. Wyandame-sama. So it's true, she whispered as she dropped her notepad. The whole restaurant went silent as they looked at the trio. Even the Team 10. Now it was Naruto's turn to widen his eyes. He quickly lowered his head and stared into the menu. Realizing what is going to happen, Sasuke decided to place his order to switch attention to him. So, can I place my order? He asked. Waitress turned her head and saw the Uchiha. She remembered where she was and slightly blushed in embarrassment. She quickly picked up her notepad and replied, "Oh, of course. What will be your orders?" As they placed their orders, waitress disappeared in the kitchen. That was close one, Naruto, Sakura whispered. Yup, both Sasuke and Sakura knew about Naruto's lineage. Once, in a break after their training, Sakura mentioned that Naruto looks much like Yondaime. Naruto trusted them enough to reveal the truth, so he told them about his father. To say they were shocked was an underestimation. I know. How did she knew, though? Naruto replied. Obviously because of your hairstyle and eyes. Why did you keep your hair that way if you don't want to reveal anything yet? Sasuke whispered back. I don't think it's his hair, Sasuke. Even before that, he looked much like Yondaime-sama, but no one noticed. Someone started the rumors, Sakura reasoned. I guess you're right, I just wonder who. Sasuke replied. I've got someone in mind, Naruto whispered as he narrowed his eyes. Then their food arrived. They spent an hour at the restaurant. They had a conversation on light topics as they ate. As they finished, they paid for their meal and left the restaurant in hopes that no one heard them whispering about Yondaime. And no one heard, except for one guy who had his hair tied in pineapple style. His brain was already working overtime. Let's go to Gigi, Naruto suggested, and everyone agreed. With Hokage. Hokage was sitting behind his desk and working on a pile of paperwork, which was considerably smaller than it usually was. All thanks to the missing orange book, which didn't distract him over this week. Suddenly, a door to the office snapped open as someone kicked it, and kicked it hard. In a blink of an eye, the 4 ANBU, who were hidden in the shadows, were standing in front of desk and guarding Hokage from the intruder. Geez, Ojaizen, you need to train your ANBU better, the now revealed Naruto said. He and both teens with him entered the office.
Sorry, Hokage-sama.
Naruto is an idiot. Sakura bowed and apologized. Don't worry, he always enters my office this way and ANBU still can't get used to it. And what do you meant by train better, Naruto-kun? Hokage asked as he signaled his ANBU to stand down. Why jump and reveal yourself, if you can wait and see who is intruder and then strike from shadows while no one suspects it? Ninja should be stealthy, right? Naruto explained. ANBU who heard it wanted to commit a suicide, because some kid fresh from academy outsmarted them in a ways of ninja. Shame. Hokage's sweat dropped. Right? Anyway, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be with your Jounin-sensei? To answer Yusekin's question, Hokage-sama, we know Kakashi is always 2 or 3 hours late, so we decided to come back in 4 hours. Just to show him how it feels. Sasuke replied. Another sweat drop. I see. I hope after today he won't be late that often. I doubt it. Right? So what bring you here? This time it was Naruto who answered. Well, I came here to take my new cloth for Hitai 8. Oh, right, Hokage said and reached his drawer and took 3 brand new Hitai 8 with long crimson cloth. I couldn't get just cloth, so I ordered to make new Hitai 8. Is that all right? Sure thing, Ojaizen. Here's my Academy Hitai 8. Naruto replied as he handed the old Hokage his Hitai 8 and took the new one. The others did the same. Thanks, Hokage-sama, Sakura said. No problem, he replied. So, care to tell me about your friend, Naruto-kun? He threatened. Understanding what he was talking about, he reached his pocket, took out a scroll and gave it to Hokage. Everything will be explained inside. We'll hang out a bit and then return to Academy. See you later, Ojaizen, he said and quickly went away with both his teammates. He looked a bit nervous. Hokage muttered. He opened the scroll and noticed it was in fact a sealing scroll. He channeled some chakra into it and in a large puff of smoke a large amount of books appeared. Hokage's eyes widened. No way. He then found a small note on top of the pile of books. It said, Sorry, Ojaizen, but I had to practice my stealth. Here are all the books and don't even bother to ask when or how, because I'm not telling ya. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. P.S. Although I hate perverts, the book was rather interesting. Naruto! Shouted Hokage. 3 hours have passed since team announcement and One-Eye Jounin decided to show up. He finally reached the doors of classroom where his team's supposed to be. Kakashi expected a prank from Naruto and decided to play along. He slid the doors open, entered the classroom and face-faulted. No one was there. What the fuck? Bastards ruined my epic entrance, Kakashi muttered. He then spotted a small note on teacher's table. He approached the table and read the note.
Yo, Kakashi.
We expected you to be 3 hours late, so we decided to spend our time doing something useful. Feel annoyed and angry? Well, that's how people feel when they're waiting for you. Anyway, now you gotta wait for us. If we come and you're not there, I'll report it to Hokage. And I assure you that Ojizen could punish you in most horrible way, little convincing from my side, and you'll be banned from buying your perverted Ika books. Maybe if I'm in bad mood, I could also convince him to confiscate your Ika Paradise. Eden Blooming Rose. Gold edition, seeing how he doesn't have one. That is, if you wouldn't be in classroom when we arrive. Naruto. Kakashi dropped the note in utter horror. He wouldn't, but how did he knew I have this edition? Better yet, how he knew Hokage-sama didn't have it. He let out a breath and sighed. He really didn't have any options. So he went to closest seat, and to make the time pass more quickly, he took out his Ika and started to read. After 30 seconds of reading, he noticed how he had some trouble reading. He now really had to concentrate to make out the words. After some more seconds, he couldn't make out words at all. What the hell? He thought, never noticing a faint glow from some kind of seal on the ceiling. We'll have to visit hospital to check my sight. What should I do then? And so the hour passed. It was really slow hour for Kakashi because it was so boring. He couldn't fall asleep and couldn't read. Finally, he heard some steps outside of the room and tensed, ready to scold the new Genins. Then, the door slid open.
Oh, Kakashi.
Sorry we're late. You see, Naruto started off. A dozen of black cats crossed our path, Sasuke continued. So we had to take a Luong path around the village, Sakura continued.